want to go farm QRS instead, rotating up to this top pad. They all want to be pushing onto it. They do manage to isolate Zero Aura. It's now just down to what defense this tree can put on. We do see the dive in from the Brave Bird, and the Flame Sweep picks up 4. That was everybody from getting Ghatlue pushed off the pad. Try and push this pad. Look at the Trevor. They're trying to catch out whoever they can on the pad. They do manage to find one with the Legion. Then there goes the Flame Sweep again, finding another 2. Talonflame with a triple KO. Can you stop this bird? The answer is no.
But it's going to be Legion falling first here instead. The Umbreon dropping as well is not going to be good for 777. Do not have a whole lot of HP left on this side. Now the Hoopa going to have something to say about it though, trying to stay with this Mimikyu and support as well as they can. And I mean, Hoopa is just got everything, even able to put out some damage. A KO streak of 4 for this Mimikyu now.
They have to try and shred it, but first they have to try and deal with this Umbreon who ends up coming in with their Midnight Breath, being able to just sustain this fight. And that is going to be a complete team wipe on the side of Stamina Esports.
Coup de grace comes out and sends Zoroark scrambling back to the Pokemon Center. Snorlax goes down. This Aegislash is just slicing through Amaterasu. 10 seconds left. Is Amaterasu going to be able to get any points in? Komai might need to detach. That's only going to be 6. That's not going to be enough. 12 points. That's not going to cut it. Are they going to be able to find it? Connected on the Umbreon. They're going to steal some shields with their Unite move. Infinite Cyber out from the Mewtwo, but Mewtwo goes down. More Unite moves fly. 3 members down for Enigma. This Aegislash is going to try to go on in once again. Hoopa brought the team in with the Ring Zone bound, but nobody is there to go in. It's just the Hoopa. Welcome in, Pokemon Unite trainers, Unity Clash Summer Showdown, the Western Edition. It's a 2-day event, and you are tuning into day number 1, the group stage. And taking you through the first portion of this tournament, I am your co-host, Steel Agent Kyle, and with me, as I demanded from production, the one and only Husky Star. How's it going, Husky?
Yeah, we demanded it as usual. I'm here, I'm good, I'm ready, and I'm matching the background.
All right. Yeah, I got my my summer Gyarados shirt that I got from the Pokemon Center NAIC, so I felt a little bit festive today. But we do have a little bit of housekeeping to go through. Let's talk about the tournament, the format. Why are we all here? So, as I mentioned before, this is the group stage of the Summer Showdown here at Unity Clash. And there's a lot of Goliaths in this bracket. So, all teams segmented into 4 groups, and the top 2 teams of each group will qualify for the finals, which will be held tomorrow afternoon, same time, same place. So let's take a look at these groups. Group A, Orange Juicers, Tuzzy Esports, Sazouzou, and I believe that is all. It's a 3-person group. They have 15 teams today. Group B, Nouns Esports, Hoen Plaga, Version 1, and Tugang. This is going to be a fantastic first 2 brackets. And Husky, why don't you introduce these next 2 brackets?
In Group C, we've got 2 more 4-team groups. Infamous Gaming, Komai Esports of EU, collab with Bercy and Ame, and Pocket Rockets, both from NA. And in Group D, Stamina Esports from Latin America North, You Need Coaching, and Nemesis from North America, and Los Caducados from EU. Some Titan teams, a lot of which are already scheduled to play at Worlds. So this is going to be a summer showdown, if you will.
In the most literal sense of it, a summer showdown. It is best of 3, so pretty standard throughout for this group stage. And as I mentioned, top 2 teams in each group will be qualified into tomorrow's finals bracket. So as we kind of alluded to, this is kind of an invitational tournament. All the teams were invited as either previous winners of Unity Clash or just high-performing teams in their own region. It's probably one of the biggest tournaments pre-Worlds. Obviously, Worlds going to be just about a month away, and with almost every team being a Worlds invited team, or at least a top performer in their respective region, this is going to be quite the clash. Any predictions on maybe, top teams to watch out for?
I mean, there's a lot. I feel like the groups are looking really solid generally. And as we saw from the top 8 bracket, we have only a couple teams coming out from each of these groups. So I think obviously there's a lot of Worlds qualified teams to look out for. I think that I'm, most excited probably for Group B, just because there's a couple teams that are in Worlds there. Nouns is in there, V1, T-Gang, I think, and Hoenn and Plaga, who are all really, really good teams. I think that's kind of a group where you expect that Nouns will come out, but you don't know because there's version 1's there, another Worlds qualified team to look out for. But every group has some really interesting matchups that I'm excited to see. What about you, Kyle?
I mean, I'm legally obligated to root for V1, but I believe technically I'm not allowed to say I predict them because every time that I do, they end up losing. So I'm not going to predict
Don't jinx
V1.
V1.
Yeah,
it always
I'm not
happens.
jinxing V1. I think as honorary Nouns Esports members, because we almost beat them at NAIC.
Yeah, we were really close.
We were really close.
Yeah, we were really close
I think
to
we
beating
have to
them.
root for now.
Yeah, Ghatlue would be able to attest to that.
Yeah, we had them on the brink. For those that didn't watch.
Yeah, we really had, they were backed into a corner there. We had to just we didn't want to embarrass them, so we had to just give them that second game. But you were all there. You all know.
You all saw it.
That's what happened.
Because that was a qualifying match for them. If they would have lost to us, they wouldn't have advanced into the bracket stage.
So we felt bad,
Yeah.
we had to give it to them.
We knew that we were already eliminated, so we went easy on. Yeah, that's my story. Sticking to it. No.
So that's Group B. Nouns is in there with some other Titan teams. Group A is our 3-team group, which is always interesting because 2 of them still come out of that group, but there are only 3 teams, so only one of those teams ends up going down, and we have Orange Juicers in that group, who has had a really interesting season towards their road to qualifying. They're one of the top teams in NA, but they've had some rocky moments over the season, so it should be interesting to see how they play in that group.
We're going to hope that Flareon's Wi-Fi situation is rectified from, I think, what was that, April Cup that it was kind of sussy, and I think they got eliminated pretty early. And but obviously they made an incredible comeback in the regional to take home the crown of the #1 team. Back-to-back regional champions, Orange Juicers. I mean, you think about a team like Luminosity, not in this bracket today, which has kind of been a very interesting rivalry, because it doesn't seem like Luminosity really has a real rival. Not a lot of teams can really say that they beat them regularly, but Orange Juicers is kind of that team. I mean, they've beaten them in multiple brackets this season. So I mean, if they could bring their A game, I think they're probably one of the best teams in this bracket. Obviously, I mean, we all saw what happened at NAIC. A little bit of a rocky moment there against Revelation in the semifinals. So a very, very tough road for them at NAIC. But I really do believe that if they play their game, they could beat anybody.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I mean, the team, as you can see on the bottom of the screen here, we will be looking at Orange Juicers first today. If you're not familiar with Sazouzou, is that how you pronounce it?
I think it's close enough, yeah.
Whatever that says.
Someone will correct us.
That is an EU team consisting of a couple Gen 5 members, so some familiar faces like Megu and Yutao, who are both very prominent EU players, so they could for sure be giving them a run for their money, which is already starting off this weekend with a very exciting first match. But let's talk about Group C as well. That was the one with Pocket Rockets and Breezy, Komai, Infamous Gaming. Those are some also really, really solid teams. Komai being one of the top EU teams that's just kind of in and out of relevancy over the season. And then some really solid, more grassroots-focused teams coming out of NA from this group. What do you think there?
Yeah, I mean, Pocket Rockets is a very strong team. They play You've seen them in a lot of the grassroots tournaments, but maybe some of Ghatlue's viewers might not be as familiar with this team. They play a lot of off-meta picks, whether it's taking Aegislash's EXP share, really utilizing that Machamp invade with the EXP share as well, kind of like that quarterback Pokemon that someone like Ender made very popular. So they do play a little bit off meta. They keep people on their toes. They love to play with a lot of pressure, and we'll see if some of these teams are ready for that. I mean, I know NA teams kind of have them maybe not solved, but they understand their play style and they know how to kind of combat that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that. Like you said, a lot of the grassroots, but these EU teams are going to be very tough. Obviously, Nouns Esports, like you said, Komai, and then this Sazouzou team is probably like these are going to be great matches filled with like Worlds qualifiers, and we're going to really start to see who the best in the West is.
Yeah, and I'm excited to see it for sure. We've got a lot of good stuff about to happen and across all of these groups, but we are getting into draft for game number 1 of Orange Juicers versus Sazouzou, where we have got Orange Juicers in that first pick slot.
They really are already getting some bans, and this is something that it seems like there's been some scouting on the side of Sazouzou. They are banning the Dodrio, which is not normally a Pokemon that you see banned all that often, but when you have someone like Kratos that really loves to put some pressure on the opponent's side, that is what you get, and you're also taking away that Galarian Rapidash that teams have really been liking as well.
Yeah, that 2 Speedster ban is quite interesting, and I was just gonna say, no supporters banned. That means there's a lot of options, and Roland will go ahead and lock in that Alchemy. Very, very good right now. We have all been discussing it, so I'm excited to see it. Definitely a solid first pick, but that does mean that Sazouzou gets 2 really strong picks. They're going to take that Inteleon away from Flareon's. They're also going to grab that Snorlax, arguably the best defender in the game right now.
Definitely, and I like this play too, right? You get Resu on the Inteleon, and then immediately following, you're going to see Zugrong on one of his signature Pokemon, the Lapras. I think Lapras is a great counter into that Inteleon.
Yeah, and very interesting. Look at the items over on Orange Juicers. Zugrug has taken off the EXP share and has opted for more of a carry-focused build. Very tanky, but with the Assault Vest, you've got a lot more survivability, and they're putting the EXP share on the Suicune instead, so giving more experience over to that Lapras. But over on the other side, we've got the combo of Nightmares, Blissey, Garchomp.
That is what one of my favorite people in the community, Beta, who's one of the analysts for Orange Juicers, as well as I think she's observing. I'm not sure if she's observing this game, but she talks about Blissey Garchomp as being like the Unite cheat code. It's so strong in the early game once you get Blissey, but into that late game, Blissful Assistance onto Garchomp can be incredibly powerful. When we're talking about incredibly powerful Pokemon, OG on the Zacian, one of the comfort picks.
Yeah, I mean, the Zacian is definitely strong. It's a Pokemon that's fallen a little bit out of favor, and I think that kind of does round the composition out pretty well as with this Cinderace that's going to be focused on backline damage, trying to move around the map as much as possible. That could be fairly difficult into this Talonflame picked up by Nachos. Noticeably, no Speedster on Orange Juicers. They're not really opting for a lot of dives, so that really is an advantage to that Talonflame. I really like that last pick.
I do too. This is also something that we haven't seen a ton of, which is Cinderace. Currently, it is being played by Kratos, which makes me believe they are going to be taking into that central area. A lot of the times, though, we do see, Cinderaces when they do get played. It's not very frequently, but we see them played in Path because the level 5, gank from the Cinderace, notably not one of the best level 5s.
Plus, it could get invaded by a lot of things on the other side. You've got Snorlax over there, and that's a very much an invade Pokemon. But here we go. We're going to see who's going to be heading into the central area, and we're going to see what happens in this game number 1.
Game 1, Orange Juicers on your left side, Sazouzou on your right side, Cinderace, now a Score Bunny into the central area for Orange Juicers, Lapras Suicune down to the bot path, and it is a Talonflame in the central area for Sazouzou.
I'm also going to be interested in watching how this bottom path shakes out because of the EXP share on the all-rounder rather than on the defender. And already Zugrug looking to harass a little bit, does not get that secure, but is able to grab a couple early points.
I like the pressure that Orange Juicers is putting on them. And good secures here from Sazouzou. 17 Aos energy on that Snorlax. It is doing its job getting those last hits.
And look at this up here as well. We've got level 4 already on this little Gibble as well as on the Zacian. But Blissey has a little bit stronger of an early game than Alchemy does. It's just a bit better secure. But it looks like both central area Pokemon have made it down into this basement path. Talonflame actually going back to base, and they're going to head up to the top to look for a path to win.
I think you see Roland maybe grabbing some vision, trying to see where this Talonflame is. It is going to be a 3-on-2 up here. Talonflame going to dive on in. A lot of experience going to the side of Sazouzou in this top path. Bottom side going quite well for the Orange Juicers. K opener. It is the Lapras taking out the Snorlax.
I really like that pivot there from the Talonflame, but it does just kind of mean that you give Orange Juicers the advantage in this bottom path, and I think that getting Inteleon to level 7 is definitely a priority, but as much as that, I feel like also getting this Garchomp to level 7 is a huge priority, so any path that you can possibly win with 2 Pokemon that require a lot of experience, I feel like you take that, and already the Zacian going down, Garchomp looking pretty good.
Got a Milcery right now, still not onto the Alchemy evolution at level 4 just yet. A little bit of a scuffle down here between Lapras, Suicune. A lot of crowd control and a lot of sustainability from that Lapras central area. Altaria family on deck, cleared out mostly by Sazouzou. Almost no contest from the Orange Juicers.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a late response, but also what can you do if you're Orange Juicers right now? You need to get that Alchemy online. Like I said, that Pokemon is very broken, but its early game is pretty weak, so it can be difficult to get it to that level 6 breakpoint where you get both the Decorate and the Dazzling Gleam, which I assume we will see. Not that the Recover would be a bad choice here, but with a team that's a little bit more mobile, Decorate just seems to be a little bit more consistent. We do have Talonflame now, level 8 already.
And it's still a level 3 Alchemy. It's been kind of deprived from EXP. Finally does get the evolution. It's 2-on-1 down in the bot path. And it is going to be Resu securing a majority of that farm on the wild Pokemon Altaria family that spawned. Up in the top path, a little bit of a push here from Orange Juicers. They find a KO on the Blissey. We have OG pressing forward, trying to get some scores in along with the rest of the squad. Oh, our Garchomp goes down. That's a double KO for Kratos.
Oh, what a triple! Wow, the Cinder, the Talon looked for that KO as well. Perfect timing of the eject button from Kratos to get out of that situation and able to secure the Regieleki. I think that this is kind of a path trade to the best of their ability. We've got the Reg Ice in the bottom path going over to Sazouzou. So Orange Juicers basically concedes bottom path and goes for the top path secure instead.
Not a massive overcap, 9 points for Sazouzou, but Orange Juicers putting a little bit of pressure on in this central area. Fly from the Talonflame is going to allow them to escape from that Zacian push. It's a Metal Claw Zacian, so maybe a little bit different from that Sacred Sword build we see.
And even with the Flame Sweep used there from the Talonflame, still not enough to get any KOs. It was Megu on the Snorlax who had to come up and secure the KO on that Suicune, but that's not the most high-value KO at this point. That's the EXP share Pokemon. They're playing more of that defender role instead of the Lapras, so getting that KO, not as great as if the Talon was able to pick up that Zacian, but the Decorate shields on that Pokemon are just so strong.
A little bit of a push here. Sazouzou, they're going to be able to take out Flareons on that Suicune. Pressure is on. Garchomp looking for a scoop of OG. Grabs a Citrus Berry. Scoop a little bit unsuccessful. Zacian is going to dive in, blocked by the Snorlax. So nice insulation from Megu to keep that Blissey Garchomp protected.
I mean, there are 2 Unites there. Both the Blissey and the Garchomp have Unite moves available. The common tech that we see is usually Garchomp starts their Unite move, gets into the backline, immediately followed by the Blissful Assistance, and it just does so much. I think the best way to deal with something like that is to make sure Alchemy is there with their Unite move as well to try to negate some of the damage being done by healing a lot from that Pokemon. But right now, everybody is kind of split up around the map. Roland is looking for vision, and Megu sits down in the basement path to see if they're looking for a push.
A little bit of a split push from both teams, honestly. You see OG retreating back to base. That means that they'll likely be heading down to this bot path where they are going to be looking at this basement Reggie. Resu as well as Megu on the Snorlax there. Oh, a press from the Cinderace is going to start chunking down Megu. There's a Talonflame. Going to go ahead and engage. Fly is up. They're going to look for the Cinderace. They find it. Fluffy Cream Supreme is out trying to heal up the rest of the squad. OG dangerously low. They go down. Reggie Rock on the menu for Sazouzou.
Very well played by Sazouzou. They just kind of went in and Orange Juicers couldn't really respond. The big flame sweep to start that one off. Suicune now going down. Sazouzou will be able to cleanly take that Regirock. Orange Juicers just not able to make anything happen in that moment. I don't think they were expecting the Bliss Assistance to go onto the Talonflame in that moment, but that's exactly what happened. Unfortunately for Sazouzou though, Garchomp going down in the top path.
And this Lapras harassing this Inteleon, exactly what you want to see Zugrug doing, almost getting the KO, but in the top path you did get a KO onto that Garchomp, which is quite nice for Orange Juicers that definitely needed some sort of objective win that enables them to get this Regieleki, and it is going to walk towards this T2.
Orange Juicers definitely hanging in there, but it has seemed like Sazouzou has had control over this game so far. We will have to see if they're going to want to push this Regieleki in or simply back up. They have some options, they have some Unite moves, but I don't know if at their current levels they're going to be able to do it, but they will try.
Regieleki on the doorstep of this T2 goal zone. Orange Juicers all 5 here. Nice scoop from the Garchomp. They're going to get into the back line. Stunned by the Alchemy. Dazzling Gleam. Fly from the Talonflame. Almost gets a KO, but not quite. They're going to have to retreat back to safety. Flame Sweep is out. They're looking for a double KO. They get a couple. It's actually Inteleon that picks up another great snipe shot from Resu. That's going to clean house of Orange Juicers.
Look at those snipe shots hitting as well. I mean, we get a couple KOs from the Lapras, but ultimately that push does not go Orange Juicers' way. You do have level 12 on the Lapras now, which could be good, but Talonflame, along with the Blissey safeguards, just doing so much work there to make sure that Orange Juicers could not get that Regieleki in.
Gonna press forward on this top path. We have Snorlax along with Inteleon monitoring this top tier goal zone because it has not been broken. While Orange Juicers are a little bit behind, you know, they still have that T1 goal zone for Sazouzou, or Sazouzou has that T1 goal zone they can do. But Basement Reggie on the menu here. It looks like this might be a big team fight between these squads.
Look at the Snorlax, how much health they soak up. They're going to look for them here. Zacian going in. The Talonflame now has a Fly Alchemy Unite move is out early, Kyle.
The Alchemy Unite is going to try to heal up the squad. We also had the Garchomp Unite move. A little bit of a scoop there, but it's not for anything as Zacian's able to send them back to the Pokemon Center. Zugrug pressing forward into the enemy central area. It is going to send Sazouzou scattering. Rayquaza starting to get chipped.
Garchomp being down for 10 more seconds does give an opportunity, but here comes the Flame Sweep. It takes down the Zacian. They didn't use their Unite move. Kratos now in trouble. Here comes the Power Nap from Snorlax. Orange Juicers forced to back up.
A presses from Cinderace. A nice little snipe shot does miss the mark. Snorlax goes down at the hands of the Alchemy. Teams are going to reset. One Pokemon down each side. Cinderace starting to chip out Rayquaza. Hasn't really started hitting it for real. Zugrug gonna get caught by a Garchomp. And we're gonna get the freeze from Flareon's. Unite move from the Blissey onto the Garchomp. Very low HP bar is gonna try to self-sustain. Zacian looking for the Garchomp, unable to find it. Rayquaza now at half.
Zacian also used the Sovereign Sword there, so not much secure, and a big snipe shot takes down Zugrug on the Lapras. That's a whole 20 seconds. They will be down. Rayquaza is at half, and Sazouzou seems to want to keep chipping it. No, they let it go back up to full HP. Orange Juicers either needs to get a small back cap or they need to look for that Rayquaza. And here comes Nachos. The Talonflame might be looking for a sneaky cap here themselves, Kyle.
Yeah, they're going to get that 100 point unless Zacian is able to stop them. They do. Snipe Shot's going to connect on the Alchemy, and another one! Resu takes down the Cream Puff. Now we have the Cinderace trying to press, but another Snipe Shot. Resu is absolutely cooking Orange Juicers right now. 3 members up for OJ. That means Sazouzou, they are going for the rip here. You do have a secure from the Inteleon. Zugrug's gonna try to have to body block, but they body block and they don't go down, but Suicune's still down. Now we have Zacian down. Are they gonna be able to body block this snipe shot from Resu? Zugrug trying to get in the way. Snorlax though takes it. Sazouzou gonna get a 50-point 100 burger on the backside, and that should do it here for game 1.
Regardless, I mean, even if Orange Juicers was able to end up securing that Rayquaza, they wouldn't have had enough time to make it to the opposite side of the map to get their points in. Very well played and well stalled out by Sazouzou to take game number 1 in very clean fashion, 440 to 168.
Resu did not miss. It's like a single snipe shot that entire Rayquaza fight. It's just, you think one time you're going to get a little bit of a miss, but he was locked in. 9 KOs from them. Not only that, but you got to give some massive props to Megu. Earning that MVP crown, 14 assists. A lot of those stuns allowed Resu to really pop off during those moments. Orange Juicers just unfortunately could not get it done at Ray.
Yeah, and I mean, I don't think that Resu was touched even a single time, which I called out in the drafting script. Look, 24,000 damage taken. They were hardly touched at all, which is exactly what you want if you're Sazouzou. You do not want your backliner to get dove. And I think that a lot of the reason for that, which I talked about early in draft, is there's nothing on Orange Juicer's composition that could really get back there on that Inteleon. The best they had was Lapras being able to soak up a lot of that damage and body block, but with nothing following up on that Lapras to take the Inteleon down, they were able to do so much, and we saw it from the damage numbers, we saw it from the KO numbers.
84k dealt, 24k taken. Nothing really even touched close to that on the side of Orange Juicers. And that makes you kind of think you have a kind of a gutter pick for Orange Juicers, and they decided not to pivot into any sort of speedster. They felt like they would rather have that A-press pressure to maybe slow down, the Snorlax or chunk it down. I don't know, because you have Zugrug as more of a damage Lapras, but with how much movability, I guess, escapability tools that you have with Fell Stinger, Lapras just can't really dive onto Inteleon as well as it would like at times.
I mean, I really do like the decision from Orange Juicers to go with the carry-style Lapras and put the EXP share on the Suicune. I personally think that Suicune is better used as a defender or a supporter Pokemon because the stuns are really what you're looking for, the opportunity for CC. So I think I really like that decision, but I'm just not sure on that comp there was really a place for that Cinderace to be. I think they could have done something else, or maybe switched out the Zacian and gone for a speedster top path Pokemon that has a little bit stronger of early game, but we'll have to see what they end up doing. They do grab that first pick slot again, and they're not looking to change out their first band, taking out the Blaziken.
Blaziken gone. Dodrio once again gone. Again, Sazouzou really does not want Orange Juicers to play the game that they love playing, which is heavy pressure on that enemy side. So again, double speedster ban. Dodrio along with that Galarian Rapidash. We'll see how Orange Juicers pivots here. Like you said, they do have option for this first pick. And Alchemy on the table, they're going to take that pretty much every time.
I feel like I'm also just keeping Alchemy because I think that you just don't want to give the opportunity for the other team to pick it, even if you do think that you could win with something else. It's just so strong right now. But so far, same game as last time. Sazouzou will take the Inteleon away, as well as the Snorlax, 2 picks that were extremely strong for them. And Zugrug does still like that Lapras, but OG, I think, which is definitely a better option, they're going to take away that Garchomp.
Another very OG Pokemon. Loves the Zacian, loves the Garchomp. If they're able to grab the Blissey here, I imagine that Sazouzou is going to try to take that away, but maybe they go to something like a Clefable either. But I think they are hovering the Blissey. I think it's very smart. Not only do you get an incredible supporter yourselves, but you also keep it away from that Garchomp.
Yeah, and I mean, they're still going to go with that Blissey. Still, definitely the second strongest support in the game. And taking the Buzzwole, I think, is a pretty good counter to that Garchomp. It gets online a little bit earlier, but still, Garchomp, very strong top path Pokemon. And Kratos, I do like this decision as well. They're going to take away that Talonflame from Nachos, forcing them into the Absol instead. And like we talked about, not having a Speedster in the last match to get in on that Inteleon was definitely something I think may have hurt Orange Juicer's composition. And now they are going to bring out that Talon, which I like.
I do too. I like Kratos on the Talon. Not necessarily like the top pick of speedsters for them. Obviously, you see the two that they probably would have loved to go with, which would be that Dodrio or Galarian Rapidash. But Talonflame's still an incredible speedster. I am surprised to see not an Absol from Kratos, because that is another Pokemon that Kratos loves to play, and it also would deprive Nachos from being able to play, but instead Nachos is going to grab that Absol.
Yeah, and I still like the Absol. It's still really strong as a speedster regardless. It's one of the strongest still, and it has a really strong level 5, so it can contest pretty early, and I think that is one of those speedsters that's pretty good into something like Talonflame because it has a lot of escapability and movement, but I think that the Talonflame's main goal is going to be that Inteleon. Regardless, they can't let Resu do what they did in that last match. Just absolutely blow them out of the water. Pun intended, I guess, and hit every single snipe shot. Talon with the opportunity to have fly, even Brave Bird is still fine. It can dodge a little bit more. It can avoid getting hit by the snipe shots and look to one-shot the Inteleon.
And this is game number 2 of this Group A set. Orange Juicers once again on your left side, Sazouzou on your right side. This time it is going to be Kratos on the Talonflame in the central area, opposed to that Cinderace, but we are going to see that Milcery Gibble top lane that we kind of expected.
Yeah, Gibble is definitely one of those strong top path Pokemon, and I think that you need to make sure that you get Alchemy online because it does not have as strong of an early game as Blissey. Flareon's on the Mew, looking to secure that away from Sazouzou, doing pretty good of that. And I'm excited to see Flareon's Mew. It's a Pokemon that we haven't seen come back as hard as I think I would have liked to, but it's still very strong.
Yeah, some of the buffs that it received in a recent patch definitely made it a little bit more relevant, but still not like top tier. We are seeing it as that damage Mew once again, but I mean, kind of a stalemate here. 10 and 7 for each of those carry Pokemon, so it's been a little bit of a swap between these two Pokemon. So good secures on both sides on that bottom side. You see Talonflame, so we are going to see a 3, maybe 4 on 3 up in that top path.
Yeah, they're sending everybody up there. Flareon's going up there as well. They really want to try to secure as much of that as possible, where Zugrug looking to handle the bottom path by themselves. So far, though, the top path looking pretty good. Garchomp does get a KO. They are already level 5.
Gonna try to hold this goal zone on this Absol. Nice little push there from OG is gonna send a couple Pokemon into danger. Talonflame takes out the Buzzwole. Points reigning supreme here in the top path for OJ.
Yeah, great job from Flareons as well to switch their moves around, get the Electro Ball out, and then switch immediately into the Solar Beam to take care of that Buzzwole. Mew is just one of those Pokemon that is still a strong attacker. You can kind of play it in the support role as well, but it takes so much skill to be able to time your moves. Resu looking to get back to base, and they are able to. Wow, that was close.
That was criminal behavior of being able to escape. A little bit of a Houdini act for them. Big Altaria is going to be awarded to the Orange Juicers OG, taking that one. Absol going to try to take down this Lapras, but that is a tall task. They do get to safety, but Snorlax goes down as a little bit of payment. 13 points HP on this top tier 1 goal. You see Orange Juicers kind of looking for a break here.
And what a great play from Zugrug on Lapras in the bottom path to set up Kratos to be able to dive in. That was definitely a really solid play. You use the stun of the Lapras to make sure that Absol can't get their next pursuit out. They're on cooldown. You let Talonflame jump in. And there they go again. As I'm talking about it, we've got another little bit of a setup there. That's a double KO. Garchomp will go down, but I think the double KO might be worth it for OJ.
I think so too. That was a really nice play, nice little teamwork play, scoop into the Brave Bird for them. Absol does take down Zugrug on the Lapras. Both sets of objectives are hitting the map, and it looks like it's going to be 2 members for Orange Juicers on the bottom side. And it looks like Sazouzou is a little bit spread out over the map.
Yeah, Talon looking for an engage on the Inteleon. Fantastic pivot there. Great timing of that Fell Stinger to avoid it. Talon will take down Buzzwole, but they will lose their own life as instead, as Lapras now looking for their level 7. They will find it there. Now has access to the ice.
4 members from Sazouzou looking to push this T1 goal zone. Snipe shots were a little bit wide from Resu, unable to take down the Mew. And they are going to be the prime target because Lapras will absorb a lot of those snipe shots quite well. In the top path, still, Rezulecki stands. Buzzwole guarding that T1 goal zone. OG desperately looking for this level 9. They find it.
Noticeably this time, I said that Lapras was going to pick up the Ice Beam, but they have gone with the Bubble Beam instead. Last time they were more carry-focused, the Ice Beam this time. They have handled the Bubble Beam instead, and handling the Regieleki is still Inteleon, able not to miss every single snipe shot.
Oh, nice little Brave Bird there. Blissful Assistance is going to help take out that Talonflame. Nice KO for Sazouzou. That means the push is on. They're able to take down the Regieleki. It is our Orange Juicers, but Unite moves are starting to fly. Fluffy Cream Supreme going to try to heal these HP bars. Buzzwole in hot pursuit, try to take down the Mew. They grab the Alchemy instead. Nice little superpower combo into the Absol, into the snipe shot. Sazouzou gets a nice KO. Nice little top path win.
Not very well positioned on the Alchemy Unite move, honestly. It should have been a little bit farther forward because Orange Juicers needed to dive into that team, but that fight was kind of lost at the beginning as soon as Kratos jumped in and everybody was ready for it. Even if you do land on top of Inteleon, there's no guarantee that you're actually going to be able to take it down.
And you saw exactly that with that Blissey Unite move. Really insulating not only the Inteleon, but getting a KO in process. Absol looking to take down the Garchomp. They do. That 1v1 matchup was a 2v1. Snorlax helped out a little bit. But now you have 5 seconds until a basement Reggie, and you have 4 members of Sazouzou really prioritizing it. It is a Registeel snipe shot. We're going to look to start connecting. Zugra grabbing vision, maybe aggroing this Registeel, maybe trying to bait it out so it can potentially regenerate some of its health so Orange Juicers could come down.
Lapras is getting pushed towards the Inteleon, which is kind of where I think they want to be. OG now looking to chip at this Registeel, but here comes the Absol. Wow, just blown up. The Garchomp can't even get the Unite move out. Registeel is low. It is Zugrug to take it. A couple KOs, though, going back the other way.
Hey, that's exactly what Orange Juicers needed. Zugrug with a hero play to get that Registeel, and now they have that attack buff, which will enable a little bit further of a push. Heavy Slam is going to stop a couple of these scores. 28 HP on this basement goal zone. Snorlax going to be the first to fall. Buzzwole going to be a combination by this Garchomp into the Unite move, and now we have 3 members down. Make it 4. Orange Juicers looking to push this T2 goal zone. A lot of these points are going to fly. No one is able to go, and it's likely going down, Husky.
Wow, absolutely huge play for the Orange Juicers there, and I don't think the Absol thought that they were actually going to be able to make it through and go for a push, and so they went and padded some points into the top path. I mean, what else can you do at that point? There's nothing really you can do. Even if you get there in time, you'll immediately be taken down. So I think it was definitely a good call. Just throw that 50 points in, break that top goal zone, and hope for a good Regieleki opportunity here, which Nachos is going to start ripping this up, but here comes Orange Juicers, and Kratos has got a Brave Bird ready.
Gonna look for maybe a secure here. Might be a little bit late because the Absol is gonna ensure that KO with the Unite move. However, we have Kratos on hot pursuit. Absol just able to escape. Oh, and the Talonflame goes down at the hands of Resu once again. Great snipe shots there. Mew is going to try to get vision of the Snorlax. Nice block is going to enable that Muted Auto to do essentially no damage. And Orange Juicers forced to defend not only this T2, but also this T1 bottom side.
Kratos playing very aggressively, just jumping in and then hoping for the best, and a lot of times they are getting taken down because I don't think Resu has missed a single snipe shot all day. Flareons looks to push them back, and they will be successful doing so. Meanwhile, you let OG cap a 50 in the top path. Not a bad play there from the Juicers.
I do like it. A little bit of aggression here from Kratos. Snipe shot a little bit wide. Solar Beam is true, connects on there, but all 5 members down. This might be the team fight. Reggie Ice, gonna be the Reggie down in the bot pass. Snipe shot misses the Reggie Ice, looking for a secure, looking for a body block is Zugrug, and good job there from the Absol to ensure that KO. However, Absol going down. Rayquaza now joining the fight. Nice little stun for the Dazzling Gleam onto the Buzzwall. This is going to be where the fight goes. Brave Bird connects. 3 members down for Sazouzou. The push is on for the Juicers.
Yeah, Alchemy Unite move a little bit early, but I really do like that strategy. We saw it earlier from Roland as well in game number 1. The Talon with the eject. That's a quadra KO for them. It's just Blissey on the map, and I don't think they're even going to be able to get there in time. They won't. It is going to be Kratos with the secure, and the Juicers are looking to dunk some points.
309, 166 points are inevitable here. Hundo, Burger, Surge, Thresh, 409, 166. Looking at this center goal zone. Shield is going to be broken by the Buzzwall, but I think that's all the matter for the Orange Juicers. They realize that they are very far ahead. They may not even look to push into the home goal.
Yeah, I don't know why you would, honestly. You can back up. You have some points that you can lose as well, even if you give up that tier 1 goal zone in the bottom side. It won't really matter, and they have a lot of shields. They could always send somebody for a sneaky score. I think that's what Flareon's might be trying to do here, and Teleon now has to peel back to chase them, so Sazouzou is pretty split right now.
Flareon is going to pay for his crimes. Going back to the Pokemon Center, Brave Bird connects on a pair. Buzzwole going down. Snorlax shortly there follows after. And it is Garchomp taking that KO. 3 members still up. Brave Bird gonna connect on another 2. Blissful Assistance might be a little bit too late. Gonna at least save Nachos for the time being. OG gonna pop their Unite move. Gonna try to hunt down this Blissey. Blissful Assistance has expired. So has the Absol. So has the Blissey. And maybe Montezasu here in game number 2.
And Utah just trying their best to survive here. There's the second quadra of the game. Talonflame will handle that. Garchomp will be able to get another couple points in, but it doesn't matter. Orange Juicers, after the first game curse that we usually see from them, they are coming back to tie this series up 1-1.
We do see that very often. Orange Juicers, notorious slow starters in many tournaments, and you know, takes them a little bit to get their footing, but looking pretty good here in this game, too. They definitely seemed like they were very much in control from that, really from the midpoint on.
611 to 166 is your final, and 17 KOs from Kratos. I think it's safe to say that pulling away from the Cinderace and taking the Talonflame away from Nachos was definitely a good call. Looking much better to have that dive option, and even if they couldn't get in on this Inteleon as much, you can clearly see, if you were to put the numbers side by side from last match, just how much of a difference this team composition shift made. 147,000 damage from Kratos.
Yeah, didn't miss many Brave Birds, that's for sure. Incredible stuff here from Orange Juicers to tie this set up. I mean, not really a whole lot different from their composition. I mean, you switch the Zacian with the Garchomp, and then you switch the Cinderace with the Talonflame. And yeah, you get Flareons on the Mew. It's always kind of a good pick. Surprisingly, you know, Suicune, a Pokemon that we have been talking about in the meta for really 3 or 4 straight months, not in the bans, not in the picks here in Game 2.
I think that a lot of that has to do with what Sazouzou was prepared to take into the match, and regardless, I think they felt they could handle Suicune, but they didn't really want to play it. I mean, look at their composition. It's really shaped around having this Blissey Snorlax core, so taking that slot away from one of those Pokemon, or even taking it away from the Buzzwole and using Suicune as a top path Pokemon, just wouldn't work as well with that composition, even if Suicune is really strong. So I think they kind of had a plan, and a lot of teams will do this. You know, you'll have, if we're first pick, this is kind of something we want to go with. If we're second pick, this is something we want to go with. They kind of force Orange Juicers to grab that Alchemy. They know they're going to be able to take that Blissey, and then they form their comp around that instead. Especially with the Inteleon. I mean, obviously Suicune's always good. I just don't think that it was for the composition that they wanted. And it looks like we might have the same sides once again. Orange Juicers might be on that first pick side. They are. So Sazouzou decides to take second pick again.
They do. This is also a massive game for this group, right? This is, as we talked about, this is the group that only has 3 teams. So every single match, not even just the entire match, but every single game is quite important here. As we see the bans, very similar for Montezasu, they still keep that Dodrio and that Galarian Rapidash. And then I think these are great bans for Orange Juicers. Blaziken, incredibly powerful, and so is the Umbreon, with ideally what Orange Juicers wants to do.
Yeah, same bans. They're not really looking to switch it up. I doubt that Sazouzou really will look to switch it up either. They're not going to. Same first bans, same first 3 picks as well. This is a good opportunity for Orange Juicers to kind of switch things up. They could take that Garchomp, which I really liked previously. It looks like OG's hovering over it. And they might grab Lapras again, too. There's not really much that either team looks to want to change this early.
I honestly wouldn't. I mean, Game 2 looked incredibly powerful for them. The Lapras definitely looked great into Inteleon in Game 2, especially when paired with something with perhaps like a little bit more damage and a little bit more range to kind of slow it down. That Mew pick was fantastic, and I always love seeing Flareons on the Mew, one of the notable Mew trainers in North America. I mean, you think about him, you think about Otter as like kind of those top tier Mew players. There's obviously 2 Pina Coladas too.
Yeah, obviously, of course, the support, you always throw the EXP share on that thing, but we do have a bit of a switch up for Sazouzou. We've got the Blastoise set up to be a carry Blastoise and a Hoopa, so no more Blissey with the Buzzwole. We're looking at the Hoopa instead with a little bit more of a tanky all-rounder. This is an interesting option here for the Juicers. They're going to go away from a Speedster again. They're going to keep the Mew, but they're going to go for a heavier backliner in the Alolan Raichu, which I imagine we will see Electro Ball, but this last pick here, once again, we've got the no Speedster composition from Orange Juicers.
Okay, yeah, no Speedster, and then you're staring at one of the most terrifying Speedsters on the opposite side, Zoroark. No Pocket Comfey, but I think you have a fantastic supporter in this Hoopa. I want to get your opinion on this, Husky. You have Hoopa along with a Zoroark. Do you feel like we're going to see a Trick Hoopa come out here?
I would like to see a Trick Hoopa, but I also don't ever mind seeing Hyperspace Hole just for a little bit more map control. This is not a team on Orange Juicers that can really pivot around and do a lot of defensive plays. I mean, you've got Flareon's on the Mew, which has some pretty good rotations, but other than that, there's not really anything stopping you from being able to take control of the map with a Hyperspace Hole Hoopa. That being said, I always just kind of prefer Trick at the moment. It's just the meta of supports having a little bit more shielding and kind of being a mid-range pocket, so I wouldn't be surprised to see either.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Hoopa does obviously have a lot of options. I think we've seen a lot more Trick recently, like you said, because of just the burst meta that we live in. And I mean, you have Mew that can chunk you down with some Electro Ball, with Solar Beam. I'm very interested to see how the Zoroark plays and who they're able to take down, because you do have a couple squishy targets, but Alolan Raichu can be tough to really get on top of if Kratos is playing it well.
And they are going to be sending the Alolan Raichu into the central area. And Nachos on the other side is going to be looking for the central area. But we've got the Hoopa looking for an invade. It might be a little bit difficult. They're not there in time to get the red buff. And Kratos just is going to pivot and look for some auto attacks on top of Yutao.
I don't blame them one bit. Nice little citrus berry from the Magician. Ooh. And the A-press pressure is going to send Kratos likely back to the Pokemon Center. No, he burns the eject, gets just enough shielding, and is able to salvage some of that wild Pokemon experience in their central area.
Good response from Zugrug as well, but what timing there from that Magician. Yutao will go down here to Zugrug, and it will give the opportunity for Kratos to reach that level 5, but here comes Nachos through the central area, and they are level 5 as well, and if we're comparing level 5 gangs from that central area, Zoroark is definitely one of the best.
Definitely. Level 5. Fantastic. But you're going to see a 2-on-2 for this Altaria family. Water Gun from Squirtle is not going to do enough damage, but I believe they were able to salvage that main Altaria experience. Not enough to evolve. It's been a little bit of a stalemate down in this bottom path as well.
And we've got a couple bits of poke damage coming out there from Flareons with the Electro Ball, but nothing to really do too much damage. No, look at this. Kratos, the stored power, looking to invade on top of Nachos. That is a dangerous move from them, but they're going to get out safely.
They do get out safely, and Wartortle Hoopa still putting a little bit of pressure on in this top path. And you have Alolan Raichu going back to that central area, trying to get those levels up as fast as possible. This is a carry Blastoise, so it could be very deadly once it gets that level 7. I'm wondering if we may see a Rapid Spin.
I feel like we will still see Surf, but a Rapid Spin is definitely possible. We've got the Hydro Pump on already. Zugrug now looking to get out. Megu is going to have to back up here, but Zugrug actually not looking to get out. They will just jump in, and unfortunately for them, the Heavy Slam will hit. Alchemy now having to deal with this top path by themselves. Not quite level 7 on OG.
Able to get 30 points in from that Wartortle. Now, Zoroark was looking to go on in, shielded by the Alchemy was OG, and is going to salvage their HP bars for the time being. 720 birds hitting the map in both sides, 3v3 on the top side. We have Nachos waiting for an engage. Hoopa Trick is going to try to insulate this Blastoise, and they do get them a lot of XP from that Altaria family.
As we talked about earlier about what the Hoopa was going to end up going, we are seeing that they have gone with the Trick moveset, so it offers a little bit of healing as well with the Phantom Force. Once they do get that, whoever that they have tricked can jump back through the Phantom Force and secure a little bit extra of their HP bar. In this bottom path, though, this is a Registeel, and it's right now just Zugrug handling this Inteleon and Snorlax combo.
Just Zugrug blocking all these snipe shots, doing a pretty good job. Flareon's getting the last hit with an Electro Ball. That is a nice buff for them. Mystical Mirage is going to allow them to reset their HP bar back at the base, away from any damage from Sazouzou. Snipe shot connecting on Kratos now, but not enough to chunk down them entirely. OG getting a KO on that top path Blastoise, moving towards this Regieleki. Are they going to be able to get in time before the Hoopa arrives? They do.
Yeah, they are able to take that, and Garchomp looking for their level 9. They will be able to secure that last hit and get it. Now they're looking to push in this Regieleki. They have an option for a Unite move, and they will take it. Resu, though, responding with their own.
And we have the Dazzling Gleam to stun up a couple Dragon Scoop, and that was 4 of them in their combo. Nice little eject play just to make sure they're able to stay upright. Only one Pokemon down. That could have been very dangerous before Pokemon or Orange Juicers looking to push. Regieleki walks on in. Another Scoop is going to grab a pair. 2 members down for Sazouzou, and his points rain in for OJ.
Yeah, I mean, great positioning there with the Fluffy Cream Supreme. I think I talked about it last time. The positioning was a little off. It is important to plop that cake down where it's going to be the most impactful. And that was just a perfect placement to make sure that Orange Juicers could get in and break that goal zone. They're not so far ahead. There hasn't been a lot of scores that have gone in so far, but that's definitely a push in the right direction for OJ.
Zugrug monitoring this basement path, making sure no one is there to maybe put a little bit of pressure on this T1 goal zone, because they've done a great job. 25 seconds until the next basement objective hits the map, and you start to see Sazouzou start hovering down this bottom path.
I feel like still Orange Juicers has not really had much of an answer to this Inteleon. They're just kind of capitalizing on mistakes, and that could be difficult with a Surf Blastoise on the board. A lot of CC to set up this Inteleon, and I'm not sure if Orange Juicers is going to be able to get in on it. And again, Resu does not miss the snipe shots. Here they go, though. Garchomp looking to take them down, misses the Fell Stinger, but will hit the eject button. OG looks for an engage. They find a Unite move, but they are getting very low, Kyle.
Nice Hydro Typhoon from Blastoise is going to knock up a pair. 2 members, make it 3 members down. Nachos is starting to cook up some KOs. Regirock now on the menu for Sazouzou. They are looking to try to invade it, trying to secure it. Zugrug unable to get in there, and they get KO'd. Unite move to secure the Regirock, along with a great snipe shot. Going to take the KO on the Mew.
I'm not really sure what Orange Juicers can do at this point besides look for defense. They're not going to be able to stop the points from raining in, but they are going to pop the Fluffy Cream Supreme to keep everybody healthy. There is a Regieleki in the top path. Teams might start to pivot up in that direction, but I think that Orange Juicers, they definitely needed to take that Inteleon down in that fight. Unfortunately, OG was not able to get in there. Really great insulation from Sazouzou, especially the Blastoise and Snorlax, from making sure that OG can't do their job, because they're the only dive option that Orange Juicers has.
Nice quick rip here from the Garchomp with the Alchemy Pocket. Is going to put this Regieleki towards this T2 goal zone. But Husky, look at these levels right now. Orange Juicers, despite being very close in score, has fallen a bit behind.
Yeah, and I think they really are going to need to prioritize getting the Garchomp that level 13. There's no way they win this game without it, and they're not really that close to level 12 just yet. Instead, they're going to look for a 5-person push to the bottom path. Already, Alolan Raichu going down. The Power Nap comes out. Orange Juicers in trouble.
Great quick pivot here from Sazouzou. Not only that, but they find multiple KOs. 4 members are down for the Orange Juicers. Not only that, but they are beelining towards this T2 goal zone. 50 points looking to go in from Zoroark. Is the jump going to be in time? No. Even on the top path, Blastoise getting another 50-point dunk in. 273, 128. Orange Juicers is here to try to combat that. We have an Electro Ball connects on the Zoroark. Has not been able to get the KO. Scoop and KO. Alolan Raichu takes out the Snorlax, not the prime target that they wanted. Another snipe shot connects onto the Garchomp, and a little bit of a push here. Another Muted Auto onto the Hoopa, but again, haven't been able to find and convert what they wanted. Another snipe shot. Resu heating up once again.
I thought that the Surge Surfer, or whatever the passive of a Hoenn Raichu is called that lets it dash around, I thought that might be enough to avoid some of the snipe shots, but it's just not happening. They're still hitting every single thing. Doesn't matter if they're in a dragon combo, doesn't matter if Hoenn Raichu's bouncing around, Resu is hitting every single snipe shot. And with 8 seconds left until Rayquaza hits the map and a really solid lead for Sazouzou, this is really setting up Orange Juicers to have to win a team fight and do so substantially.
They're quite late. You see a Sazouzou already set up in the Rayquaza pit, and they have great positioning. Snipe shots are going to try to scope out where exactly OJ is setting up. They decide to come through the top path. Zoroark, big engage, big stuns. It's a piece of cake to break it pretty cake, but 2 members are already down for OJ. Make it 3. Zoroark getting a double KO. Snorlax cleaning up the alchemy. Zugrug trying to get backwards, but here come the rings unbound. Sazouzou looking for a rip on Rayquaza, and they get it. Snorlax securing it for them.
Wow, what? That is devastating for Orange Juicers. That engagement from Nachos on everybody. I mean, yeah, Zugrug did get the vision. They found them. But by the time they did, it was already too late. Nachos just immediately stuns up 3 members, takes down everybody in a single move. What a play there from Nachos on the Zoroark. That is absolutely devastating.
Gonna find a KO on the Mew. Nacho's dangerously low. Kratos looking for this KO on the backside. Points rain in. Another 200 from Snorlax and Hoopa is gonna make this task incredibly tall for Orange Juicers to come back. Only 45 seconds. This one's about all but over here in Game 3.
Yeah, they have some time to push, but I don't know if they're going to have enough momentum nor enough damage to be able to get it done. But they'll play it out to the end regardless. They have Zoroark down for a good amount of time. They could make something happen here, but they've used a lot to make sure that Zoroark goes down, and they're still chasing around this Hoopa. Cannot seem to keep their momentum.
Not at all. Yeah, 30 seconds left now, and still a couple of shields insulating this Hoopa. They're going to look for even more scores, and Orange Juicers might not even get over to the right side. And it looks like they're just going to hang out, have a little conversation between these 2 defender players, and it's going to get interrupted by Resu, who just says, no, Lapras. How about you just take a quick trip back to the Pokemon Center?
I mean, that engagement from the Zoroark in the game was all but over. They literally 1v4'd the entirety of Orange Juicers, which is kind of just embarrassing. Like, at that point, there's not really that much you can do. They were ready for it, they knew and I think Orange Juicers also knew exactly what Nachos was trying to do. They kind of just knew that was going to happen, and they still were getting stunned up. Everybody was just too grouped up together, and what a play there to end a game-winning, game-ending, set-ending play. Sazouzou is going to take this one 877 to 193. They're taking this set 2-1.
Massive set win here for Sazouzou in this very competitive Group A. That means that they are going to be in prime position to advance into Day 2 tomorrow. Obviously, the top 2 teams of each group. Although Orange Juicers was able to get that game number 2 win, so that might bode well for them. It's going to depend on how they match up. They're obviously going to need to win that matchup if they do want to advance.
I think that I would really like to have a conversation with Orange Juicers about what their plan was in that game number 3 for the draft. Cinder didn't work. I'm not sure why a Hoenn Raichu would then work against Nachos on the various speedster Pokemon that they were able to play, especially when Talonflame was so good in game number 2. That was the linchpin for their win in game number 2, and I'm really surprised as to why they wouldn't go with that pick again. Maybe not even that pick, but with another speedster, even taking the Absol away that looked good. They could have gone Zoroark themselves, Leafeon maybe. There's some options if they didn't want to play Talonflame, but I'm just not sure if this double backliner is really it.
Yeah, it was kind of tough that he just didn't have a solution for it, so we'll see what Orange Juicers will be able to do in their next set of this Group A, but that is going to have to wait because we are going to be moving on into the next round, which I believe is going to be Group B, but before that, we have to take a quick little break, so don't go too far, friends. Don't go too far, trainers. Maybe grab some snacks, maybe use the restroom, whatever you need to do, because we will be back very, very shortly. Welcome back, trainers. Unity Clash Summer Showdown, and we are finally back. A little bit of a break there, but no worries, friends. We have the next match set up. Nouns Esports versus Hoenn Plaga. It is going to be an absolute banger. We did just see, well, off screen, Nouns just finished their match, which is what we were waiting for. Nouns did take down Tagang 2-1 in that round matchup. So very exciting stuff, but I believe we do have an updated standings graphic, potentially, maybe, possibly. That's what I was told.
Maybe. Nouns did win their previous set, and that's why we're a little bit late coming back. So right now they're coming in 1-0. Again, they beat Tagang 2-1, so they had a bit of a longer set that we were looking for. And now they're going up against Hoenn Plaga, who absolutely needs this set win if they want to have a chance to make it through.
That is going to be a must-win situation. It's also potentially a must-win situation for Tagang against version 1, which I believe is going on off-screen as well. Version 1 looks like they were able to win their set versus Hoenn Plaga. So that is a very exciting, kind of matchup that's going on. Version 1 versus Tagang. If I'm not mistaken, Husky, that's a matchup that we saw off-screen in the NA Regionals, which ended up qualifying version 1 for Worlds.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, a salty run back for Tagang, and for version 1, they're just going to try their absolute best to make it through Group B and come out on top. Nouns Esports right now has a really good shot, being 1-0, going up against Hoenn Plaga, who just lost, so they might also not have the momentum. Nouns having some strong momentum after winning that set 2-1, but this is a very competitive group. There's a lot to be expected there. And we did just see in the previous match, if you were not here, we watched Orange Juicers versus Sazouzou. And Sazouzou won in a 2-1 fashion as well.
Yeah, and this is kind of Nouns in the driver's seat, Sazouzou in the driver's seat of their group. Essentially, if Sazouzou just wins against Tuzzy Esports, that will qualify them for day number 2. Orange Juicers versus Tuzzy Esports is likely going to decide which of those teams advance. Very exciting stuff. And then we take a look at Group C and D. C, did see LATAM South qualifier of Infamous Gaming go down. And we have Komai Esports along with Pocket Rockets both winning their set. So they are in the driver's seats of their respective group. And then we look at Group D, Husky.
Yeah, Group D, Stamina going down 0-1. I'm trying to look at who played who over here because I can't remember what the exact matchups were. So it was You Need Coaching who won against Stamina Esports, and it was then Nemesis who won against Los Caducados. So a couple interesting sets that you might think could have gone either way, but they were both 0-2 sets. So Nemesis and You Need Coaching, both from NA, coming out on top there. Interesting setup.
Very, yeah. And we look at like the specific matchups for C. It was Komai Esports taking down Infamous Gaming, and then it was Pocket Rockets taking down Collab, and both of those sets were 2-1. So no real big 2-0s here throughout the bracket, which is very, very exciting to see. Kind of even matchups across the board, which could make a potential 2-0 in any of these sets very important for group seeding, especially if there are potential ties to be had or ties to be settled. Because again, top 2 teams in each group are going to be qualifying for day number 2, which is held tomorrow here, same time, same place.
Yeah, a lot of groups with a lot of really intense competition between them. And we're going to see another one of these sets very soon as they're getting ready. Nouns Esports versus Hoenn Plaga. This is a do or die situation for Hoenn. Well, I should say do or get KO'd. We're not allowed to say die. So here we go.
That's
Draft for game number 1.
Nouns Esports looking to set up first bans, and it is going to be an Umbreon. It's a Pokemon that we saw Orange Juicers ban a majority of the time in their set. Hoenn Plaga banning that Galarian Rapidash, which I believe, if I'm not mistaken, was banned in all 3 games of the previous set as well. Alchemy made it through, and it's not making it through here in game 1 of this set, though.
Yeah, they want to ban that Alchemy. You do not want to give that Pokemon to Ender, who is instead going to lock in that Suicune. A lot of good options for first pick there. Suicune, definitely a Pokemon that you can't really go wrong first picking. In that support slot, it's going to be interesting, because you're going to have to build your team around it, but Hoenn Plaga does have a good few options to grab in their second picks.
Bris was hovered, but Snorlax being up and being the strongest tank in the game, you're going to probably take that most of the time. And a first pick Greninja, a very curious play here for Hoenn Plaga.
Interesting. I mean, I don't know, there's a lot that can counter a Greninja. I mean, if anything, it just kind of throws Nouns off so that they know immediately what they're going up against, so it might throw off their picks a little bit. Ghatlue hovering this Leafeon we didn't get to see, still very strong speedster. And we've locked in Pikachu as well.
Okay.
So main attacker being Pikachu, definitely solid. You have the Volt Tackle option, just immediately silences something like a Greninja. I don't mind this pick.
Honestly, yeah, I think Greninja, and also we watched it in the grassroots competition this past week on Underdog a lot, and Greninja was played quite a bit, and it was pretty powerful at times. We saw a lot of players, picking it. I'm not sure if it's like a first pick selection, but so far, I mean, you have a couple options from Nouns Esports. I do like this Leafeon, which can really be a problem, maybe a thorn in the side of that Greninja.
Oh, the Wigglytuff getting locked in for Bruv. I hope it's rollout. I really hope it's rollout. And we've got
Me
the
too.
Aegislash as well, Toon locking that Pokemon in. Very interesting team composition. We see no defender. I mean, obviously Wigglytuff is a defender, but we're seeing no defender, so that's definitely something. And then we've got Hoenn Plaga looking to hover over Mewtwo Y, but they do have the Blissey Garchomp combo, which is very powerful. Noticeably, no Speedster to try to deal with that Leafeon, but I guess there's not really a backline to dive when it's just Pikachu.
True, yeah, and also you kind of run the risk of allowing Pikachu to pivot into Volt Tackle and really shut down any sense of a dive. And you also have that Wigglytuff Cute Charm to deal with, which honestly is so annoying if you're a speedster. I'm not a speedster, but I play a decent amount of Wigglytuff, and you can just sense some of the frustrations that the speedsters play, especially when that Cute Charm procs on, a diving Pokemon, whether it's a speedster or even, some of the all-rounders. So looking at this Garchomp in particular, if Garchomp is going to get procced by that Cute Charm.
Yeah, it's going to kind of be Safeguard versus Cute Charm, right? You got to see how you can time the Safeguards to make sure that the Cute Charm doesn't do what Cute Charm usually wants to do. And then you got to hope, if you're Pikachu, that you time your Volt Tackles to make sure you're avoiding the Safeguards. And honestly, the Pikachu doesn't have a ton of Volt Tackle opportunities. You have to make sure that you don't hit a double team on Greninja with that Volt Tackle. So I wonder if we'll see Mage Pika, or maybe that's just me coping, because I would love to see Mage Pika, but this could be an interesting matchup.
I do love a good Mage Pika. I think that's personally my favorite way to play Pika, but we will see. This is game number 1 of Group B. Nouns Esports on your left side. Hoenn Plaga going to be on your right, and we're going to see which Pokemon goes to the central area. Toon is taking the Aegislash.
Oh, well, kind of double jungle here. Ghatlue heading into the central area as well, likely to get that level 4 and then head up into the top path with that Razor Leaf available. Meanwhile, you've got the Greninja heading into the central area, sending Mewtwo Y down into the bottom path to make sure that Greninja gets as much experience as possible. It's kind of exactly what you want. Usually with Greninja being an attacker, we usually see a speedster heading into the central area, and Greninja takes a little bit longer to get online, but not what we're seeing here. They will come out freely with level 5.
Eject buttons traded both by the Gibble and Ender on the Suicune. Both get to safety. 9:15, we're going to see where these central area Pokemon start to come. Greninja still a Frogadier now heading towards the top path.
We've got Bruv now in the bottom path. They're getting a little bit low, but they're playing Wigglytuff the best way to play Wigglytuff, which is being on low HP and running around and doing something. But looks like, Kyle, we've got Thunder on the Pikachu. We could still see Volt Tackle Thunder, but there is some elements of Mage.
Okay, Sing is going to put this Frogadier to sleep. KO found. Pressure is on from Nouns Esports. They do peel back a little bit, clean up that Altaria family, because some low HP bars and with no healer, you don't want to play too close to the sun.
Bruv now jumping in with the Sing. That's a huge engagement from them. We've got Mewtwo Y going down. Snorlax soon to follow. Double KO for the Aegislash. Looking to put some more points in as well. What a great start here for Nouns Esports.
And Ender going to try to stop this Chansey invasion of the central area. Chansey also going to grab at least one Citrus Berry. Ender is going to go ahead and make sure that not both of them are gobbled up. Going to try to prevent this evolution, but the Pound is going to be a great secure tool. Blissey online.
Blissey being absolutely annoying. They're going to find some berries and run around to be even more annoying. That does give the opportunity for Nouns to handle those central area Altaria families the way that they want to. Now Bruv jumping in, getting very low. They will go down, but Leafeon comes in to clean up the Greninja.
We got Aegislash online in true Summer Showdown fashion, wearing the floaties. I'm going to go on into this Mewtwo Y, find an easy KO in Nouns Esports. This early game starting to look really good. You got 2 level 8s already.
Aegislash ready for a day at the beach, whereas Mewtwo Y ready for a day at the back of the Pokemon Center. Instead, they got to get their summer on. Maybe they need to get some floaties themselves. Ghatlue is level 8. They do have a Unite move available. They might want to go in here. They do. Big Emerald 2-step takes down Blissey.
Massive play there. Mewtwo Y Side Strike, though, is going to prevent even more KOs. But being found, Aegislash able to take down one. Ghatlue able to take down that Snorlax right after getting that huge Unite move. Pikachu, it's a Desu, just hovering this bottom path, making sure to gobble up all the wild Pokemon experience that they can. Hoenn Plaga, they see the writing on the wall. They're going for this Regieleki instead.
Aegislash is looking fantastic right now. Do they have the ability to secure? Gosh. They do. The coup de grace coming out, and they jump in with the Shadow Claw. Not usually the build that we see, but looking fantastic here. While the Pikachu Leafeon in the bottom path ripped down that objective. Nouns Esports off to a fantastic start.
We're going to put this goal zone down to 12. Look for a potential massive overdunk. Pikachu and Aegislash both holding 40 Aeos energy. Leafeon on the pursuit of this T2 goal zone, and Ghatlue doing exactly what you want your Leafeon to do. Get vision, get pressure on the enemy side.
We do have those 40 points getting ready to be dunked in last second, just to make sure that you're not breaking and giving access to those back Pokemon for Hoenn Plaga to farm up. You don't want to give them the time to do so. Bruv, solo ult Starlight Recital on themselves just to back up, give some extra time for Nouns to go into the top path and continue scoring.
Bruv knew that they had to use that Unite move just to buy a little bit more time. And now you have Toon on the bottom side. Nice heavy slam into the Aegislash, into the Water Burst Shuriken. Are they going to find the KO? Blissey is able to put that Bliss Assist onto the Greninja. More Water Shurikens out. And we have 3 members down for Nouns Esports. Pikachu Unite move. Going to Volt Tackle on in. Thunderstorm out. We have the Greninja trying to run away, and they are going to get to safety.
Absolutely huge moment for Hoenn Plaga. Even if they're not able to break that goal zone, they still get some very high-value KOs in that moment. Taking down the Aegislash was absolutely huge. Greninja had a fantastic Unite move there. Here comes Bruv, though. They're taking down the Snorlax.
A little bit of a slap to send Snorlax back to the Pokemon Center. 20 seconds until the top Reggie, 20 seconds until the bottom Reggie. Teams are kind of split across the map. Nouns Esports kind of has positioning for this top.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Pikachu looking to farm back their Unite move. They want to make sure that they get that back. Ender might be caught here. Throws the Whirlpool down, but there goes Toon. They're going to try to clean it up themselves.
Side Strike onto the Aegislash. Toon gets cleaned up by themselves. Wigglytuff Sing is going to insulate the Pikachu, make sure they get away to safety. Ender going to try to run away from the Mewtwo. Another Side Strike going to connect. Sure hit ability. Hoenn, Plaga in position for this top Regieleki, and they should be able to clean it up. Ender getting caught between a block in a hard place, unable to advance towards the Regieleki. However, in the bottom path, Ice awarded to Nouns.
Toon just playing a little bit too aggressive there. Not looking to do that again. They're in shield form, trying to handle it themselves. Desu, though, gets caught. They have to use a Unite move. Leafeon comes in to find the Mewtwo. Why? Nouns turns it around. Double KO streak for the Leafeon. Triples KO for them. They're going to look for 50 points in the top path with a full team wipe. They'll have no problem breaking this goal zone.
Almost a problem as the Mewtwo Y Unite move is just a tad late. They're going to converge on the T2 goal zone that was once there, no longer there, and it's a little bit late. Bruv going to get poked and prodded by the Mewtwo, unable to get the KO there. The bottom side, Ender is going to go down to the Garchomp, but that is not the ideal target if you're Garchomp. Unfortunately, they still get a KO. Unite move on the Garchomp, going to look for the Pikachu. They do. Blissful Assistance just to ensure it.
Yeah, you may as well just use the Blissful Assistance. It was about 327. Ghatlue now getting caught. The Side Strike will be the one to do it. Toon also getting very low. A lot of damage coming out from this Mewtwo Y. The Starlight Recital has to come out. Wigglytuff standing on pad trying to prevent more points from going in. They will be able to do so, but they lose Aegis/Leafeon. They lose the Wigglytuff as well.
Oh, it's a very good Unite move from Ender that at least stalled it out for the time being, but it wasn't enough. And now, post-fight, you have a Greninja that has ticked into level 14. That is exactly what the doctor ordered if you're Hoenn Plaga.
14 on the Greninja. I mean, this is a Pokemon that I feel like you consistently get to very high levels by the late game because it farms experience so easily. Having it at level 14 and potentially ending up at level 15, it's about 14 3/4 here. That's going to be extremely valuable. And Nouns is going to have to make sure that they're prepared for that Greninja Unite move. The Water Burst Shuriken can do a lot of damage to a grouped up team. So they're going to have to make sure that they're ready for it as they're going to trade objectives here. Nouns taking the bottom path objective, while Hoenn Plaga deals with the Regieleki.
Ice to help those HP bars with no healer. That's actually quite useful for Nouns Esports. Going to get into position as Regieleki goes over to the Garchomp.
Ghatlue, a little bit of aggressive positioning here. The Side Strike will come down and force them away, but Nouns is a very aggressive position. They don't want to let Hoenn Plaga in, but already chipping at this Rayquaza is the Aegislash.
Oh, Greninja, very dangerous low. Great Sing into the stun from the Suicune. Starlight Recital out, gonna prevent some hindrance. Unite move out from the Blissey, directly onto the Garchomp. Unite move, stopped by the Pikachu Volt Tackle, unable to find a KO. Oh, great Whirlpool there by Indy, but he might be paying for a deal. Into the Unite move, they stay alive. Double KO, make it 3, but we have a pause.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think the Greninja disconnected, and I think they actually disconnected a couple times throughout that match, and they were definitely struggling a little bit there, but they are still up. Blissey getting very low. Greninja, it's just them. They do have a Water Burst Shuriken available. They have the X attack. They're gonna go for the Rayquaza. Not able to secure it there. Ghatlue on the Leafeon will make that happen as Nouns Esports moves towards the goal zones.
Valiant effort from the Greninja, but it might have been all for naught. Points reign supreme here. Hundo Burgers served fresh. 523, 228, couple extra Hundo Burgers served up, and Nouns Esports waltzing to a Game 1 victory.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. There are multiple times throughout that battle where a Greninja Unite move would have been fantastic, but I think that they had bad connection or they were DCing throughout that fight. And there were a couple points throughout the match where they did so. But I think that, you know, ultimately, even if the Greninja was able to make something happen there, Nouns was just doing too well throughout that match to really lose that fight, especially when you have Toon online, who was level 14 at the time, now level 15. You've got the Leafeon also dealing a ton of damage, and even Pikachu from the back line handling it. So great playing by Nouns, but it is unfortunate to see a little bit of a DC.
15 seconds left. A little bit of garbage time here. Maybe it's a little bit of damage farming for both of these squads. Maybe a KO farm too, as this Garchomp actually might be able to find a pair. They do. So nice little like stats padding right at the end there. Might make things look a little bit better at the end, but regardless, Hoenn Plaga going to be climbing an uphill battle being down 1 game in this 3-game set.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of expected, right? They're coming off of a loss. Nouns Esports has the momentum, but I think what Hoenn Plaga should take from this is they can beat this team. They were holding their own against Nouns Esports, which obviously we did as well, and as we've said, we did almost beat Nouns Esports, so it's not like
True.
it's hard, but Hoenn Plaga can really go into their next game understanding that there's a real chance that they can win this game number 2 and bring it back here. It is going to be difficult. It's an uphill battle for sure. With Nouns Esports playing a lot of Pokemon that we don't often see, it could be a little bit difficult to figure out what their strategy is. But Hoenn Plaga was doing really good. They were picking up KOs. They were pushing when they needed to. They were having a solid game.
They really were. Firing on all cylinders, right? I mean, significant lead halfway through, over 100 points. Then they kind of bolstered that even a little bit more towards the end. But it wasn't enough. Hoenn Plaga, they did find exactly what they needed closer to that end game with the big push on that T1 goal zone. It kind of leveled them up, not only closer in the score when they were able to break that goal zone, but the levels it was a pretty significant jump there because they were a little bit behind, especially in that level category. But I mean, I really liked this team composition. You don't normally see a lot of Wigglytuffs, but I think it worked so incredibly well there.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking before in the previous set about how Suicune just might not be a Pokemon that some teams are picking up because, you know, not only is it banned quite a lot, but it's also usually slotted into a defender or support style role. And sometimes that is just filled by so many other Pokemon. But I think that the Suicune with the Wigglytuff combo works so well. Even into a Safeguard Blissey, they were able to stun so much. They had so much CC on their side. You have constant opportunities to CC enemy Pokemon or force the Safeguard out and then go in a different direction. That being said, the Hoenn Plaga, I liked the Mewtwo Y here. A lot of damage with a lot of stunning themselves with the Psystrike ability. And Toon was doing a pretty good job at wide guarding out of those situations. But I think that with the Suicune, when you do go that route, I like the idea of pairing it with that Wigglytuff that does a lot of CC and is also very annoying.
I love it. I love a good Wigglytuff game. I feel like like you said, there are a lot of, I mean, maybe a lot of tank options, but a lot of the times it seems like the preferred tanks by a lot of these players are not actually defender class. I mean, we see a lot of Umbreon, or not Umbreon, we see a lot of Suicune as kind of like slotted in that defender supporter role because it does offer a lot of that crowd control. I think Wigglytuff is a perfect example of that. Technically a supporter, slotted into the tank role. What I love to see as well, we saw the Wigglytuff here. I would love to see Mr. Mime from Bruv, you know, kind of a signature Pokemon. I think it's not the best tank per se, but I think it tends to match up into a couple of Pokemon quite well. Maybe not perfectly. I think Snorlax is still like the premier defender of them all, but something like a Mr. Mime could slow down a Snorlax early game as well. But even that Wigglytuff was really good because it was able to proc that Q Charm, and it's something that can like kind of keep that early game from snowballing.
Yeah, it's one of those defenders that can just kind of run at you, and you can't really do too much about it. Like, there's moments where Bruv gets caught out, for sure, but you have to wait out the Sing, and you have to hope that whoever's following Bruv around doesn't do enough damage to you while you're asleep to make you go down before that happens. I think that Vime is definitely, always an option for Bruv, but I think it is an option in the meta just generally, because the more CC that you do have available, the more opportunities you have to actually make it connect, even against something like a Safeguard Blissey, or against a Full Heal, or a Zoroark with Illusion. There's still enough options to make something happen. And this is a very CC dominant meta. There's a lot of frontliners that are very prominent right now. And we've seen a couple compositions focusing on double mage, but a lot of them usually do have frontline CC to focus on. I think that's one of the reasons we see Snorlax so often, and we're seeing Nouns kind of pivot into the Wigglytuff. It is very interesting to see the way that teams are dealing with it. And, and the supports that are often used are either supports that cleanse CC or provide CC.
Yeah, not a lot of healers used a ton. And I think you would think that with Clefable getting buffs, we would see it a lot more. We do see it a ton in the Japan meta. I mean, you watch like kind of like a lot of their finals and everything that happened over the last like month over there. while while Clefable was buffed, and they used it before, and then they couldn't use it because everybody was banning it. So
Yeah.
it's still very strong.
No,
but I think they're
Clefable's strong. I think that there's just a lot to be said about countering Clefable. Like, you kind of know exactly what the team's going to do if there's a Clefable. Whereas running Wigglytuff in a supporter role, for example, running Psyduck in a supporter role, you don't really know what they're going to do. You know that Clefable is going to have Moonlight, and then everyone's going to go near Clefable to get healed. So you can kind of work your team around that. Not that Clefable is bad. It's always a good option, but a lot of teams are pivoting more toward those CC-focused supports.
I need to see some Draining Kiss believers. Not really. Please don't play all-rounder Clefable. It's actually it's funny in solo queue. Doesn't quite work in competitive. At least from what I've seen, it's been like okay, but there's definitely a lot better
100%
options.
win rate in Underdunk.
Yeah, it was actually like
So it's
pretty
broken.
decent, right? Like it was like I think we've seen it like 4 or 5 times in one tournament, and it performed at least positively, or at least like half the time it won.
Yeah, but I mean, that's fair. Looks like we got the same bands coming out here. Have another good option for Nouns Esports to first pick Suicune. That's exactly what they will do. It is interesting to me to see Umbreon still heavily prioritized as a ban, even though it did get nerfed. It was definitely a reasonable nerf, but it just kind of goes to show how strong Umbreon's kit is generally, that they're still prioritizing that ban.
Yeah, it could be more of like a first pick side thing. Like if Hoenn and Plaga were to leave Alchemy on the table, Umbreon, kind of a decent counter because it could steal a lot of those shields that Alchemy provides. So it might be like kind of a meta that we're kind of seeing to kind of combat that Alchemy. Seeing the Blissey Snorlax core once again for Hoenn and Plaga, I mean, I am not surprised one bit.
We are seeing, though, Bruv instead of the Wigglytuff this time. Another support that we were just talking about is very strong right now. Psyduck, a support that we can see banned and we sometimes see picked. So they're going to put that in their front line with the Suicune and the Leafeon. But on the other side, we've got Double Mage again, except it's not really a Double Mage because Armarouge is going to be that all-rounder.
You see the Rocky helmet on it, so looking to punish anybody that dives on it, which I imagine is going to be likely Ghatlue, maybe another all-rounder here from Nouns Esports, but I think they're going to just try to do some damage from afar because Armarouge is incredibly powerful, but whoa, okay. This is very fun to see. We got the Greedent last pick.
Does that mean we're giving Ghatlue the Greedent and giving Toon the Leafeon? Ghatlue is a very prominent, well-known Greedent player, but there's a couple options with that. I kind of wanted to see double auto attacker with Dragapult, but Hoenn could just do exactly what they did. They lock in that Zeraora. They're rounding out their team composition with a strong dive Pokemon. We could potentially see Wild Charge here as well to avoid some of that CC, but that Zeraora is going to have one job, and that's going to be to take Adesu down.
Desu on the Decidueye, a very notable Pokemon for that trainer as well. This is kind of a battle of comfort picks, so I'm really liking kind of the composition that Nouns Esports is doing, and I think they really are probably enjoying that they get to play a lot of their comfort picks as well. But as we go into the final changes, Husky, I don't see Ghatlue and Toon switching. We're seeing
I think
Toon staying on the Greedent.
I mean, Ghatlue plays everything, right? That's
True.
kind of what this player is known for. And I think after last game where we saw the Leafeon perform so well on that player, you may as well just keep it with them. But we do know Ghatlue as a Greedent player, so it's always exciting when they do get to play that Pokemon. But Toon playing Greedent is just as, if not even more, annoying and horrific. And I hate playing against Greedent every single time I see it. But it's going to be interesting to see what Hoenn Plaga does. They do have the Espeon. That's kind of the mid-range attacker. I imagine we will see them go stored power, but Psyshock wouldn't be too bad of an option. A little bit more consistent damage could be helpful. And Armarouge in that front line with the Blissey, this could be interesting.
Game number 2, Nouns Esports up 1-0. This could be a pivotal game for them that could potentially send them on to day 2 tomorrow. They take this Armarouge in the central area for Hoenn Plaga.
You know, I was kind of hoping we'd see Leafeon go top path and send Greedent to the central area, but it's fine. Whatever. I'll live. We've got Zeraora and Blissey in that top path, and Toon going right to the opposite side. They're going to look to get some early stacks.
We got one in for sure. Now going to attack the Bunnelbees on the Hoenn Plaga side, while Inder is going to try to slow down the Zeraora. Unable to do so, going to burn an eject button just to make sure that they don't go down in that moment.
I think that in this early game, making sure that you make players burn those eject buttons is just a really powerful option. Toon, though, in a little bit of trouble. Full heal is popped on that Zeraora, forcing Toon back, but no KOs just yet.
Nice little secure there from Hoenn Plaga, but almost a KO fouled from Inder. Unfortunately, it was the Greedent unable to go in with that low HP bar. We're seeing Hoenn Plaga maybe migrate up towards this top path. Going to be 4 Pokemon up here.
Yeah, what a heal pulse from that Blissey to keep the Zeraora up. 4 members of Hoenn Plaga looking to engage on these birds. Luckily for Nouns Esports, they didn't go in too hard, but that is a solid win for Hoenn Plaga in terms of EXP.
They're going to retreat back to home base. Is the Armourouge likely going to take that central area as soon as possible? Do have a little bit of technical issues here, but hopefully the feed can come back up as soon as possible.
Imagine if things worked. Guys, it's a full moon. What do you expect? You have level 5 on a Desu. They're going to be looking to get that level 7, level 8 as fast as possible to get all of their moves available, but we do have stored power on this Espeon. I believe that's what I saw, so some consistent damage across the board.
Zeraora, not quite level 5, just now gets it, and there's that Volt Switch combination to take down Suicune. Ghatlue on the invade in the central area, looking to hunt down a couple of Pokemon. Espeon unable to enter in, 20 points. Gonna go on in for Ghatlue.
Ghatlue just walks around in the Flux Zone. Doesn't really matter to him that that's a very slow area that you struggle to move in. Here comes the Volt Switch, though. Doesn't matter to Ghatlue. They will quick attack right out.
Nice little zoning here from the 2 XP share players to make sure that their team is going to secure that Altaria family. Leave the big Altaria for Ghatlue, who does have access to their Unite move now. 720 birds going to be fought over for in this bottom path.
Bruv's Psyduck is also really fun to watch because he's just a player that plays on half HP, and you still can't end up taking them down. But here comes the Emerald Two-Step from Ghatlue. They do a lot of damage, not enough to take anybody down. A huge Spirit Shackle comes in. Still not enough, though, but Nouns has forced Hoenn Plaga to back up.
And I like Toon kind of hovering this top path, making sure no XP is found from the Zeraora, who's struggling to get online, still level 6. Reg Ice on the menu for Nouns Esports. They make quick work of that as the first objective to go down on this game.
I wonder if Hoenn Plaga is just going to look for a potential push onto Tier 1, or if they're just going to want to rip down this Regieleki. And it looks like they are just going for a rip here. We do have Inder positioning, potentially looking for a secure.
Gonna look for it, but it is the Espeon that grabs that first secure for Hoenn Plaga. And now we have Toon disrupting the back line, looking for a KO directly onto this Espeon. Are they going to be able to find it? Unite moves start to fly. Espeon goes down. Greedent still very much upright. Some indigestion. That's a double KO.
That's so annoying. Oh my god, Greedent. But they are able to push the Regieleki into that top hat. Zeraora getting a couple points in, but a double KO from Bruv on the Psyduck will silence them, send them right back to the Pokemon Center. Toon doing Greedent things up in the top path, making sure that it's difficult for Hoenn Plaga to even farm up any experience. That being said, though, Hoenn Plaga has held their own. 61 points have gone in for them so far. At this point, they just need to prioritize getting some levels.
Ghatlue has vision on where 2 Pokemon for Plaga are set up. Going to try to take this Altaria family for themselves. They do grab potentially a lion's share of it, but a great block from Snorlax is going to put Ghatlue into harm's way. Unite move found, but no KOs once again. Ghatlue gonna retreat, try to re-get those cooldowns up. Zeraora gonna disrupt them in that central area. Look for a KO. On the backside, though, Greedent looking for a 40 burger in that top path. They're gonna get it. And maybe another 31. No jump pad for Plaga.
I mean, what can Hoenn Plaga really do against this Greedent? Nouns is just putting so many points in. The best thing they can do is try to chase down some KOs in the bottom path. They do find one. Bruv will go down. Now a Desu having to back up. They don't want to get dove too hard by this Armourouge or this Zeraora. But with 6 seconds left until that basement objective spawns, teams are starting to gather down here in this basement path.
4v4, some Unite moves available, and notably Decidueye has one. Knock, knock, who's there? There it is. Gonna zone out Hoenn Plaga, force them back to this T1. That's gonna enable Nouns Esports to put a little bit pressure on this basement objective. In the bottom side now, Hoen Plaga trying to get in there. Nice Psychic from the Psyduck is going to keep them from entering in. Psy-Kaboom going to do a ton of damage, but still unable to find any sort of KO. Surfs up for this Psyduck. It's Cowabummer for Hoen Plaga, 4 members in the Pokemon Center.
Absolutely fantastic Unite move from Bruv as well. They were like on a sliver of HP, and then they popped the Psy-Ides, giving enough shields to their entire team as well as themselves to stay up, take everybody else down. And I mean, playing with a level lead and a Greedent on your team is definitely difficult, but with the Psyduck as well, it can be really powerful because it can handle anything that a support or a defender would need to handle without the Greedent even needing to be there. So Hoenn can just run around the map, score, do annoying Greedent things.
It is quite annoying to deal with, and Hoenn is playing it to its full potential at this point. Level 12 on that Pokemon. Ghatlue has earned level 13. There's another KO with that Emerald 2-step. They take down the Zeraora. Psyshock going to try to keep Nouns at bay for the time being, but a Psychic is going to put Snorlax into harm's way. Surf into the Armarouge once again. Spirit Shackle connecting on the Armarouge, and then to the Ender Unite move from Suicune. This fight is advancing, but in the top side, Regieleki going the way of Nouns.
It's kind of funny to see the way that the screen is glitching.
This is really hard to cast.
Put Pokemon in like 2 spots at once. I can't tell exactly where they are, so I'm like, oh, there's somebody somewhere. I see the Knock Knock coming out now, trying to force that objective into the goal zone. Not sure if they're going to be able to do it. No members of Nouns have gone down. Instead, Ghatlue has pivoted to the bottom path to score 46.
Oh, incredible ankle breaking there from Adesu on the Decidueye. Dodged a Psybeam, ejected through the wall, stays safe. Gonna try to hit a Spirit Shackle on Snorlax. They get it. Oh, this arrow is quite deadly for Nouns Esports. Level 13 on a few members, including a level 14 on Nouns Esports for Ghatlue on the Leafeon.
And they'll get that level 13 on Armarouge eventually, which will be solid. But they need a couple more level 13s, especially on the Zeraora, if they really want a chance in this endgame fight. A free Regice will go over to Nouns Esports, and Ghatlue just about now ticking into level 15. That is a terrifying Leafeon, and they're going to have an Emerald 2-step, and they're going to want to use it here. Everybody just kind of hanging out. Nobody's doing we decided to pause for the time being with 10 seconds left until Ray. What does Hoen Plaga have to do to make this work?
I'm sorry, but like all these Pokemon running in place is the funniest thing that could happen, in my opinion. They're just like, they're just jogging. look at
so
them.
Has the game like not continued, or like are we just not able to see what happens?
Not 100% sure. From what it looks like, it might have been an observer feed crash or disconnection. So it's maybe not paused, but maybe it did pause. It's just not showing it. I have no idea. It's
so we
very
just might
funny,
not
though.
be able to see this end game, but either way, Hoen Plaga is going to be playing from behind. We can see that Zeraora kind of standing there with just barely level 12, so they don't even have their second upgraded move yet, and they're matching the levels of basically the Suicune on the other side, the support Pokemon. We've got something connecting.
Maybe. Possibly.
Connecting again. I think by the time we get back into this game, if we do get back into this game, it might already be over. And it's going to be difficult for Hoen Plaga to make this work. I'd be very surprised to see them end up coming back here.
Yeah, 349, 51, at least at the start of Ray. And, I mean, you look at the positioning here, though. Failed to reconnect. That's big sad. You look at like the positioning, everybody in Hoen Plaga here, and you only really have 2 members of Nouns. So if they potentially could get a catch here, it would be pretty nice. But even if they get a catch, it's not on the Pokemon that you would normally want. Like you got the supporters, or I guess the A supporter, and then an all-rounder wearing an XP share. You know, kind of those damage carries are staying like a little bit at bay to maybe try to bait out some cooldowns, but. We are going to go back to our faces, because apparently seeing Pokemon run in place wasn't as entertaining as everybody would like. I thought it was very fun.
I was trying to see what ended up happening, if I could take a look, but it doesn't look like I can, so I don't know what ended up happening.
Yeah, me neither.
But apparently all observing has crashed. Oh, what a surprise! It's so exciting. Full moon and such.
It
But
is full moon.
Yeah, the servers are a little bit rough.
Servers are not serving.
We haven't had the best luck with servers and observer feeds and such, but from what we saw, Nouns Esports was very ahead, so I'm going to be interested to see how that game ended up turning out. I would imagine Nouns would end up taking it, but oh, Shiv said it's game servers this time. So.
Yeah, they said all of the OBS or all of the observers crashed. So if it's all of the observers at the same time, that makes me think that it's something to do with the game itself. I don't know. Odd. Like you said, full moon. Full moons do some weird stuff.
Yeah, it's full moon Aquarius. For those of you that don't know, it's an interesting one for sure. But I imagine we would see Nouns take that game. I wonder if the game absolutely crashed. Oh no, so it didn't. The game itself didn't crash. They were able to finish out that game.
That's good.
We're getting the stats very soon on this game to see what
We gotta
ended
get
up
a drum
happening.
roll. We gotta get a drum roll.
Unfortunate that we're not going to be able to see that final fight, but we do have stats. Okay, so it was Nouns ended up taking the dub.
Okay,
We saw them win game number 2, 691 to 61. So they must have taken Rayquaza, and we did have the damage of Adesu being the highest in the game with 81,000. Very impressive showing there from Nouns Esports, and they have won both of their sets so far, so they are in prime position to head to day 2.
Yeah, I mean 2-0, 2-0 in their sets means likely. I'm not sure. I think we'll have to see like how the other set has lined up, but you win 2 out of your 3 matches most of the time. I believe that should qualify you in a 4-person group stage. So I imagine, unless something crazy happens, I think they are moving on to day number a dose, with the next set being maybe for seeding, depending on all that jazz. But
Yeah, and as Inder said, they won, but Ghatlue lost. So
they won, Ghatlue lost. Dang, that's very unfortunate.
to
Is that
Ghatlue.
how our set with Nouns went too? Like, they won technically, but Ghatlue lost?
I think so.
Surely.
Yeah.
Surely.
I think so.
Maybe he won because he got to play Greed in that game, one of those games. But I think with that said, we are going to go ahead and send it over to a quick break while we get the next round matchup set up. So folks, don't go too far. We have another round of Unity Clash Summer Showdown right on deck.
welcome back, Pokemon Unite trainers, to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown. We are about to get into our third set of today. We're going to be looking at Group B once again, and this is, again, an extremely important match. So far, we've seen a lot of matches play out. Group B, we've seen Nouns Esports take both of their sets, and version 1 is currently 1-1. So they're going to need to win this if they want a chance to make it out of day 1.
Unity Clash Summer Showdown, Nouns Esports, version 1, gonna be your next matchup. Version 1, tournament lives are at stake. You'll likely need to win this matchup to stay in the tournament, given the fact that they have lost their set against the potential tiebreaker situation of Tagang. Already getting some bans on the table. Umbreon, which is what we've seen a few times today in that first slot, along with Alchemy for version 1.
Interesting to see the Trevenant ban. I wonder if they just weren't able to get the ban that they wanted in time. But, you know, always banning a defender option is never a bad call. It leaves some other things off the table. But if they first pick Inteleon, that means we could see Snorlax go over to version 1, and that doesn't give as many options to Nouns Esports. I don't know if they care, though.
I don't think so either, yeah. You're going to put Smuglax on, almost the namesake here of the Snorlax, and Wailord on a potential comfort pick of her own in that Psyduck. But that does leave several options open for Nouns Esports. Already getting the Inteleon locked down from a Desu. And now you're going to put Ghatlue and Bruv onto potentially some comfort picks. Yep, they do that Leafeon, which is what we've seen Ghatlue play a ton today. And another thing we've seen a ton of, Ender on the Suicune.
Suicune just extremely powerful, and I think Nouns Esports has figured out definitively a way to work around the Suicune composition. Meanwhile, on V1, Riker has locked in the Zoroark and Scarf, grabbing the Blaziken, a Pokemon we've seen banned quite a lot throughout the day. This will be the first time that we are seeing it here on broadcast.
That's Riker on the Zoroark, Scarf on the Blaziken, two powerful Pokemon for version 1. Taking a look at what Nouns Esports is cooking up. We're going to see Bruv on the Wigglytuff. We saw them earlier today play that Pokemon, and it was super fun to watch. And Toon on the Aegislash, another great pick. Looking at this composition for Nouns Esports, wonder what version 1 is going to lock in here.
Yeah, we saw the Wigglytuff perform really well earlier from Nouns, as well as the Aegislash, and now that they get the Inteleon, which was banned out from them in the previous set that we saw, this is a really dangerous composition that Nouns has cooked up. V1 responding with a Mew. I mean, you can't go too wrong with a Mew. It provides kind of a little bit of everything. You've got some backline damage, you've got mid-range damage, can provide a little bit more support. There's a lot of options for that Pokemon, but it can get easily dove by something like a Leafeon, which Ghatlue has been doing very well all day.
Does have a couple escape tools, one being obviously Surf and Agility, potentially even that Unite move. I think we've seen a couple players, I think Flareon's used a perfectly timed Unite move to escape a lot of damage from an opposing side, so it does have some escapability, so it is actually, you know, one of those more okay attackers into a heavy dive composition, but still very tough to deal with an enemy speedster as proficient as Ghatlue.
Yeah, and we also talked about the Suicune and Wigglytuff combo. That's really, really strong and I think can do really well. It's interesting to see Zoroark being played into a Wigglytuff because that could prove really difficult for Riker to get in, especially if they're looking to dive that Inteleon. That's particularly rough when you have to get through a Wigglytuff. You've got a full heal, you've got Illusion, you have a Unite move, but those are a lot of things that you have to expend to make sure that you can get into this Inteleon that has a lot of protection with that front line.
It really does. It's a lot, like you said, a lot of tools that you'll need to expend. So you got to imagine that Nouns is going to be heavily watching for those cooldowns of those tools, and they're going to be calling them out like, hey, Illusion's down, full heals down on Zoroark. So it's just something that they're going to have to pay attention to here in game number 1. I'm really excited to see how it goes.
Yeah, interestingly enough, I mean, the Zoroark pick coming out a couple times today, and we have not seen it paired with the Comfey, which usually we do, so should be an interesting one.
Game number 1, Group B, potential final match here for version 1. They're gonna have their tournament lives on the line. They are on the right side. Nouns Esports on your left side. Riker taking the Zorua into the central area.
And you want to send Riker into the top path at level 5, because with that feint attack, it should be very interesting. Already getting Ghatlue that early level 4. Gonna be rough for version 1 to deal with that in the top path. Meanwhile, in the bottom path, Bruv already on half HP, to be expected from a Wigglytuff player. That Pokemon just walks around at nothing and somehow makes things happen.
We also see Scarf maybe grabbing a little bit of vision, unable to get any sort of stacks up in that top path. Really for either team, but it is Ghatlue grabbing the lion's share of this wild Pokemon XP in the top path. You see the amount of Eos energy that they're holding. In the bottom path, almost as expected, you see a lot of Eos energy being held by Adesu along with Bruv. That early game, very good for those Pokemon.
Oh, Riker getting caught here. Focus Band is popped. Nouns was ready for that jungle gank 100%. Usually you can trust that Zoroark will jump up into the top path to get a couple KOs. Not this time, says Ghatlue. However, it looks like version 1 did get a couple pieces of experience from that 850 Altarius.
Drizzile gonna look to try to get a last hit. Might be a little bit too slow. Something that's not slow is that speedster. Riker getting a double KO. Snorlax gonna try to get him, but it is the Drizzile taking the last lap on Snorlax. Mew, though, pays sweet revenge for its fallen brethren.
Here comes Ghatlue, though. Riker's very low. Ghatlue with a boosted attack will be able to finish them off. I saw Ghatlue walking down, and I was like, no, Riker, just leave. It's not worth it. But 0 points have gone in for either side so far. Teams are going to be running without stacks at the moment. Blaziken's going to need that eventually. And again, Ghatlue coming in, looking for Smuglax. Does not find them. That's a lot of damage.
They're going to look to pay revenge on that Leafeon. They do. Wigglytuff's going to cut a couple Pokemon to sleep, including that Snorlax. Might have put themselves to sleep, but Riker heating up. There's a double KO. They're going to pivot right on to Ender on this Suicune, and it is the Combuskin that takes that KO. Big Solar Beam from Liko takes out the Wiggly.
What a catch there from Liko, and here comes Ghatlue, not yet level 8 as they were previously at this point that we've seen them today. Riker now looking to back up. They are nearly level 8, but the difference between Zoroark and Leafeon is big when you consider that Zoroark doesn't get a Unite move until level 9, whereas Leafeon only needs to reach level 8, and the Unite moves are just as powerful as each other. But that's the Eevee treatment.
Zoroark once again going in with the feint attack, taking out the Suicune. Ghatlue forced to just watch as Suicune falls. Looking to find a KO on Scarf, eject button burn. A lot of damage found for the way of Ghatlue. That's going to force version 1 scrambling back to that T1 goal zone. Cooldown's not up for Riker. So that means that we are going to maybe stall out this fight.
I mean, we do have a Unite move now on Leafeon. And we're coming back to us. Okay.
And our beautiful faces once
again. And then there we go. Azurfis are dying. At this point in the match, we did have a Leafeon Unite move, so having the Emerald 2-step advantage is absolutely huge. And I don't think at this point we had seen any other Unite moves just yet, but Riker should be able to farm that up pretty quickly.
Should be able to. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. Maybe not necessarily surprised, but I'm pleasantly shocked that version 1 is having such a great early game so far. They've been able to find a lot of value in their central area Pokemon of that Zoroark, which has been able to kind of keep up with a Leafeon, which has a notorious, really good early game as well. And, you know, it's just a team that is, you know, maybe shocked a lot of players by getting qualified for Worlds, which was technically their first top 8 of all season, so their regional finals, kind of their best performance of the year. And, I mean, this team, when they're firing on all cylinders, it, you know, at least early on, shows that they can hang with even the best in EU.
Yeah, but they still have a lot to prove. They're not top performers yet by any means, not that I don't have faith in them, but they're, you know, kind of just barely eking it out in some of these moments in a lot of tournaments. So it is refreshing to see them have this solid early game. That being said, Zoroark is one of the best early game Pokemon in the entirety of Pokemon Unite. But seeing it match with Gatlue's Leafeon is definitely something impressive, and without a pocket. I mean, you have Whaley playing that Psyduck that's very strong, making sure that they're not letting that Leafeon jump in too hard onto Riker's Zoroark, but it is difficult to see. We have made it back in. 5 minutes have elapsed, and Nouns has taken a pretty substantial score lead.
And just like that, a little bit of snipe shot misses just a little bit wide. Adesu gonna maybe retreat back, but I don't know if they got out. No, they didn't. They got KO'd.
All right, yeah, we got. So let's take a look at what we have missed so far. We've got Toon at level 11, highest level in the game, but Riker not too far behind, just made it to level 11 now. Whaley pops the Unite move here. Reg Ice goes down to the Leafeon. V1 is getting dusted now in this bottom path. Scarf looking for potentially a revenge KO, not able to find it. Focus Band is popped, and they will likely go down here to an Inteleon basic.
Oh, it actually might have been a Fell Stinger. I think it was just like the first cooldown was up, and I think that's the thing that goes. We see Riker in the central area, was looking for that Altaria confirmation, but unable to get it because Leafeon hot pursuit, looking for a KO there. Now, level 13, that now being the highest level in the game. Ghatlue kind of cooking up a storm. Version 1 doesn't really have anything that can match it. Top path, Regieleki has emerged. Nouns Esports in full pursuit of it, able to secure it with that coup de grace.
Yeah, Scarf couldn't even get in there. Fantastic zoning from Inder. That's usually why we see Suicune slotted into that support or defender role, because of how great it is at zoning. Regieleki now walking towards the tier 2 goal zone. Scarf trying to push it away here, but wow, Inder with a fantastic whirlpool. Starlight Recital is popped by Bruv, and Nouns looking for a push.
That was an incredible Unite move timing from Bruv, getting a lot of cleansing for that crowd control. Good little push here from Smuglax is going to keep that Regieleki from pushing into the T2 goal zone. Nice heavy slam as well. Into the overheat, looking to KO. Nice psychic pull from Whaley on that side hook. Another great heavy slam. And 2 Pokemon go back to the Pokemon Center, make it 3.
Fantastic defense there from V1, especially Whaley timing the Psychics and the Surfs perfectly, and another KO picked up from Riker, who went down early in that fight, so Nouns thought that they had a chance to push that in, but that defender and support core right there, Smuglax and Whaley really making it happen, making sure that nobody went down, and they were able to prevent that push from reaching its full potential, but they are still pretty far behind, and going into this Rayquaza fight, they're really going to need to look for a solid pick, and that's going to be difficult to do with a Suicune and a Wigglytuff defending that backline.
Wigglytuff also going to go ahead and put this Blaziken to sleep. Overheat, not enough to do it. Ghatlue is actually going to go down in that moment. Now it might be version 1's time to potentially get a secure here. Ooh. We have it secure, but it's going the way of the Wigglytuff of all things.
Of course it is, and Toon is now looking to go into that backline. Whaley is caught here. Triple KO from Inteleon. With 8 seconds left until Rayquaza, we could see Nouns just look for a rip here. Rico almost getting one-shot by a snipe from Adesu, and we're starting to see why that was banned from this player in the previous set that we watched. Nouns now can just kind of protect Rayquaza. Smuglax also getting pretty low, has to use their eject button, and with a lot of Unite moves having been expended on Nouns, I think that's kind of V1's best option right now.
You're going to see the Psyduck Unite move from Whaley. Snipe shot connects into the back line. Here comes the Unite move from the Wigglytuff along with the Snorlax that keeps version 1 upright for the time being. Solar Beam connects, but it's not enough. It's the Aegislash taking down the all-rounder counterpart in the Blaziken. Now it's the Speedsters kind of 1v1ing, and it's Zoroark coming out ahead. Whaley going down, and now this double KO found for version 1 might be an opening.
Yeah, Zoroark does use their Unite move to make sure that they were able to get the Leafeon off screen, but they definitely did. But that's a full health Aegislash now, and it's very dangerous. We do still see a Mew Unite move on the board. Zoroark in the backline looking for something that I wish we could see. They're getting very low themselves, though, having to back out. Inder is trying to make that happen. It looks like they are alive for the time being, but I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's very tough to disseminate everything that's going on, but I can see that Blaziken has gone down, which is an incredible tool, both for secure and rip for version 1. That's down. Now you have 2, 3 Pokemon down, make it 4. It is just the Mew, and Nouns Esports likely going to be taking this one because there is not enough rip for version 1.
Yeah, they finally were able to find the Aegislash, but there just wasn't enough time. I mean, Lico's going to do the best that they can to prevent anything else from going in, but it doesn't matter. Bruv has secured another 100 points in the top path, another 50 go in the basement path. Lico looking to put in 100 points. Even if they do get this in, it's not going to matter. Nouns Esports taking game number 1, and V1 is on their last life.
Gonna count down the timer, and we are gonna move on to game number 2 with Nouns Esports kind of having a good chokehold of this group stage portion, as they've already won 2 sets and they're in the driver's seat for a third, up 1-0.
I wonder if we see V1 take that first pick slot and then ban out Inteleon and then hope that they can snag Alchemy. I wonder if that might be their plan here, because letting Edesu have Inteleon really proved to be detrimental. Even when you did have Riker able to dive it, they still got the same number of KOs, but there was just so much protection for that Inteleon that still it was not able to be stopped, and I wonder if that's something you prioritize taking out.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate for version 1, just unable to really slow down Edesu, because like you can't really stop Edesu. There's like not even like any person on Nouns where you're like, I'm gonna shut them down. You can only really hope to kind of slow them down and, you know, kind of play your game, because every one of those players show exactly why they're the EU champions. I mean, you look at every individual contributing factor on their team, not only in the damage, but in the KOs, the assists, everyone doing their job, everyone playing a part in this game, and you're really seeing why this team is so incredibly talented.
Yeah, I mean, I think they've kind of solved the Suicune issue that we tend to see a little bit. It's so powerful, but it's difficult to slot into a team. I think with Wigglytuff, that has really set up opportunities for Nouns Esports to make some really incredible things happen. And Toon on the Aegislash is not one that we can go without talking about, because this was a tank. It was tanking. It took 53,000 damage, almost as much as Wigglytuff. It was absolutely unkillable towards that late game, and sometimes we see Blaziken kind of fill that role as the unkillable all-rounder, but unfortunately for them, it just didn't look as strong as this Aegislash. Toon was really, really solid.
And also it seems like that Aegislash is not only the unstoppable force, but it is also that immovable object, especially in that shield form where it could just do so much tanking and then self-sustain, and then what it does best is just slice through those HP bars, especially with that HP percentage damage from those Sacred Swords. So just a very incredibly powerful Pokemon, especially into something so tanky like that Snorlax, which you saw many times. It was just slicing through it, trying to prevent that Snorlax from really staying alive, and I think they did a pretty good job of that.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot that V1 has to consider going into game number 2. I think that one option is certainly to first pick that Alchemy and hope that Nouns Esports doesn't ban it, or just have a first pick that you could take something away from Nouns. Maybe you take their Leafeon that's been so consistent, or take away the Inteleon, you know, something of that nature, just to try to keep Nouns thinking, and try to keep them guessing a little bit, having to force them to respond to draft decisions made by V1 instead of kind of calling the shots in that first pick role. Otherwise, version 1, you know, has a little bit of trouble with the team comps that Nouns has been bringing out, but it does look like here V1 has grabbed that first pick.
I'm liking what they're doing. And they are also looking to ban the Suicune away from Ender, who's been pretty much lockstep on that Pokemon all day. I don't think I've seen Ender play a single different Pokemon, which is also kind of odd considering how frequently we do see that Pokemon banned. So not going to get to play it this game. We're also going to see this Galarian Rapidash once again get banned. And also, look at this. It called it Husky, banning away that Leafeon.
Wow. Yeah, they are going to ban away the Leafeon, and it does force Nouns to ban away what version 1 was banning previously, so they're the ones to ban the Alchemy. And exactly like we talked about, Liko is going to grab the Inteleon away from a Desu, so they're going to have to think about something else that they might want to go with. But I do like this option. However, it does leave Nouns with a lot of options of their own. Snorlax is on the table. Every other support's on the table. There is the Snorlax being locked in. Umbreon also an option here. And we'll see what Nouns wants to do.
Ooh, Ender on the Clefable. It's the first time, if I'm not mistaken, Husky, that we're going to get to see the Clefable today. And honestly, I do love watching Clefable into some mages that end up running out of damage. I think that's kind of where it shines the most. Like, if you have something like an Inteleon, eventually you run out of snipe shots, and with the group healing that Moonlight Plus can do, especially in those big team moments, it can be really tough to, find those enough damage to take down the entire team.
Interesting. So V1 now leaving their support pick for one of the last choices here. Smuglax is going to grab the Psyduck, and Scarf instead of Blaziken is going to take the Serena. On the other side, Ghatlue has locked in Blastoise, so they can't play the Leafeon. They're going to pivot away from a Speedster entirely and take the Blastoise, and they're giving Adesu the Armarouge, another really strong frontliner. Noticeably not a lot of range, so we could see them pivot to that in their last pick slot, but an interesting last couple picks here from V1. They're going to lock in the Blissey Glaceon.
Look how bulky this composition is for Nouns Esports. I mean, you have 2 defenders already. You have that Snorlax, you have that Blastoise, and then Armarouge also. Potentially, I would imagine that we will see an armor cannon or not an armor cannon, a fire spin version of this Pokemon as well, considering the Focus Band and the Cursed Incense. This is going to be very hard to take down, so I imagine that we may see version 1 throw on a couple of cursed items just to make sure that they can maybe start to slow down the healing of that Clefable.
Yeah, I mean, I think that this is kind of a tough matchup here for V1. I'm not positive about their comp. I like the choice to go with Serena. I like the Blissey. I'm not sure about this Glaceon. Yes, it does pretty well into heavy healing with the defenders, but this Talon pick might just make it all for naught. The Talon, Fly or Brave Bird, is going to be able to jump on this Glaceon, and I'm not sure the front line exists for version 1 to be able to handle how much bulk is on the other side.
Yeah, I liked the Glaceon until I saw it too go with that Talonflame, because Talonflame is a notable counter. So I imagine that we're going to see that Glaceon lock those Icicle Spears onto everything that's not Talon. So you need to find somebody to take out that Talonflame, whether it's Liko or another one of your damage carries.
You're going to have to snipe shot that Talon down before it's in the air, because it's going to be rough to try to deal with it with the Icicle Spear, and it's just such a great speedster. It's so strong. We've seen it come out quite a lot, but this is it for V1. This is their last life.
Do or die for version 1, last life of the tournament. They're going to need to win this one and one more if they want to advance here to day number 2. This is Group B, version 1 on your left, Nouns Esports on your right, Toon taking that Talonflame to the central area.
And we see the top path Blastoise. This is an old strategy that we've now seen twice today, something we never see in NA, but a couple times in EU over the season. Nouns getting some secures in the bottom path, whereas V1 trying to chase them down in that top path. It looks like Scarf has gotten a lot of secures, but Ender already harassing those back farm that Nouns, that version 1 was keeping.
Scarf luckily getting that last hit on that wild Pokemon experience. You got that Bound Sweet, notoriously not a great early game Pokemon, something that doesn't get online till level 6 when it gets to that full Serena. And Nouns Esports putting on the pressure in the bottom path as well.
Yeah, Toon not able to get their points in. They definitely wanted to stack there, but great defense from V1. They were not able to get it in. They still will grab that level 5, though, and they are going to jump in with a, looks like it is Flame Charge, so I imagine we will see Fly. And Inteleon still not quite level 5. Serena looking for a level 5 themselves and potentially a stack, but Nouns has been the only team to get some points in so far.
Yeah, this has been kind of a stalemate in the top path, whereas Nouns got a ton of value in the bottom path, kind of depriving Liko of that level 5 evolution. Serena also still not online for version 1. You'd love to get that level 6.
Yeah, they really want to make sure that they get in. I don't think they've gotten any, well, obviously they have not gotten any stacks in, so likely they're already going to be playing for off lane just to try to get some stacks in, and they weren't able to make it to the opposite side, but here comes Inder with 5 points for themselves. They are level 5, and they decide on V1 to send Serena to the central area to look for some experience. They will get their level 6.
That's exactly what they need, but Fly is going to go ahead and land. Glaceon able to take out the first KO of the Snorlax. Talonflame, it is Toon. Going to have to retreat back towards the top side of the map. Icicle Spear's locked onto Ghatlue, just chunking through that HP bar. And Toon, on the back side, is able to get a nice 30-point dunk, also stealing a Citrus Berry to keep them upright.
The Icicle Spears are looking really solid, but I'm just not sure they have an answer for this Talonflame. Blissey taking the Clefable to Pound Town. They will take them out, and these Icicle Spears are looking really, really solid, but it's going to be up to Talon to try to take them down, which they will use a fly. It's about half of their HP. Luckily, Blissey is there to prevent any further damage.
66 points already for Nouns Esports. They leave the Snorlax down in the bottom path to fight alone. Armor Rouge pressing forward, finding a KO on the Glaceon, just staying upright, but Serena has a lot of damage to follow up. Now Scarf is going to go ahead and attack Indy. Well, Ghatlue's looking for the KO on the Psyduck. They do, and they get the evolution. Level 7 now for this Blastoise.
Yeah, that's a big level 7, and it is Rapid Spin. They're going to look to try to take down Whaley on the Blissey. Not quite able to get it. Just enough shielding from that safeguard. Well, we start seeing the Serena working on that Regieleki, but this is a tanky Blastoise with a tanky Clefable to heal it up. Icicle Spears will come down, but the entirety of version 1 has made it to the top path. They will take the Aleki.
And Icicle Spear's going to lock on that Snorlax and take that Pokemon down as Regieleki walks towards this T1. Version 1, all 5 members looking to push. Snipe shot a little bit wide. Cuts right through a couple Pokemon as Talonflame grabs the Reggie Rock in the bottom path. Fire Spin is on for the defense for Nouns Esports. Regieleki still unable to find. There's the big old Psycho Boom. Connects on 2. Glaceon goes down. We might be seeing Serena shortly follow in version 1. Going to have to scramble back to T1.
Big Psycho Boom. They're just way too tanky, and they're going to look to push on the opposite side. We've got a Snipe Shot going a little bit wide. Blastoise looking to go in. They do have a Unite move available, so Liko has to back up. Whaley now trying to get away. I don't know if they're going to be able to. They survive for the time being, but they will eventually go down. There goes the Hydro Typhoon from the Blastoise. Scarf can't make anything happen, and V1's going to have to back off.
They are, as points going to go ahead and go on in for Nouns Esports. They get a pretty significant overdunk on that T1 goal zone. Version 1 has lost both T1 goal zones and haven't really been able to make a dent in either of Nouns Esports as we near the halfway mark.
Yeah, and Toon was just kind of able to do whatever they wanted in the off lane. They were able to rip the basement objective completely by themselves, and now they're almost level 12. We kind of thought that the only counter to this Glaceon would be the Talonflame, but it looks like Nouns is still bulky enough to handle it without the Talonflame even being there. Big Psychic, though, will pull Snorlax in.
Oh, eject button burn from the Glaceon. Nice way to avoid that heavy slam from Snorlax. A presses on from Liko, and good follow-up from the rest of the squad. Psycho Boom into a big fly. There's a couple Pokemon packing back to the Pokemon Center. Nouns Esports now has a little bit of pressure. Flame Sweep just takes the birds. No Pokemon additionally found for Nouns Esports, but we have both sets of objectives about to hit the map.
I'm noticing the way that Bruv is balancing the cooldowns of that block to make sure that the Icicle Spears don't do a lot of damage. They're kind of only using block when an Icicle Spear is coming near them, and it doesn't really do that much once the shield from the block is up. So very good playing from Bruv to make sure that happens. Ghatlue pops the Hydro Typhoon, looking to engage on V1 in the top half.
Headache is going to push a couple Pokemon from Nouns Esports backwards. We have a Snipe Shot that connects in the bottom path. Another Regirock earned from Nouns Esports as version 1 looks to push into this T1 goal zone. Nice block from Snorlax is going to keep that push from going on in. 3 points found from the Blissey. And now we have reinforcements from Nouns Esports. Fly is just a little bit short as Ghatlue is looking to try to chunk through this Glaceon health bar. Unable to find it just yet. Another block out. But the Icicle Spears are going to cut through that HP bar. As Nouns Esports looking to find 1 KO from this Fly. And we are going to see Toon try to retreat.
Oh, they don't even.
Oh, they don't.
They just go right back in with the Flame Sweep, picking up a double KO. There's only so many eject buttons a Glaceon has to be able to dodge that. it was just the juke after juke from both sides, and Nouns Esports will come out on top. They're going to look to push the Regieleki, and unfortunately for Scarf, they have not been able to get many of their stacks. I'm not sure if they've gotten any, so they're trying to deal with it in the bottom path, but Nouns just so strong. Psycho Boom comes out. Blissey is down. Glaceon, though, will pick up a Talonflame in their central area. We'll see if Nouns can still push this in.
They're going to try to Fire Spin and Rapid Spin, doing a ton of damage into the backline. They find 2 Pokemon. Regieleki finds his home into the T2 Goal Zone. Goal Zone down. Hydro Typhoon out. Serena a little bit late to the party. They're going to try to get through the healing from this Moonlight Clefable, but it is tough to deal with. We have Riker trying to chunk through this Snorlax now, almost taking the KO, but with the healing from Clefable, that should be short-lived low HP bar.
Unfortunately, with barely any stacks on this Serena, it's just really tough for them to do enough damage, especially in the late game. Toon also looking for some vision now. They find Willy, they found Smuglax, they know exactly where they are. Riker is positioned a little bit forward, but again, version 1 is so far behind that they're going to need to substantially win this team fight if they want to come out on top in this match.
2 minutes left. It is the final stretch here. We have a Talonflame fly, hits the map. No KOs found just yet. Some low HP bars, notably on the Psyduck, but Armarouge is the first to fall. Now Psyduck does fall shortly after. Flame Sweep to take the Inteleon a little bit of a ride. Fly is out. They're going to look for a big KO. They do find it on the Serena. Hydro Typhoon from Ghatlue. They're going to try to look to find a KO on this Rayquaza. It's dangerously low. Icicle Spears are going to connect, but Talonflame lands and sends version 1 packing.
The Fly, of course, is able to grab that secure, and Inteleon was way too far out of reach to even look for a potential to make anything happen on that Rayquaza, and it is going to be Nouns Esports, a clean 3-0 in their group, and they're going to 2-0 version 1 here, 658 points to only 63, and I guess the answer to a good Inteleon is just be bulky enough to handle it.
True. Yeah, very unfortunate for version 1. Valiant effort against some really tough teams. They did take, one set early on against a very strong squad, but just unfortunate for them, unable to converge onto Gang. And then obviously the Titans of Nouns Esports showed exactly why they are the EU champions, winning all 3 of their sets in the group stage, winning them the group and earning their first seed going into day number 2.
Yeah, they're looking really solid right now, and it's also really solid that they have a lot of options. They have a lot of good team comps at their disposal and a lot of Pokemon in their pool, and I think that's something that a lot of teams don't necessarily have. There's always very clear winners and losers in terms of players' Pokemon pool, but Nouns is not one of those teams. They've got options. They're willing to pivot. They kind of have everything at their disposal.
8 seconds left in version 1's tournament life here at the Unity Clash Summer Showdown. And Nouns Esports still has a second day to play, as their day for today is done.
Yeah,
I'm going to say day one more time. Day.
Yeah, how many times can we say day?
Day.
One thing. But there it is, the final score, 738 to only 63. And Toon on the Talonflame with 7 KOs, Adesu matching that. What a game there from Nouns. I liked what V1 was cooking until they brought in that Talonflame, and Toon proved how valuable that pick was.
126k healing from Ender. Doing exactly what we kind of expected with this really incredibly bulky composition from the front end. And then Toon, just not a huge HP bar, but man, the amount of dodging of cooldowns that Pokemon's able to do. I mean, you saw a couple of different times, hit the fly cooldowns, retreat, and then wait for the cooldowns to reset, go right back in, and just a ton of damage from them. And I don't know, it really wasn't a question at really any point of this game of how Nouns was going to attack them, and they really faced them head on.
Yeah, they looked fantastic here. I mean, they took away the Inteleon. It was a great call. They had Blissey, they had Psyduck, but it still wasn't enough to take down the Titans of Nouns Esports. Great playing from them. 2-0 in the set, and Nouns Esports has only dropped 1 map so far in all 3 of the series that they've played in their first set against Gang. But that makes them 6-1 on the day.
Yeah.
Next is, so far from what we've seen, Tagang has won 3 of their games from what we've seen being reported so far. So we'll have to see what ends up happening in that situation.
We will. Incredible stuff here from Nouns Esports. We got to see them not only qualify for day 2, but earn their spot as the #1 seed here for this group. Looking at the bracket, yeah, I think you said that, but yeah, haven't had any reports from the Tagang Hoenn Plaga set just yet, but I believe that might be next on the chopping block. I'm taking a look around the bracket. It does look like Orange Juicers went 2-0 versus Tuzzy Esports, which is going to qualify them along with Sazouzou. Sazouzou earning that first spot, I guess, in the day 2 bracket. And then I believe we're looking at, the bracket for Group C. Right now, Komai Esports up 2-0 in their sets. They have another set to go. Infamous Gaming 1-1. Pocket Rockets also 1-1. And then Collab is 0-2. So still a couple of potential spots to be found there. And then in, I believe, Group D, I'm taking a look at that one. I believe, yeah, we have seen Nemesis and You Need Coaching both qualify. So that group has been solved already. So we have at least a majority of who we know is going to be qualified for day 2.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing very shortly the last match that needs to be played in Group C, the Komai and Collab match. So that's what we'll be seeing coming up next. Are we going to break, Kyle?
I think we are going to be going to break because I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that is all for Husky and I. I believe we are going to be changing shifts. It's going to be, if I'm not mistaken, Magical and Lobo taking you home through the rest of day #1, and then day #2, we'll be back here. I think we are shift 2, so we'll be taking the second part of that day 2 bracket. But we're going to go ahead and take a quick break, change guards. Husky, any final thoughts of today's tournament?
Looks good. We'll see you tomorrow.
Alrighty, we will see y'all tomorrow. Don't go too far. We have some more Unity Clash after this.
Hello, Uniters, trainers, viewers, spectators of all ages. We are different faces than you have currently been used to on this broadcast. My name is Loba. I am joined for the first time, and a very glorious time, by Magical Buddy. Our first time together behind the casting desk. How you doing today? How you been enjoying the games? And, give us a nice, fun Pokemon fact that you like.
So, I've been doing great. You know, I'm always excited to cast Pokemon Unite. Love this game. Pokemon I've been playing since I was, it came out for me 1996, so I was 5 when I first got to play Pokemon. So I've been playing for a decent amount of my life, and that kind of tells you my age. But a fun fact about Pokemon is not something that anyone else would have, but it's just for me, that on my Pokemon Blue edition, had glitched it so much that when I was playing in high school, I had a Marowak that could learn Blizzard, Fire Punch, Thunder, and Earthquake. And what you're not supposed to be able to do, you're not. That's completely broken. And it was only because I glitched the game so much that Marowak, for some reason, got into a slot where it could learn any move.
Oh, look, that sounds a little bit broken, but you know what? We're going to be seeing a lot of broken plays from these incredible players today. Welcome back to the Unity Clash Summer Showdown for 2025. We are so excited. Thank you so much for Steel Agent Kyle and Husky for the first part of their broadcast. They are the goated casters as always. But Magical and I are going to be taking you through this next fantastic game that's going to be up against Komai Esports from your EU region and Collab from NA. Buddy, what are we going to see bands coming up with Komai on your purple side and Collab on your orange side?
Right now, it's looking like we're just going with what has been banned many a times. Umbreon, then the Galarian Rapidash. They have been getting a lot of the ban sticks hit at them. And Inteleon would be interesting, but I'm looking at the All Creamy. I think that's another big one that we'll probably see banned. Suicune is another good shout where it's usually, if left open, pretty early take.
Suicune's in a really good spot right now with this. It's just currently the crowd control ability with a lot of Pokemon, including your Umbreons, that also is joining the ban, and Aegislash gonna join that ban as well. Norami not going with their classic Hooper. They are known as a very, very good Hooper player. We get to watch them a lot over here on Unity Clash, but they're gonna pick up the little cake ball, the little puff ball, cake ball, don't know what I want to call that just yet, but Norami's gonna scoop up that Alcremie first off. Amcent is gonna pick up Inteleon with a nice little wall of that Snorlax in front, and Marvin Zante looking for a little disrupting duo with Psyduck.
I will say, right now, we're seeing pretty much the typical picks. The Inteleon is a really good shout. It's something that can do well behind that wall Snorlax provides. Leafeon is a great speedster that you can utilize to get into the back line and have a lot of defensive tools, plus making it so you have the supportive backup of both Psyduck and All Creamy. Then the other side, Sarina, but a Scyther or Scizor taken by Collab. A little bit different than what I was expecting. The Sarina I was expecting, but not that Scizor.
When the Queen hits the stage, that is going to be a problem. Is she going to make the rest of Komai Esports bend the knee to the Queen? As is on that side, just by looking at that item build with the full heal, possibly looking at I want to say Scyther, just alongside that Razor Claw as well, but the weakness policy also could indicate Scizor. So, we could be in for a nice little surprise. Potato is known for that Blaziken. We're excited to see the Fire Chicken, one of the gods of secures. Those Fire Fists are going to be running, and if that's a Scizor, you got to watch out. Fire Melt Steel, we know that. And Brizzy going to round out Collab's comp here with a Zacian. So all 3 all-rounders for the side of Collab. Zante's going to have a little bit of a field day with that Solar Beam if it's going to be able to get off. So I'm really excited to see how you feeling about this draft, Magical.
I'm looking at it right now. To me, it's 2 identities that we're still see built up. For Komai, they have much more of that mid to late game comp. Whenever you have Blaziken, always going to be something that is really good at the secures. We talked about that before here on the cast, but also just you and I kind of chit-chatting before how Blaziken, I feel like is one of those mons that no matter how you do early, you can be way far behind. You just got to get to the late game, and the God of Secure can secure that Rayquaza pretty effectively. But then on the other side, there is much more of the early mid-game comp. They really are looking to see if they can snowball from mid-game spikes, especially with having those all-rounders, and get into the face of Komai. So that is what we have to see. If Collab can do so. If they're able to have a really brilliant mid game, then they can snowball out of control, make sure the Rayquaza doesn't even matter if you're going to secure it or not. But for Komai, they have to survive the peak that will be on the other side at mid.
No, yeah, look, and Komai is one of those teams that we do see. They have been at the very upper echelon of competitive Pokemon Unite for a longest while. But that Leafeon, it's going to be interesting to see how many of those central area buffs they decide to take. Taking one going into that lane to go for a possible assist into that top or that bottom path. But with Scyther being in that central lane as well, Leafeon could possibly go in for an invade to really hinder that. But Psyduck and Mew in that bottom side, alongside Snorlax with that tackle just getting its HP chunked down here, Magical.
We'll heal up a decent amount with the rest, trying to get that Bunnelby, but secured on the other side. Oh, wait, no, I think it was secured by Mew there, taking that away. So Collab's bot path now struggling a little bit early on. And we even see that Dodo not going for the invade that we kind of expected into Central. Instead, wanted to go for the fight up in the top path.
Yeah, look, and Scyther is going to go, but as there, little Torchic does get felled by the legendary Pokemon with the sword in its mouth. Big Sword Doggo picking up a first KO, sends them back to Nurse Joe, but Scyther in a bit of a problem. Dodo gets one back for their team. Electro Ball going to go onto the Sobble as well. There might be a KO. Snorlax to try and get their little water starter out. No tears for this little water Pokemon, but still, haven't even reached that 5-minute mark where these Altaras spawn, Magical. But let's see where the advantage goes.
And we saw up in that top path, it initially looked good for Collab, but I think they overextended onto Milcery as they were diving underneath the point. And now even in the bot path, they're doing the same, overcommitting, getting a knockout on their side. So now Nemesis, who had kind of gone back to try to farm up and get some of the experience back, has to be forced into bot path just to make sure they can get the knockout onto Psyduck. But look at how they're already positioned. Komai are starting to run around Collab. Even if they have this incremental lead right now, all it needs to be happening are these knockouts that Mew can pick up.
Beautiful eject as well to take that Electro Ball secure onto the Sobble and then managing to secure an Electro Ball KO on the Scyther as well. Zante, Schmoovin, and Grooven as he does on Mew and these other ranged attackers. Inteleon Drizzle wants to make sure that they're here for these middle Altaris to spawn. The Queen's going to make her presence known, but gets chunked for a big amount of damage by Psyduck. However, that drop kick does provide a nice little shield. Zacian just can get a few little stacks. We did see that attack weight here, but Razor Leaf going to try and hunt it down. Komai Esports going to try and push on as we go. Sacred Sword's going to send up a nice little thing. Leafeon does pick up a KO on Zacian getting taken down, but Alcremie, the cake gets cut, and Collab do a fantastic job making Komai pay for it.
And he saw us right there. Perfect time, perfect placement. I was even going to say, had it been like that fight not broken out and the 5 KO streak being picked up by Anisus, that it almost seemed like Collab had put themselves in a bad spot, but they got the perfect knockouts at the time they needed to. Because right there, if Komai win that fight or even go even, then suddenly we see the pendulum shifting back to Komai, where they're going to be all powerful. But bot path, we see another diving attempted, and he saw us overcommitting this time around does get punished.
Yeah, Green Emerald Drive is a good Unite move from Scyther, almost trying to pick it up. A Emerald two-step, being able to counter as well, as we do see a Regirock on the bottom path. There's the play rough into the Sacred Sword coming out from Zacian. Creamy is trying to keep everyone up. Mew pops the Mystical Mirage. Zacian gets sent back to Nurse Joy. So Komai Esports learning from that team wipe that happened in that top path. Inteleon Snipe Sword just missing wide, but now Collab with the fresh HP here, Magic, we're going to take this Regirock for themselves.
It feels like with Collab, they overextend and then they find a great fight right afterwards if they almost were about to get punished. Right there, it seemed like they were about to get punished, having overextended earlier. Anisus getting caught out on Scyther put them in this awkward spot, yet the Inteleon power that you have with Snipe Shot, you saw how much it kept Komai away from the Regirock. So they didn't even try to contest because they know just one snipe and suddenly you're down one Mon. Like right there, you see the snipe landing on a Mew as they continue to go for the dive. And with the wall, no escape for Komai. Collab are trying to get the push back onto them. They're finding the KOs on the Blaziken while Snorlax hunts down the stragglers who look to retreat. But this is Collab fight. They have the wall and they built it up around Komai.
Oh, beautiful work by Snorlax, their defender, just doing what they have to do. Let the team breathe. Let them have their space. Impressive snipe shots going on. Zante on that Mew just had to back off because otherwise that's a risk of a KO. Also having to really use that eject button. But now Blaziken just going to try and make this go. I don't know if Collab want to stay here and try and push this in, but Magical, it looks like they're going to go for the push without Creamy popping its Unite move.
Forced to use the Unite, but the shields are already gone. A big shield there for Snorlax as he's trying to rest in the middle of 5 players from Komai. But this wall is massive, trying to get around it. That's why they try to go for the Sword Dog instead. But they've got the Scyther with a lot of damage into the backline, waiting to hunt them down and turn it right back around on Komai.
And that is a team wipe for Collab. These collaborations are hitting up. They're about to go viral. And that is a nice dunk, leaving that tier 2 in that top path on 1 point, which means a big overdunk. Gonna go Scyther's just getting away from Blaziken, trying to hunt it down with that focus blast with the suppressive fire coming from Inteleon. But this is a nice little game as we've just passed that halfway minute mark, and Collab seems to be putting on the pressure. Wherever Komai goes, it seems like Collab is nice big snipe shot on to the side up, but 68 to 295, 4 minutes 30 on the clock.
I mean, the crazy thing to me is how right now Collab are playing. They're playing so aggressively, utilizing this mid-game power to take it to force against Komai, already pushing them away. They've secured themselves control of the objective, but they don't want that. They want knockouts. They want victory, as they can find 2 for any such with a lot of dunks here in the bot path. Might be able to take that away, but all of a sudden, Komai are trying to defend this Psyduck. Not looking like he's going to be able to stand up. That's why they get the chicken into the fight, missing the kick. That is enough to force away Collab, leaving only a Snorlax on the other side who has to block to try to escape, but it's only going to be an inevitability before they can try to turn this around.
Serena is there in that bush watching to see if she can save that teammate. Does decide to go into the side. Now that is an important Pokemon to take out before this Regieleki on the top side. Serena just does that with the triple axle. And now Komai have to split their attention between that top side. Their entire top lane is open. So Collab could just be looking to just play the waiting game with this one, but Zacian is going to start it straight away. Like you said, Snorlax is there with the big block. Fire Chicken's going to go in. I think both teams are rotating, but Komai Esports not even going to go for this Magical. They're going to get some dunks inside the bot path.
While taking a power nap in the middle of all of them, they suddenly have the fight back. It looked like it was going to be their own doom in a 2v5, but Snipe Shots out from the wilderness, trying to see if they can snipe down members of Komai. Finally, the Sword Doggo is gone, and Snorlax might fall too. Finding these knockouts might allow Komai to turn towards Regieleki.
Comeback experience is so good in this game, especially once you hit that 3-minute mark, picking up those KOs, getting those levels, especially considering Collab have been doing a lot of the KOing right now. But can Inteleon secure this? No, nice block by the Leafeon. It is Komai that picks up that Regieleki, make sure it does not walk in. Unite moves shouldn't really be used after that 3-minute mark, and I'm pretty sure all of these teams know that, but this is going to be an interesting one. 68 to 388. Now, if my math is correct, well, now it's just 300. I don't even need to do complex math.
You don't need to do it now.
No, absolutely. And let's see what we roll on that bottom. Let's see if the RNG is on their side. Most teams want to see a Reggie Steel. It is going to be Reggie Ice, which allows for a little bit of extra healing heading on into that Rayquaza fight. 16 seconds left to go. The Green Dragon is going to spawn. It's do or die right now for Komai Esports. They have to secure this Rayquaza, but Collab can slow play this, and especially with the way that Snorlax is playing, he can just block them out. But let's not forget, Blaziken secure is everything that Komai is going to be relying on alongside that Mew. But right now, just a slow play to ease it into this fight before it starts popping off with those Unite moves. And those Unite moves are here, but Snorlax has found its target, Magical.
And such an aggressive play we've been seeing consistently from Snorlax, always using block to try to engage. But now, 50% onto Rayquaza. They try to enter the pit, but a Queen Ascent on it to Blaziken. Take down the Fire Chicken. So close. Fire Chicken secures it. Komai got themselves Rayquaza. Even if they do get knocked out here, they got the ultimate prize, and they're chasing down these paths. They are looking to dunk all the points and turn this game right around on Collab, who had been dominating all the before time.
What do we say in the Pokemon Unite community? Where there's a Ray, there is always a way. And when you have the secure potential of Blaziken, we were talking about this behind the scenes before we came onto broadcast. We were talking about the secure potential of Blaziken right now. Even though it may have struggled early game, it comes back at the most clutch moments to secure with all of those Unite moves popped off. We had Azure Spy Vision coming out from the Inteleon. We had the Green Emerald Dive. We had the Power Nap. We had the Queenly Ascendant get popped off as well. I think we saw Mystical Mirage come out from Mew, but perfect secure from Blaziken. And Komai Esports have turned this around, but with 30 seconds on the clock, they could go for a defense as Collab could be pushing in, but Mew and Leafeon have other plans to get some more dunks in.
We see that all creamy there to defend as well, waiting to see if they could go for the jump pad, but instead of doing that, they're staying in the base. They know they have the lead, and with 16 seconds left on the clock, they have one final fight inside of their own base, and they're defending valiantly. Komai are going to take game 1.
What a valiant game. Again, a very seesaw game between these two very, very strong teams. Collab showing a little bit more in terms of just overall control of the map. They completely tore down that top path of Komai Esports. Not being able to get that Regieleki, in that top path towards, I think it was about the 3.5 minute mark, may have just, kind of derailed a little bit momentum. You have that Regieleki walking in. You have your win condition. You might not even need Rayquaza, but that just means home base is open if that walks in. Very well planned raid fight by Komai Esports. They waited it out. It was a patient game. And like we mentioned, Magical, everything just popped off all at once. Look at Dodo with those 9 KOs versus Anisys's, I think it was 11 before we popped off the screen there. But 71k damage, top damage as well. And nice, I want to say not too much disparity between the damages across both side teams.
Yeah, honestly, very close. But it kind of went down to what I was talking about with the two identities of these comps, right? Mid-game, power for Collab, especially Anisys on that Scyther, who had been dominating through so much of the game. But the problem isn't about how you do early, it's how you play into the Rayquaza, because a Fire Chicken, that Blaziken, is so good at securing those objectives, it just takes one misstep for Blaziken to punish you, and that is exactly what happened, allowing Komai to take game 1.
Just having a look at that comp, we talked about Blaziken with its ability to secure as well. There were a lot of other secure tools on the side of Komai Esports. You have the Leafeon Razor Leaf, you have the Mew Electro Ball as well. Our Creamy and Psyduck, I don't know if they're going to do too much securing in there, but they're just there to be a bit of a nuisance. Psyduck's Headache has the ability as well as that Surf to stun everybody out. If we have a look at Collab's comp, their main secure tool was going to come from the Inteleon Snipe Shot, as well as probably relying on just being able to out-brawl Komai Esports, which they did in a lot of those team fights that we saw. So not a bad comp. It was more of a secure comp, I felt, versus like a more brawl-heavy team comp, right, which, you alluded to, the two essences of the comps coming together. Now, I'm curious in the next game if we're going to see more secure tools come from the side of Collab, because they were not necessarily losing that raid fight, but it just came down to a flip once again. And when it comes down to a flip, you're going to have to trust the team with the secures to come out on top. Am I wrong?
Exactly. It's one of the things that always frustrates me when I play Unite is whenever I see a Blaziken on the other side, I'm like, ooh, all right, we're looking at a raid flip right now. We're looking to see how that is going to go. Even if you are dominating early into the game, that is the power of having a great secure tool like Blaziken. You could always rely on that. And even during that, we were talking about how much focus they had put on the Blaziken, yet survived from it all and got the kick off the secure Rayquaza for Komai. That is a huge thing. And for Collab, I think they have to look back at that game and like what went wrong. And it purely was that, like you talked about, it was the secure. Maybe they want to pick up something that's a little bit better at securing, or they go back for the same kind of comp, but this time, instead of actually playing for the Rayquaza, they just look for the fights, never giving Komai the chance to flip.
Look, now this is going to come into my next question here. What do we see in game number 2? Because Komai, again, they have the option to switch around their comps as well. Maybe a few things weren't working for them in terms of the Team Brawly comp that they were going. Alcremie is still a very new Pokemon. I think people are still rating it quite highly. It has a lot of sun potential, it has a lot of crowd control potential as well. Maybe a more generic like healer supporter. We still have an overtuned Blissey with Safeguard and Helping Hand that can help in every single way. Leafeon did manage to contain Scyther quite a lot. We either saw the two Unite moves go off one against another. Snorlax was a big godsend for, I want to say, Collab. A lot of the time we saw those blocks come out into the walls, really isolating as well. I want to know, where can we see a bit of a change? Like, what Pokemon do you think either team could come through, especially from a Team Brawly comp for the side of Komai Esports? And even for Collab, I believe we saw Aegislash was banned out as well, because Coup de Grace is such a wonderful secure tool as well. And Aegislash also has that ability to stay in there and brawl, with your wide guard and your boosters and your healing ability. I want to get your thoughts. Give me an idea.
See, that's where it gets tricky, because in Unite, there's only the 2 bans on each side, so only 4 Mons can't be played per game. And it's like, what do you take away, what do you ban instead when you're on orange side, right? You look at what they banned: Galarian Rapidash, Aegislash, and then we talk about All Creamy being the first pick for purple. But if I was gonna say, like, if you want to ban All Creamy, you have to then trade one of those two, and you got to imagine those two are going to be taken immediately as well. It's either Aegislash or Galarian Rapidash. Those are big, powerful Pokemon, especially like you talked about the secure tools. But I think that was ultimately the doom for Collab was All Creamy, because how often they were able to stay alive just long enough when it was a true team fight and there wasn't anything to play over. Collab were able to win despite the fluffy what is it? The fluffy cake supreme that you have from All Creamy, the Unite move. But when it was something like that, where all you need to do is stay alive long enough to be able to get a kick off to secure Rayquaza, then suddenly we look at this All Creamy as something that needs to be banned because it gave him just enough of a window to secure Rayquaza.
And look at Komai Esports. Seems like they're going to go first with the first shot in the barrel. They're going to take away Snorlax. They didn't like dealing with that Snorlax at all, which means I'm blanking on what Pokemon was actually banned in that spot in game number. Suicune. So which means Suicune is on the board. Now Potato, I thought Potato was going to hover over that very trusty Garchomp that we do see them play a lot. But Narami's going to scoop up the Strawberry Supreme. There's so many names that we can go with Alcremie. I think we need to have a counter as to how many we can go through. But Alolan, I think Asmith is going to take that intel. And I think that's a really smart choice, because the one person you don't want to give that intel to is Zante. Zante is a fantastic shot with that Inteleon, but Sableye was not on my bingo card, Magical.
Same here. Was looking at like the possibility. Suicune's still open. That could have been the take here for like just for Collab, and not giving it to Breezy, giving it to someone else. But now Komai have that option. Psyduck, Mew definitely are like powerful tools that they utilized pretty well in the last game. But Suicune has got to be like a big one that teams are now looking at, and Komai say, we don't care. We're just going to take the exact same thing, Psyduck and Leafeon, in the exact same position of draft last time.
This is really interesting to me that Sableye is the pick here. I love the disruption of Sableye. A good Sableye player is always going to be able to disrupt, and being able to disrupt a Leafeon, being able to disrupt a Psyduck or an Alcremie is going to be very, very useful. Now, we're going to see what Potato's going to pick up, but Anisys is going to stick with the Scyther, and Chrismuth is actually going to bring out the Lucario, another secure tool when you're combining that with Pop in close combat alongside that Aura Cannon. And Potato has decided to shift to ye old faithful in Garchomp, as we do have a Reese #1 fan. I don't know who Reese is, but I do definitely want to know who they are. They're gonna bring out Blastoise in favor of Snorlax. Interesting comp, but it seems pretty much same for Komai Esports. They just want to run this back with a different hard-hitting attacker, as opposed to Serena now swapping it out for the Ground Dragon. But a little bit of a different comp coming out from Collab. I like it.
It's so interesting to kind of see these two, right? Because you see that Garchomp, you're thinking maybe a little bit more team fights, mid game, late game, kind of similar to how Blaziken is. I think Blaziken's even more towards the late game than Garchomp is, but they have essentially the same identity for Komai, that they want to play around these mid to late game team fights, fight around objectives. As long as they can survive, they'll thrive. But I think they have just a slight bit more of an advantage when it comes to the mid game fights that we saw them lacking at the last time against Collab. It really came down to that Rayquaza steal that got them that win. While Collab, I think I've gone for a bit of a better kind of comp when it comes to their mid game. Having Blastoise, having the Lucario, but this also leads into late game too, that they didn't really have last time. It was purely the mid game comp, the power they can have there and snowball out of control, which they almost did. Here, they still can do that. They can still get all this power mid game. A lot of those evolutions are really going to come online. Scyther is also going to be able to snowball a lot, but having Lucario, having Blastoise now gives them more room for comfort when it comes to the late games of securing their own Rayquaza.
Look, you mentioned Blastoise, you mentioned Lucario. Lucario, once you get access to Pop, cannot be hindered at all, hinder its resistance. Blastoise coming in, I'm very curious to see. I think we've seen it before We saw the Rapid Spin Hydro Pump combination.
Yes.
No invade from the Sableye as well. Rapid Spin Hydro does allow for a lot of stun coming through, especially when you're using that Rapid Spin with that Hydro Pump combination. So it's going to be interesting to see how they use that, because that could really upheave that Garchomp. So they're going for a lot of just disruption coming through. So that's Alcremie Shield's going to be very useful. We're going to see how much work Narami's going to have to put in. But inside this top path, we've got Leafeon, and Scyther is not too far behind, Magical.
Razor Leaf doing a little bit of damage, but even more damage thrown at them by Anysus Scyther, forcing back Komai early and allowing the central path domination for Collab will be beneficial, especially because that Sableye, which I'm a little surprised to see hanging out so thoroughly into this top path. Thought maybe they'd try to tag team with Scyther, go for these invades to try to put Dodo behind, but instead is just committing to getting this knockout immediately onto 2. They could get the 3rd one before he can even get back and heal up with those berries behind. The evolution has saved them. That has a little bit more with the God Bite, but still eventually will fall to the knockout power that Collab brought.
A 3 KO streak, and what's very important as well for Lucario is getting 3 stacks in, I think, on that attack weight as well. Sableye, again, a very good Sableye player is so hard to predict because it stuns. It takes away your Eos energy early game so that you're not able to stack inside this bottom path. Komai not faring any better, as Psyduck does also get taken down as well. Inteleon War Turtle Online. Sableye is low health here, but actually managing to stun the Garchomp out. But Garchomp does able to pick up some nice little KO as Scyther also falls. Komai Esports not going to be pushed around this time, Magical. They are proving to come back as Razor Leaf is going to go in, but it is E-Speed. Lucario, it's not going to be Pup. Lucario coming out for the side of Collab.
And continuing to play aggressively so they can get the ulterior cant. Might be able to take down Dodo, missing that 1 damage. And had that landed, a knockout for trade for Collab would continue to get them snowballing. And this kind of feels reminiscent. A little bit of deja vu from the first game where Collab, they overcommit in some plays because they're getting so far ahead. They're doing so well in some of these fights. They think that they can continue to play that aggressively, but then get punished by Komai.
Yeah, I agree with you, but what's great about what's happening with Komai now is they've got scores on the board. It took them a little bit longer into that that first game to get scores on the board. Blastoise is online with the secure of those Altares inside that bottom path. Sableye is just messing with this Garchomp. Are they going to break the pad? No. Early, no. A decision was made. They decided to do an about phase. They called an audible, decided not to break that pad, not give Komai Esports more farm in terms of those NDDs, but we've got Red's Ice down the bottom now. Collab is just going to try and do this. I think it's going to be nice. Inteleon secure, and Blastoise is going to play Surf. No Hydro Pump, just, Surf Hydro Pump, so just full CC stun comp, and now Collab looking to push the pressure game, Magical.
Playing exactly how they did in game 1, and this time they want to be more powerful, diving into the Flux Zone to get the knockout onto Alcremie, and even getting out, and the dunk power they've now brought into this bot path. Collab are off the races, and they are absolutely snowballing.
Nice 24 overcap with Lucario getting that 1 in just enough time. Garchomp really needs to get online here. 6 minutes 30. Sableye is there. Garchomp is, I think, 1 little bit of experience away from getting that final evolution. Lucario hunting down the Leafeon, doing some trimming of the hedges in Komai Esports Central area. Blastoise is here. Does he want to let Garchomp evolve? Unfortunately, he cannot stop it. The big Land Shark is online, but this Lucario popping that Aura Cannon is just going 3v1 inside Komai Esports Central area. Leafeon is here, but the Esports back. Is they gonna... No Houdini tricks this time around. Komai decide, nope, we're gonna shut that down. Nice quick.
Very close, though, for Collab. I thought for sure that Lucario was going to get the knockout, at least traded 1-for-1, but the shields are a little bit too powerful, as we do see. Anysus, at least for the Scyther, cleans up a knockout for themselves and gets into this bottom path in time, so no further dunks are committed by Komai.
What I do like, what Collab is doing, is they seeming to try and score often and keep that score like as high as possible in the early game. Sableye just gets absolutely exterminated and sent back to Nurse Joy in quick succession. Alcremie in a little bit of bother here. I don't know what's going to happen here. 3v1 on the Alcremie. Scyther does pick up the KO alongside the Unite move as well. Blastoise on low health. The Livid Outrage comes out. Do not enrage the big dragon, but Blastoise pulling a bit of Harry Houdini himself gets out, but now Garchomp is caught between 3 members of Collab. The Surf's going to push them around into the Hydro Typhoon, sends everybody flying. Infinite Psy, that damage reduction alongside the pure crit damage coming out from Azure Spy Vision. as well. Now, Collab are down 3 members. They're just going to have to back on out here. Komai going to have to watch out, but woo! Back and forth action, Magical.
Going
with
back
a Reggie
and forth,
still in
back
bot
and
side.
forth. Both sides sticking to this fight for a lot longer than it seemed reasonable to do so. And right there with Registeel started by Collab, they got it down to 50%, but the chase that was attempted on a Scyther on the other side got the knockout for Komai, but they are still getting run out. They can't even go into the bot path to contest that Registeel because they feel threatened. They know that they might have to go for something else. Like, they have to go for something else like the Regieleki if they want to keep even with Collab into the late game.
Yeah, I mean, as we've just we're heading into the mid game right now. 4 minutes on the clock. Just want to have a look at these quick levels as I think Collab are just going to secure this Registeel for them. Nice little buff going on into this Regieleki fight. Level 12 Leafy, level 12 Mew, level 12 Garchomp. Level 11's mostly for Inteleon Lucario, but a level 12 Scyther. Garchomp is just going to rip this up here, but it is going to get stunned into oblivion. It's Scyther! Beautiful play by Collab, just waiting in that bush and waiting it out.
Stealing the Regieleki right away from the Garchomp and then getting the knockout in both top and bot path. While there might be the dunks that were committed by Komai, Collab looking powerful like they did here in this mid to late game they did in game 1.
Yeah, look, I mean, that top path is completely open once again. Komai Esports, for the second game in a row, have completely lost their top path. Fortunately for them, there is going to be no final Regieleki on the way. Sableye, I want to say, has been very, very good in this game. Just really stunning anything that Komai Esports really wants to do. But now Komai going to get some points on the board. 208 to 381. Scyther's going to score some points as well. And Sableye looking to get a 33 in that home base. That is criminal.
And the whole thing with Sableye, even if you get this knockout, what does it matter? They got the home base dunks already, and they'll be up in time for Rayquaza.
Yeah, look, you don't want to... I mean, resetting your KO timer right now can sometimes be a good thing, especially if it is a Pokemon like Sableye. If you're a Pokemon, you know, like Lucario, like Scyther, that are on level 13 and 14, you don't really want to have... You're going to have a decent KO timer. Resetting it right now towards Raid, not optimal, because you're giving away that experience. Might give access to Unite moves, but look at this. All 10 Unite moves on deck. Lucario's trying to find someone, but beautiful Bone Rush managed to get them out. 12 seconds. You're right, they are fishing. He sent that Super Rod in there into those bushes, trying to find someone. He found most of Komai Esports, but then just able to get out. 1 second. Green Dragon has spawned. This fight's going to happen in the top path, and Blastoise almost getting caught out.
Already using the Surf to get back to the rest of the team, but with only 50% left onto your defender, seems that Collab, they overcommitted a little bit too much yet again against Komai. Komai can get control over Rayquaza Pit now if they want to, but they are so worried about that Sableye behind them. Look how they continue to look behind them, knowing there's a possibility for a flank, and with damage coming in from Nemesis to get a lot onto both supports, it's forcing them away from the Rayquaza, even having Blastoise chase them down, so Psyduck taken out with a knockout from Nemesis.
That is a big KO heading on in to that Rayquaza fight, especially with Infinite Eye. That damage reduction is so important inside that team fight. But look how close that Blastoise has gone, going up with the Hydro Typhoon as well, and targeting that Alcremie. They want to take down the supporter. Alcremie has to pop into Unite. Blastoise is very low hit, but the Surfs are doing the job. Can they pick up the KO on Blastoise? They can. That's a 24-second KO timer heading on into Rayquaza. Komai Esports are up 4-5. Sableye is putting up the distraction. Solar Beam's there. Azul Spy Vision has been hit. Scyther is going to go down, I think, to Garchomp, but Lucario's E-spinning his way through, cannot get away from Leafeon, and that is 2 members down. Garchomp has gone down for Komai Esports.
But
is this Ray going to even be touched? But look at Inteleon on an HP in a dream, Magical.
And they got the knockout for Sableye in the back line as well. That stops Komai from taking the Rayquaza and then allows both Breezy and Nemesis to chase down Komai, keeping them from the Rayquaza Pit. The knockout as Collab look to take a game back here against Komai.
Oh my god, the 50 dunk, the 100 burger going in, the 98 going in from side, the 626 with 17 seconds to go. I think that is going to be game number 2. Rayquaza not even needed in this second game, Magical. Damn. Collab coming up with a vengeance on that one.
And like I was talking about, it came down to this composition that just did a little bit more in the late game. They were able to keep Komai so far away from Rayquaza that even when Komai won a fight by finding a pick onto Blastoise and Scyther, they couldn't get near enough to the pit until they had been revived and were ready to go for round 2.
I mean, let's have a look at some of these stats here. 12 KOs for Anasis. Really well done on that site. Today was schmoovin' and groovin', taking out everybody they could. Amiset on 6 KOs as well. Lucario was speeding around, doing a lot of, I want to say, more confusion that E-Speed, I think, brings to the table in Sableye. I think Brizzy has to be that slight MVP because just causing so many distractions for Komai to deal with, they just couldn't figure out. And like you said, at that Rayquaza, that Sableye icon appears, right?
Yep.
So it's gonna be on your radar. It's gonna be on your eyes when you're at that Rayquaza fight. So I think Sableye was a very fun and very smart pick coming out from the side of Collab.
Yeah, losing what could have been like their power beforehand in that Snorlax. We saw amazing flanks previously by, I think it was Reyes was finding these great flanks with a block that were more utilized for their engages as opposed to the defensive tool that normally block provides for a team. And here, Breezy on that Sableye, just how much pressure comes in from one Pokemon, where you now have to worry about whatever is flanking you, because like you said, you have the icon, you know Sableye is looking for the backline, but you don't know where. The Sableye could then even go into the base, like we saw earlier too, get a 33 dunk, so they continue to get these points, and it'll force teams into this catch-22 scenario, where either you focus on the Sableye, you stop the flank, you stop the points getting dunked, but then you lose Rayquaza, or, as we saw, try to contest against Rayquaza, then lose the backline still to Sableye.
I mean, I still got to give my shout outs to Reese #1 fan as well. That Blastoise play as well, very deep in Komai Esports central area to really just, I want to say, assist to Sableye. Sableye was there causing a lot of confusion, but Blastoise was there. We saw the Hydro Typhoon go off inside Komai Esports' own central area, also getting them low. So even though Komai Esports had the advantage at Rayquaza, they were too low to rip the Rayquaza in fear that the rest of Collab come back and that they get knocked out. But then again, Anisus taking out Alcremie and then taking out Leafeon, and then Sableye also dunking twice in home base is just criminal activity. I mean, when you see that, that has to have some kind of mental take going on to you into this next game. But like, it's our first game. It's our first cast together, and we're already at a game 3 situation between Komai Esports and Collab. You love to see it. I'm super excited to see game number 3. We had Komai Esports banning up Snorlax in the game 1. Do you think we're going to see a Sableye ban come through this time?
It's tough, right? I don't think Sableye is worth a ban, but with how much pressure that Sableye had put on, it's a deserved ban. Like, do I think that it'll actually get banned? No, but the gameplay that Breezy put on with that Sableye deserves a ban just because how good they were on that Pokemon. And it's wild because we see how much damage that Inteleon was doing, how important the front line was for Collab, but yet it was Sableye that took the spotlight away from them because you just so rarely see Sableye played to that degree. Like you talked about, if you are a good Sableye, you are one of the scariest players on the Day of Sky Ruins just because how good you are at finding those flanks and putting pressure just by presence alone.
And look, there's something else I want to talk about. We've seen it in the first 2 games. Just the domination feels like too harsh of a word, but now we've seen it in the first 2 games. Komai Esports have been wiped inside that top path by 3 members. Their 2 top laners and their central laner has been wiped by Collab heading on in, which means they're taking that early lead inside that top path. Do Komai Esports need to change something around? Is Alcremie working at the moment for Komai Esports in this comp?
It's tough because Alcremie, I think, is just really strong right now. The cleanse factors you have, the shields are always important. Pretty much giving you secondary life bars as long as you're able to have it's fluffy cream supreme. I got it wrong. But it's not cake, it's cream. And so with that, utilizing that, it gives your team a lot of power while you have the shields up. But is it worth it, right? Is it worth having that pick so you can have better late games, secure better late game control so you're not getting knocked out as much? but then you're losing some of that power we've been seeing from the mid games here for Komai. They're all built around getting to that end game point, not being too far behind so they can contest a Rayquaza like in that last one. It felt very similar to game 1. But that time around, Collab didn't even try to go for the Rayquaza flip. They just knew that all they had to do was put pressure, and it forced Komai to then have to commit to the Rayquaza when, even if they only got one pick, they had an advantage, but it was only for a few seconds before Collab was able to regroup themselves, jump pad in, and have a round 2.
I actually really like that kind of play from teams. You know, if you take Rayquaza completely out of the situation, because Collab were very strong in that game number 1, but they lost it to a flip.
Right.
So again, deciding not to take it to a flip, but what also noticing is that even before we get to about the, I want to say about the 4-minute, 5-minute mark of these games, Collab are still at that 300-point threshold. You know, so they're giving themselves a sizable point lead, to which they are comfortable heading on into Ray, in which a Ray would only, you know, cause them to lose that game. So taking Rayquaza completely out of the situation and leaving the game in their hands, I think was a great decision on their part. How do Komai respond? So far, we've seen the Leafeon. We've had we've seen the Leafeon in central area both times. We've seen Zante on the Mew, and we've seen the Psyduck. We've seen the Alcremie, and the only thing that I think changed was Potato on that Garchomp. Is there a point where, we talked about it, Suicune was left completely open?
I was going to mention that too. I was gonna say, if you're looking at a change, like, why not Suicune?
Just bring that crowd control. I think Collab is doing a great job of just being very free on that, on the entire field. They're moving very well. They're going from top to bottom really well. And so, you know, Psyduck is doing a great job, but to really hinder what Collab are doing, which is really those team fights, right? They're winning those team fights quite strongly. Just bring in some more crowd control to really just kind of slow them down, I guess.
Ooh, so this is actually going to be the change. Komai are opting to swap sides and letting Collab get the first pick, but now we see how the pick bans are changing. Komai take away Alcremie. Galarian Rapidash still banned by Collab, even when they were on the opposite side. They banned it again, but this time they banned Inteleon. They banned that themselves. That's what they've been utilizing so thoroughly and so well throughout games 1 and 2 in this series.
That makes a lot of sense, because as I mentioned before, in this first spot, Alcremie is usually the first Pokemon to go, whether you pick, you know, whatever your comp's strongest pick is. And allowing Intel through, and if you give that Intel to Zante, and this is just the respect I have for Zante on that Inteleon, it's not going to be a fun time for Collab. And I think that has to be some level of a respect ban. Alcremie getting banned here is interesting as well, but we now still have Suicune and we have Umbreon.
Yeah,
available,
that's what I was going to say.
Available here. So this is going to be interesting whether Marv decides to stick on that Psyduck. Potatoes hovering over Blaziken, deciding that Garchomp wasn't the way, but there it is. Narami, usually with the EXP share, Suicune coming to the forefront, and Brizzy hovering over that little gremlin.
Keep in mind, we can't still have Potato possibly playing that Suicune, or it could stay on Narami. Both are viable, but Breezy back onto Sableye, with Reese taking Umbreon here in game 3. The Sableye, so pivotal to the success of Collab in game 2, but now they have one of the best defenders in the game through every single meta, Umbreon, while we see that Komai answer by taking themselves Mew. And what do they want to go? Another all-rounder, kind of go with what Collab had been doing previously? They do with Aegislash.
I like this. I do very much like this pick, because Aegislash just has the ability to hack and slash. When you get your boosted autos up, it's able to retreat in wide guard, hack and slash in sword form, be more defensive in shield form, and then coup de grace is such a brilliant secure tool. Also, it's an execute, so if you're able to get a KO, that entire stack, the stack meter gets full up completely, and that sword can just keep slashing. Amazon's gonna go over to the Venusaur this time round, and I think that's gonna be a Solar Beam Venusaur, just by the looking of the items as well, which is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be a beam off between Zante and Amazon, and Dodo's gonna round it off with, as well as Christmas, with the 2 grass types, the Queen and the little weedy puppy coming through.
I mean, I am fascinated by these drafts from both teams. We see that Komai realized that they didn't take that Suicune when they could have last game when it was left open. Here, they saw that Aegislash had been left untouched as well, so they get 2 of these Pokemon that have been banned in previous games. But then Collab answer back not only with the Sableye, they go back to that in this game, but they get Umbreon, and I think you're right. I feel like that is going to be a Beam Venusaur because it can compete now against Mew. That's kind of why you have that Inteleon beforehand. The Snipe Shot can compete with the range Mew has, so having something like that in Venusaur is going to work just as effectively.
Yeah, so 2 really nice, I want to say, more secure tools coming out from the side of Venusaur and Zante. Venusaur and Mew on the Zante. Oh my god, Zante on the Mew. There we go. Finally got that out. So 2 Solar Beams off, but there's also a little bit more secure potential for the side coming out from Komai with your Aegislash. But Aegislash is also your Brawler, so it's not going to be, you don't want it to really get KO'd because then you can't really secure. We've also got Leafeon in there as well. One, I want to see how much difference Suicune does make to Komai Esports' game to see if they are a little stronger inside that early game, but we are seeing head into the top path for the first time as we do have Bulbasaur, entering the central area for Collab.
Very interesting change of pace here by Collab. Not only changing it up by getting put onto the purple side, but having Scyther in top path for any sus and allowing the Bulbasaur to get all that farm so they can get closer to the Venusaur and make sure that they have that Solar Beam online a lot sooner into the game.
But have a look at this. Leafeon is already online, taking one of those early. I do believe it was, I'm not sure if it was the central area red buff and there's a nice little execute coming out from you with the Solar Beam. I believe it was the Boltoy that the Leafeon got as well. So that is already a very strong combination. Hoenn's going to go into that bottom side. You can see it takes that little back Bunnelby, and that's going to evolve it into a Doughblade. As we're going to move our way towards these the middle Altarias that are going to spawn for the first time, Komai Esports just does not want to be put on the back foot, but it's going to be 2v3 in both lanes.
Which is really efficient here for Komai. Even if they lose a little bit of that pressure into the top path, they're getting that pressure back for themselves onto Mew. That attacker now can really start attacking, get more pressure onto both the Umbreon as well as the Bonsweet that just evolved right there. Make this arena, once it gets the evolution off, a little bit less powerful. But when you have Ivysaur show up and get that much damage on to Psyduck, it almost was able to turn it around. Thankfully for Psyduck, he had the berries behind him that he was able to gobble on up and deny any by Reese. But still, more dunks from Collab keep him in a small lead early on.
I mean, Reese is doing a fantastic job here as, unfortunately, Steenie does get KO'd and sent back to Pokemon, get sent back to Nurse Joe. My God, I cannot get my words out today, magical. But Reese is doing a fantastic job on this Umbreon, and I can see why it was banned out so often in turning out attention to that mid path. It's going to be a little bit of a fight heading on out here. See if Komai Esports can push the pace.
Yeah, see if they can, and what they can do to really kind of snowball themselves out of control into this one, especially looking at how Komai have been in previous games. They were always on the back foot throughout the early parts of the game. It was Collab, the ones in control. And here, we are seeing that Collab and Komai a little bit closer. Probably one of the closest early games we've had so far in this series.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's the beams. We do have a little bit of a beam struggle going on. Beam versus beam inside that bottom part. Sableye just being a menace like it usually does. Suicune is going to try and hold off Scyther inside that top path. It looks like Komai Esports might prioritize this top path over the bottom path, but there we go. We've got the Shadow Claw moveset coming on instead of the Sacred Sword moveset. Leafeon's going to hunt down Scyther, and finally, I think, taking advantage of the top path, taking advantage of the bottom path, Collab and Komai are going to share the spoils in this one, Magical.
Which makes me wonder how these fights are going to go around the Reggies, because both teams are even on certain parts of their comp. You have this Venusaur that is so close to level 9. There it is, hitting level 9, while the Leafeon close to the level 9. Aegislash has already reached that power point. So now, when these two level 9s meet up with one another, which one will have the better edge? As right now, we are seeing the attempted dive onto the Venusaur. Aegislash getting the early fight, and the Aegislash takes down the Hunter and support.
Oh, I mean, we were about to see a Verdant Anger come out. Can Leafeon go for the secure? Leafeon managing to come out. It doesn't get KO'd, but allowing the Registeel buff to the rest of their team as they decide to turn their attention to Regieleki. Both objectives go to the side of Komai Esports.
Now we see that the pendulum continues to swing back and forth, but this time more for Komai in the mid game. A very different look for these teams in this series, as Komai, if they can keep this pressure up, I'm looking at Collab and what they are capable of and wondering whether or not they're going to be able to catch up to this Aegislash who's already hit the double digits.
Yeah, I mean, Aegislash is very strong now. Just getting access to wide guard and being able to use that at the correct time. Serena's going to be in a little bit of a problem here. Does get taken out by its fellow grass type in Leafeon, but Scyther's going to go for a nice little 40 dunk here. This is going to put Collab back in the lead, Magical. So a very seesawy game that we've got going on right now as Leafeon gets its own back with a nice Emerald two-step.
Nice Emerald two-step, nice knockout on to Scyther, but couldn't stop the 40 dunk from happening. And I feel like for Collab, they're going to take that. They're going to be okay with the knockout. It doesn't really net them any losses here. There's nothing really gained by Komai. No Reggies were up, so now Scyther already back. Anisas is going to be able to farm up pretty efficiently and keep up with now double digits on Komai.
Yeah, I mean, look, we're heading on into that middle area of the game. It's a little bit quieter. Not too many Reggies. Both teams have a tier 1 up. Let's have a look at the levels really quickly. A level 10, 2 level 11s for Leafeon and Aegislash. A level 11 for Scyther. And Venusaur has entered that level 10 as well. So that Verdant Anger Unite move coming out from Venusaur, if it is able to hit a wide range, you know, if Komai Esports just decide to group up, it is going to do big damage. But Umbreon almost getting caught out here, and it does get felled very quickly.
Not looking like a defender right there with how fast that Umbreon went down. And for Collab, those are going to be the big things. That they keep losing these knockouts when it comes to defending objectives, like another Reggie steal that Komai secure.
I mean, Komai is drawing the great RNG here. Scyther is in a bush, but Psyduck is not the one that you want to attack. In there, gets surfed away, does Serena. Umbreon gets frozen down. Umbreon just has one job, and it seems to be disrupting the crowd control Pokemon on the side of Komai Esports. But Suicune, unfortunately, Narami is just caught out, dodges a Solar Beam, but I don't think going to be able to dodge for long. But I think in that kind of position, Narami did a fantastic job just distracting the rest of Collab to allow Komai Esports to just really get out and start doing what they need to do on the rest of the map.
But they need to, for Collab, they need to start catching up to Komai, who have hit double digits for everyone. The Wish Umbreon that they have on their team just isn't taking enough to withstand a lot of the damage. And you can see right there, already getting back towards the goal and eating up the berries. Might have to defend, but already too late with too many from Komai. But the rest of the team showing up, helping them kick up the knockouts. One down, Leafeon down. Now the dive. Look at how much they burn through Komai. Finding the knockout after knockout. Only Aegislash is left defending themselves. 1v3, but we see Scyther is going to slide through the sword, but the sword tried to do the same. Triple knockout, making a quad for Scyther.
I mean, that was a fantastic team fight coming out from the side of Collab. We saw the Verdant Anger get used, but Infinite Psy did allow for enough damage reduction, but a Venusaur Unite move is still pretty hefty to take in one go. So Collab, once again, coming out. I think that was the first team fight, 5-on-5, that they managed to win so far in this game. Just a little bit of an overstretch, I want to say, from Komai Esports. They were it seemed they were too hungry for that score. They are only, I want to say 63 points, if my quick math is correct. And they're about to be a little bit more if Sableye wants to get this 40 in. But we've got another fight going on. Queen versus Sword. Usually, the Queen has a sword to help her out, not this time around.
More importantly is going to be the Regieleki secured by Komai. But kind of going back to that last fight that we were talking about, I was talking about how Umbreon, it's the Wish Umbreon with Snarl, that you're a little bit more susceptible. You're not nearly as tanky, so you can get taken down pretty easily. But we see that even with that, if you're diving so far to try to get that knockout on Umbreon, you're wasting a lot more of your potential when you could have just defended. So now Komai on the back foot as they lose Psyduck already, right as Rayquaza had spawned. They could continue the fight as opposed to going for Rayquaza. They have the lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think Komai probably going to just play it patiently here. We did see Sableye's Unite move pop off as well a little bit early on that one, so they don't have access to just the opportunity to send everyone back. As they send everyone back, Emerald two-step gets countering the side, the Unite move, the Green Emerald Giant. Umbreon is out in no man's land, having to pop that Midnight Prance to get out. It's still alive. Aegis is hacking and slashing at everything that moves. Umbreon finally gets felled. Mystical Mirage comes out from Mew as well. Serena with the queenly ascendant sends Mew back to Nurse Joy as well. It is a 4v2, and Komai right now have decided that they want to rip this Rayquaza. The queen is distracted, but the coup de grace secures the Rayquaza for Komai Esports.
Komai get themselves the Rayquaza. Too much attention had been put elsewhere by Serena, so now Komai, even behind 99 points, can start dunking these in, making it an even game, but they cannot be stopped. Collab, it had been just that one fight that got them the lead, and now it's been one fight that has lost them the game.
A double dunk there nicely by Psyduck and Leafeon inside that top path. There's still less than a 200-point game in this Magical again, and with 30 seconds to go on the clock, Leafeon's going to score again. A nice little 48 coming through, and Aegislash is just hacking and slashing at everything that's moving in its path. Just a nice little distraction tactic to wind down that clock, but that sword did not go down easily.
Took forever for that knockout, but the big thing is it took forever. With the countdown now going to 0, it is going to be Komai taking the series here, beating Collab 2-1.
I mean, congratulations to them. What a back and forth battle between these two teams. A steal in game number 1, a Rayquaza not even in the game number 2. Collab looking like the stronger team in both of those first original games. Komai coming back into their own in game number 3 with a very, very well done Ray fight, making it 2v4 in that final situation. But very tense, I want to say, Magical towards the end. Serena was fighting for their life while Rayquaza was on an HP in a dream. So, you know, it's, again, I mean, big shout outs to Collab. They put up a great set of matches, and shout outs to Komai Esports. They're going to take that one. Like you said, 2-0. Let's have a look at these stats.
I mean, a big thing is, as we were talking about, it is that one fight that nearly won the game for Collab. You see there in the mid game that they had that fight, it gets them that lead, but then it's one fight for Komai that gets them a Rayquaza and the game. And for Collab, that is 2 times in the series that it was down to a Rayquaza fight that they could make or break it, and unfortunately for them, both times it ended up breaking their spirits, and they lose to Komai in a very close matchup. But big props, as you were talking about, to Collab, making this such an entertaining series.
Oh, absolutely. I think we love seeing games like this, series like this. It's just back and forth Unite action where we're seeing different strats be used. Seeing Sableye, I think, has to be a highlight in game number 2. We were I think both of us were a little bit skeptical when we saw the little gremlin get picked.
Yep,
but then seeing, as soon as we saw that top fight with the first 3 KOs being delivered, with the Sableye assistance and how much of a presence Sableye was in that game, and then bringing it to game 2, it was still a presence as well. I mean, it's just, you know, what are you going to do? I think the Rapidash was the only Pokemon that was left in ban jail that entire time, Magical.
Yes. Other things kind of made it through, as we talked about the Suicune that didn't get banned in the second game. We saw Snorlax getting banned after game 1. Aegislash had been banned in games 1 and 2. You know, kind of swapping things out. Only the Galarian Rapidash was the consistent ban for the teams. But ultimately, it's more about what you pick in those games that really matters. Because right there, Komai, they had a better identity when it came to the mid game in this one compared to the previous games. Were able to go toe-to-toe with Collab through most of the game. And most importantly, they win that final fight at Rayquaza so they can take the series. We are going to toss it to a break for now, but we will be back here at Unity Clash with more Pokemon Unite action. Don't go anywhere. Hello, hello. Welcome back into Unity Clash for our Summer Showdown. I'm Magical, joined in by Lobo again. We saw quite a close series in that last one in Group C. Komai come out on top with a 2-1 against Collab, but here we are moving into Group D. So now we got to look at new teams on what they can do and what they can bring to the table, because if we learned anything, not just from the last series, but the series that we've seen throughout the day, we have been seeing that Galarian Rapidash has been pretty much permanently banned throughout the day. But the question to me isn't even that. That one, that's out of my mind. I'm imagining that's going to be banned consistently. It's the Alcremie. How important are teams now going to, how much priority are teams going to put on that Alcremie to grab it if it's left open, or if it might just end up being one of those bait Pokemon because it gets banned so much, people aren't as well practiced on it?
I don't know, because I think Alcremie's in a good space. A lot of people are saying that it's quite strong. Some people are saying it's a little bit overtuned. Some people are saying it's a little bit underwhelming. I just don't know. I think we need a little bit more time, Magical, to see it. But the teams we got so far, you need coaching from NA are going to be on your purple side. Stamina Esports from LATAM North on your orange side. A lot of very nice players on here. These players are world's players. They have been at the top of the pinnacle of Pokemon Unite, and they are ready to now show it. So getting that experience right before Worlds comes around is such a fantastic idea. But let's have a look at these bands.
Oh no, the pony has been freed from the stables. You can grab that now. You need coaching. There it is.
Lutano!
We have it immediately. That's why I saw it. I saw that Inteleon. I'm like, uh-oh, they let the pony be free.
I'm so curious, because again, seeing Rapidash inside being a first pick from almost being absolutely not picked at all is crazy to me, especially now we're seeing it come through. And we were talking about this before, a 75 plus Pokemon on this roster. Every single one, I would say, not every single one, most, like 85% of them are very, very playable, as we do have Hooper and Slowbro being picked up alongside Suicune and Blissey for the side of Unique Coaching.
I hate it. I hate it. All right, Unique Coaching has like the most disgusting comp right now. This is just, this should be illegal. I'm just looking at this. I'm like, what do you do if you're Stamina right here? The only thing you can do is exactly how they're answering. You get something that can poke from far enough away and hope that your Snorlax can provide enough peel for the team that you don't have to deal with the Rapidash and the Suicune getting near you, but then there's going to be the poke coming in from Armarouge too.
I mean, you can't get far enough that Lutano is not going to be able to run you down. Vin Diesel going to pick up Armarouge. I'm really interested to see what kind of moveset we're going to see on Armarouge. Fire Spin has been used alongside Psyshock, but Armor Cannon is its signature move. Why is that not that? It should just be the moveset.
I will say, I like Armarouge, and I like playing Armarouge both with Fire Spin or Armor Cannon. And when you see the Armor Cannon is mostly for, like, you want the poke, you want to stay at range, you want to be an attacker.
Yeah.
And Fire Spin to me is you're now an all-rounder. That red background is put a little bit of purple in there, because now you're the same as Suicune and Blaziken there. But I think that's what's going to be really important here for Unique Coaching, because if that is the Fire Spin, the all-rounder type build for Armarouge, then you have more that are going to try to dive onto this Mew, but then you're also going to get poked pretty heavily by said Mew when you try to get near them. And this is where I'm looking at, like, what do you want to do as Unique Coaching? I think, honestly, Armor Cannon should be the build here, just so you can have a little bit of damage you can do from range that'll help set up the Rapidash and Blaziken.
I'm the only reason I'm going to say it's probably Fire Spin is because of the items that Armarouge is holding.
Yeah, I'm just
Rocky
saying,
Helmet.
Like, I'm looking at it.
Rocky Helmet, Assault.
Cannon.
Rocky Helmet and Assault Vest. If you're playing Armor Cannon, then you definitely need coaching.
True.
But I like that also that Zacian is the all-rounder as well. Reggie's going to pick up Zoroark. Zoroark we usually see with a nice little flower necklace, but no comfy Zoroark combination today. Again, even up against, I just want to see, for me, this is a very interesting game because I want to see how all of the Pokemon that we're seeing, apart from Rapidash, we have seen plenty of times before. Rapidash is the new kid at school. He's the new one. He's got his backpack. He's ready to be there at school on the very first day. And now we got to see if he can fit in, because I'm interested.
So my question here, it has nothing to do with what is being picked, but if we have Glaring and Rapidash, when are we going to get Wug Trio? I want to play Wug Trio and watch them try to like get down the paths and what they can do.
As long as when we get Wug Trio, the Hollowware can only be different hairstyles.
Okay, I like it.
I'll give you that. I'll give you that. The Hollowware can only be different hairstyles.
I love it.
But Blissey having to pop, Chansey having to pop that X speed to get out of dodge there, so we can just gonna pop off and make sure that Yemen stays back on this Zacian. That Sword Doggo, very dangerous, especially with Hooper now. Magical, are we gonna see a trick? Or are we gonna see a hyperspace hole?
Personally, I always like the hyperspace hole. I'm big on the map movement that it provides for a team, but right now, Stamina, they don't really need to be moving around the map too much because they already have Reggie doing that with Zoroark, getting a lot of dominating points stacked up in bot path.
I mean, Zoroark is just a Pokemon you cannot tie down. There is the Fire Spin coming out from Armor Rouge as well, soaking up a lot of that middle Altaria, but there are now 4 people here in top path as Surf does manage to catch the Fire Chicken. Zorak's going to slash and dash his way in with Night Slash. Hooper portal is there. Alex not to, oh, they did take it. I'm sorry, the illusion confused me. But Zacian is here, and Hooper portal here I think is great. It has an exit for Zacian as Suicune exits stage left and goes to see Nurse Joy.
One of these legendaries is not like the other because one of these dogs carries a sword. And right there, you see just how good the Sword Doggo can be against Suicune. Poor Suicune, even if you can freeze the Sword Doggo in place, all that needs to happen is 1 slash and you're done. So Stamina, right now winning in most of their lanes. Well, top path might be a little bit more even compared to the bot path where they're absolutely dominating. It is only a matter of time if Stamina can get the Zoroark in the top path again to continue to put this Blaziken down as they are only Combusken still.
And this is just the important thing about choosing your central laner very, very wisely. Zoroark not only went to the bottom path, got KOs, got stacks, then came to the top path, helped get KOs and stacks. There, Suicune with the Whirlpool. Slowbro is going to lock down the Suicune, and Suicune is going to have a hard matchup here because Stamina Esports seem to have just kind of done the exact opposite of what we saw in the previous set that we just watched, Magical. They're going, fine, pick it. We'll just counter it. We'll just take it down as well as take down your Blissey.
And look at this domination from Stamina. Another knockout in the bot path as Armor Rouge does eat a berry, but they lose the pressure of bot path. Even if there is a dunk on the other side from the Glaring Rapidash, they now have to gallop on out of there, only getting some points while Stamina maintain control.
Reggie is playing like a man who is just been unlocked. Who needs a floral necklace when you've got this kind of freedom and mobility? Blissey trying to throw those eggs to get a little bit of steal there, but this Hooper Highway is so important for Stamina Esports. There's no way I thought we were going to get a steal there, but there is a little bit of momentum. Zacian had a bit of problem here, but Zoroark is there to try and clean up, but it cannot go into that Fire Spin recklessly right now, Magical.
Just saw just how much damage that can do to Zoroark. Already had chased off the Sword Doggo who had to heal up. And now they're looking for the dive as they were able to get the Regieleki to crash onto the pad. And now they've taken down top path. It had been even, but now you need coaching. Have taken control somewhere on the Thea Sky Ruins while another attempt comes in from Stamina, getting more dive, finding the knockouts. Galarian Rapidash down, knocked back on the other side, but they can chase down this Armor Rouge. They've got the slash, the dash, and the damage to take out the Armor Cannon, and then look for the Ice Dog. Suicune could not escape.
I mean, that is a fantastic play. Even the Nightfall Days Unite move coming out from Reggie was not enough. Again, a lot of good pressure being put on. 153 to 96 is going quite well. Unique Coaching did need that momentum to come back into this. Reggie has to be very careful now because of the moves that are being played. If you get caught in that Fire Spin, it's going to be a problem. If you get caught by that Focus Blast, it's going to be a problem. Reggie was able to schmoove and groove, I think, early game because I want to say of just the levels that of the Pokemon they was facing. Zoroark, when it comes out of that central area at level 5, is very strong.
And having that ability to snowball is big for Reggie and how they've been able to play. But I'm still looking at the Zoroark as not being out of it just yet. Like, not being out of their powerhouse. Because you can see right there, getting the knockout off screen onto the Galarian Rapidash while the bot path, they do knock out Slowbro and they get the dunk. But it's going to be a 40-point slam by Reggie in the top path. Even if the pad's not down, they get a lot of points to keep themselves even so they can continue the fight elsewhere on the map. Finding the unbound Hoopa, dragging in Zoroark. You go for Blissey. No, you dive into the back line to try to get rid of the damage, separating them from Blissey, who barely is able to get away. Actually, Mew from downtown does take down the Blissey and Reggie Ice.
I mean, when Hooper calls roll, you have no choice but to assemble. And Hooper is so good at turning a fight on its head, especially if it's by himself. If you decide to try and 1v2 a Hooper, call that roll, bring the rest of the teammates in on your left, backup is here, and they proved it in that fight just there. So again, now we're going to turn our attention to the top side. Zacian has no qualms about fighting at Blaziken's charging up that overheat, just putting that damage on, but Zacian has to be very careful because Armarouge is not far behind.
And the dive is still there as they have been able to regroup all 5 of Stamina Esports with a double knockout onto Blaziken. Armarouge back at the pad, trying to get the heal back up with the shield, but missing that damage. It is a triple knockout for Reggie as they continue the pressure, looking for a 4th, but it's only going to be the dunks as they get rid of the pad. And no, it's going to be denied. Nice by Vin Diesel to make sure the dunks don't go through. Still have the shields to fight back. Galarian Rapidash taking out Zoroark. Reggie down, getting a double knockout on Slowbro.
And this is what happens when you just let the Stallion run wild. You're going to try for a nice little steal there with Solar Beam, but went just a little bit early. Armorouge going to pick up that secure. I was going to mention this a little bit earlier. Hyperspace Hole has been, I want to say, in the terms of movement and utility right now, nerfed. There's been a roadblocks put up on that Hooper highway from top to bottom, but now Unique Coaching are going to go in. They're going to try and score. Reggie is going to crash on in. And could this be the destruction? It is the destruction of Tier 2. But Reggie has not had his say just yet.
Finding more knockouts, making it a double knockout as they get it for Zacian and for Zoroark at the same time. Only one was able to survive for You Need Coaching. While they do have the point lead, they lose a lot of the pressure across the Sky Ruins.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. As now, just from one Reggie after another, it seems like the action in this match has not stopped or has not slowed down a single bit. Magical. Reggie Brock is going to be the final Reggie heading on into Rayquaza. A nice defense and special defense buff coming through, most likely for the side of Stamina Esports, especially when you go up against that Suicune and that Armarouge. That defense buff is going to be very useful, but Galarian Rapidash going to hide themselves in their bush as a Slowbro is going to get caught out and eliminated very quickly.
And this is the power of having both the Armarouge and the Galarian Rapidash. It makes defenders look squishy as Slowbro down. The chase is there as they are going for Mew, who has to try to see if they can defend. And Unbound Hoopa doing it a little bit as well, scaring off You Need Coaching, continuing to get chased too. Patchy's not done, getting a lot of those punches thrown out at them, and they're keeping them away from the Rayquaza. The big thing, even though there's a lot of damage on a Hoopa, Galarian Rapidash trying to get the knockout, but Hoopa no longer unbound as the damage is there. You Need Coaching taking control away from Stamina Esports, chasing him off of Rayquaza.
I cannot believe what has just happened. What a turnaround in that Rayquaza fight. I believe my screen has gone on to loading.
Mine has too.
What a time to be at this, as we go right back into the action. Magical. We have all members down for the side of Stamina Esports. 4 members down. Zacian on an HP and a dream. Unfortunately, I think something happened. We had a Sableye in our system. Breezy decided that they wanted to be part of this match as well. We'll try and get that back up for you. We'll just have a see with our chat with the production. Unfortunately, that was a really good Rayquaza fight that we saw coming through there. Oh no, we're right back into the action, Magical, right where we left off.
Here we go. So going back into this one, the Triad Blitz on to Zacian, who trying to use that Sacred Sword to steal it away, getting a lot of damage despite there being so many. It takes 1 in trade, 1 for 1, but not enough time for the rest of the team to get back up. This should be Rayquaza for You Need Coaching.
I mean, that is a team wipe on their side. You Need Coaching has sweep that off the map. Let's go back to just a few highlights of that Rayquaza fight. The Hooper having to call roll early I think was a great pull by Uni Coaching, because if you saw, as soon as Hooper called roll, everybody just walked away from the Hooper. And Hooper in that unbound form is a very slow moving target. But look at this, even with all of the Rayquaza shields, Uni Coaching.
This is smart. This is smart. They know they have the lead.
No.
They're just playing to make sure they can clean up. There is nothing that can be done by Stamina outside of having a miracle fight and getting themselves the slams they need back, and that is why they're just staying so defensively, forcing Stamina to play into their hands so they can pick up the knockouts. Then they can dunk these points in uncontested, taking out the bot path. Hoopa left alone, but they got the chase on Mute back all the way to the base fountain, trying to heal back up in the Pokemon Center.
I think I have not seen that kind of positioning after a Rayquaza secure, and you know, you and I play this game, well, more casually, I guess, but whenever the Rayquaza is secured, it's a mad dash to just go and score those points, right? That is one of the first times I've seen that happen in this instance in a competitive standpoint. All 4 members of teams with Rayquaza shields just waiting for the opposite team to come towards them. The patience shown by Uni Coaching in the last minutes of that game was fantastic.
Yes,
I just want to say, like, hats off to them.
It's honestly one of those smart macro calls of saying we have the lead in points. We're not fussed. We don't need a rush. We know that you're going to be the team that's put on the back foot and feels forced to make any fight. So we'll play passively until you come to us and allow us to find these easy cleanup knockouts so that they can take the leads. They can continue the control they had, because there is always that possibility, you know, even if you have Rayquaza, that you overcommit, lose the shields, and suddenly you have these long respawn timers that Stamina can then punish, and they can get their own dunks in and actually make it even.
That final score there, 628 to 159. Reggie amounting 12 KOs and 4 assists. The MVP on the side of Uni Coaching is going to go to Lutano. Again, we didn't see Rapidash a whole lot, I want to say, standing out. It really turned on about that 5-minute mark. I want to say allowing it to, I say, get those level spikes, those plus moves as well must have been really, really important. Reggie picking up top damage with 88k, but Vin Diesel on the Armor Rouge also amounting 84k with that fire spin and side shot combination.
And here I'm looking at this game for Stamina and like what they could have done a little bit better in this one, because they were snowballing out of control. That Zora arc was absolutely nuts. But the biggest problem for them was that it felt like they just didn't have a cohesive way of bridging the gap from early to mid game. And they started to flounder a little bit there. And it was, I think, honestly, pointed out and pinned down by Uni Coaching. They noticed that weakness in the armor that was built up by Stamina, and they started chipping away at that so they could be that powerful team when it came to these mid to late game fights. And there was very little that Stamina could do outside of that unless they were able to assassinate someone into the back line quick enough. But as we said, even with the Zora being out of control, just wasn't enough.
I think this comes down to, you know, I think I mentioned it a little bit at the early stages of that last game. Picking your central area laner is so very, very important. You know, we have that discussion about, you know, a level 5 Pokemon that evolves, a level 4 Pokemon that evolves, you know, a 2-stage evolution versus a 3-stage evolution going into that central area. Zorak getting that evolution and then having access to Night Slash, which is the move I believe Reggie was using. It just has that ability. But then once you get the rest of that team online and they're not basic Pokemon, but they've got their evolutions back up, it starts to be a little bit harder. And, you know, Suicune has access to Whirlpool, as well as the other ice-type moves that allow it to freeze. And a lot more hindrance coming out from Zorak towards that mid-game. So that's where we saw Reggie just start to, he was still popping off, but it was a little bit more calculated the way that they were going in. But this time around, Stamina Esports don't want to deal with that Suicune. It's been taken off, but the horse is still available to pay. And Chico is hovering over, they were hovering over my favorite Pokemon. I was going to be really happy if we saw Mimikyu Magic, but we're not going to see it.
Yeah, I like Mimikyu too, but All Creamy and Galarian Rapidash both available. There are definitely higher prioritizations that need to be focused on by both teams. All Creamy taken by Uni Coaching, while Hoopa back for Stamina. Feeling really comfortable about the movement that it provides, but not even going for Rapidash, leaving that open again as they took Trevenant over it.
I mean, Trevenant's an interesting one here. Whatever moveset they decide to play, maybe to help with that counteraction of either Armor Rouge or even Zacian in those team fights. Whether you go Horn Leech or Woodhammer or you go Curse as well into this, Trevenant is such a difficult Pokemon to deal with. You know, Ranma is not going to be looking to try and Horn Leech Lutano. He's looking for those peels for possibly if Reggie's going to go back onto the Zoroark, but that Metagross is a good choice because we see that Gyro Ball, the more you hit, the more shields you're going to get, and Frank there is just going to be able to put a lot more damage with that Mew. And I think, could we see a change up? Vin Diesel's going to go back to that Armor Rouge, and I actually really like Lapras here. If you take away one Ice type, bring back another. I mean, Mamoswine works too.
Mamoswine works as well. I was just about to say, like,
it's an Ice
Lapras
type.
or
It's an Ice type.
Lapras or Mamoswine work really well here, especially to counteract something like Metagross that wants to dive into the back line and be that menace that once it's the full team fights, Metagross can be absolutely crazy on how, like you talked about, stacking up the shields, nearly impossible to kill, put down the Thunderdome, make sure everyone is locked there in a fight with you. And then you have this Mew that's still on the outskirts getting a lot of damage at range, but they add in an Absol for Yin, going for that kind of speedster up against the Rapidash is very interesting to me because Absol, I feel like, is still a heavy mid-game sort of Pokemon, but Rapidash, it feels like, is like mid to late game.
Absol is another one like Zoroark that comes out of the central lane. If we are going to see it in central lane, I don't know if Yin and Reggie are going to swap those roles. To be honest, when it comes out of central lane, it is very, very strong. Dusk Runner is an interesting one on that Mamoswine because now we have two defenders that are so good at healing. If we're playing that Ice Fang moveset to just be able to displace alongside Earthquake, but not only that, Mammoth Mash is such a fun and fantastic Unite move because it just tosses everybody up. But then also, when you go on the outside of it, it's going to be that Phantom Forest moveset from Trevenant, which applies a debuff to the entire everybody that it hits, which is just going to be so much fun for Metagross and Absol with Midnight Slash. You call it the Thunderdome, I call it the Beyblade Arena. But once that arena goes up and that Metagross starts spinning, that's going to be a problem to deal with. So a lot of really nice cohesive Unite moves coming out from both teams to see how they work together. It's going to be interesting to see how Rapidash and Armor Rouge work together as well. But I'm very excited that I'm actually getting to see Rapidash played at this level.
Same here. Seeing that played and with this kind of composition, I feel like this more accelerates how the Rapidash can play than the previous game, where we saw a kind of weak early game. Here, we're seeing a little bit more power taken into this bot path, allowing a dunk for Swinub while Ponyta kept the attention of Absol. And top path, there's a knockout onto the sword doggo. Mew winning for stamina up top.
Mew is such a good Pokemon early game. It's got that boosted, it's got that Electro Ball secure, which is so good early game. And it also does a big amount of damage as well as a great execute. Because, you know, we're here early game as Hoopa does a little bit of thievery to steal a Citrus Berry away. The Citrus Berry that that Ponyta stole away. But now we've got Armor Rouge inside this bottom path. And Metang about to join very soon.
All three here, but low health onto Swinub. Even if you're relatively tanky, you don't want to enter in a fight too early because you can see right there what can happen. It was a nice swap away back into base to allow them to re-engage and nearly taking the knockouts on to Duskrider, but was able to survive. And then the pushback, constantly stamina, utilizing power from this mid game.
I think Swinub has got to be the one of the most like underrated early game defenders. It's a 3-stage evolution line for a defender, and I think most people think when you have a 3-stage evolution line, not so useful. But with that Ice Shot and Tackle alongside an eject button, the utility of Mamoswine is so strong inside that early game. As Ponyta gets sent back to the stables, courtesy of the Natural Disaster Pokemon, who's able to sense natural disasters, is Absol. You know.
I was about to say, or, you know, there's the whole thing in the lore is like, do they actually cause it? People believe that it causes the natural disasters. Right there caused that natural disaster, taking out the pony. And now, top path, we see that a nice knockout from Trevenant up in top path. Stamina Esports looking for a dive onto Sword Doggo, trying to heal up, but at Woodhammer going wide. Instead, it's just going to be dunk offbound, dunk to give Stamina even more points.
I love bringing Pokemon lore into Pokemon Unite. It's always fantastic. It's a big Ice Fang sends Absol a natural disaster after one natural disaster. The Ice Age is well and truly alive as Piloswine now picks up Metang and puts him down. Ice Fang's such a great utility Pokemon, but there is the Solar Beam. Metagross just going to sit in that beam as it does get the evolution to Metagross. The supercomputer is online. Those Gyro Ball shields are not going to be broken anytime. And there's the utility of Hyperspace Hole with that Hoopa Highway holding strong.
This is why I love the Hyperspace Hole build on Hoopa. Just the movement that you get across the map is pretty much uncontested. No one else can move around that efficiently for the whole team. But right there, we do see that it was a good play. There was that dive away using the hole to try to escape, but unfortunately wasn't in time. And Regice should be secured unless this Mew can seal it away. No, Piloswine securing control. The Hyperspace Hole not in time to save Mew's life.
And Unique Coaching are doing a fantastic job keeping Stamina Esports away from these hyperspace holes. Hooper is doing its utmost to try and make sure to stop any dunks coming through. Sends the portal down, brings everyone through. Absol is here. Nice little earthquake there coming out from Mammoth, just breaking ankles. It took 4 members of, I believe it was either Stamina Esports that needed to take down that Piloswine. Again, still not at its final evolution. It's not even its final form yet. But now we've got some Unite moves popping off.
Compute and Crash has been burned, but it's going to be that Hyperspace Hole away. Needs to be a part of the fight, and is a little bit late. While the knockouts are traded 1 for 1 on the other side. Sword Doggo trying to get away from Metagross, but they've got the lockdown. Unique Coaching have stopped that aggression from Stamina and might be able to take some control, forcing Metagross all the way back towards the pad. But a nice Ice Fang to drag him back in. No shield is enough to stop the fight from happening as Unique Coaching are crashing more points down on the bot pad, removing it from the game and continuing to fight tooth and nail against Stamina Esports as the tree has been burnt to cinders. Same with Absol, about to be taken down with a forest.
If there was a better get over here moment in Pokemon Unite, I'm still yet to see it. Metagross on the retreat as well. The Hyperspace Hole, I think, worked a little bit ineffective against Metagross. Yep. It set up the Compute and Crash, but then got sent back home, which meant it couldn't have helped Absol against Zacian inside that top path. But I guess coming up behind it, it could have worked, but that fight was almost over when Metagross decided to return. Nice play by Unique Coaching. Piloswine, Mamoswine, Duskrunner doing a fantastic job on this big, woolly, ancient pig, I want to say.
Is it pig or is it a mammoth? The debate is out there, but right now, it is the Phantom Force.
Swine in the name.
It's true. That is true. But right there, we do see a good knockout from Stamina, taking some control back on one of the paths. But it is feeling like they are a little bit late still. Despite having a good late game comp with Metagross, like, that is one of those things, kind of like how I was talking about Blaziken, the secure that Blaziken has. Metagross is probably one of the best team fighters as the game progresses.
And that's a nice little Hoopa portal to kind of just bring everyone down. Unexpected. It seemed like we were getting a lull in the match just for a little bit as we head into that mid game. But Reggie's still being taken. Rapidash does put down the Triad Blitz, I believe that's the name. I call it the Triforce as well. Locking down any opponent, does not pick up a KO, just runs away. And Stamina Esports are on the defensive here. Big Solar Beam is going to crash into defense. Trevenant is very low, going to crap that Hoopa portal away. Mamoswine going to try and pick someone up with the Ice Pack. The Compute Crash does come out. There is the Beyblade Arena. The Thunderdome is going wild this time around, but Metagross actually walled off most of its own teammates from trying to do any damage to Unique Coaching.
Couldn't get the escape for the Trevenant. Unfortunately, got chopped down. It was a trade, though, ultimately. 1 for 1, because Absol was able to get into the back line to take down the Mamoswine. And now with low health bars on both sides, and again, trading on each side. Knockout for knockout, as all Creamy getting eliminated from the fight as well. Finally, will give Stamina Esports a leg up in the fight as they look to take down the Sword Doggo, missing the Wood Hammer. The dive back in from Galarian Rapidash as the Hyperspace Hole was just a little bit late on the fight, so they can't turn it back on to the Rapidash. Instead, they have to look to see if they can take down the Extinct Mammoth.
I mean, Metagross missed that hole, but the shields were enough to keep it alive. 220 to 75 on the scoreboard with 1 minute to go until Rayquaza decides to show their legendary face on Thea Sky Ruins. Both tier 1s up for Unique Coaching. They are in a strong position here going into that Rayquaza fight. They can fight off of any of these pads. They can fight from top side. They can fight from bottom side. but Stamina Esports are going to have to take some strong positioning after dealing with this Regieleki. Magical, let's have a look at these levels before we head to Rayquaza. 2 level 13s with that Armoroots and Zacian, alongside a level 12 Rapidash and 11 Mamoswine and Creamy rounding it out. They've just let that Regieleki walk into topside there as well. And 3 level 13s for the side of Stamina Esports with a Reggie steal. They pulled the RNG lottery and they won a big time with a Reggie steal heading on into Rayquaza. You need coaching. It's their game to lose here, Magical. 2 seconds until Rayquaza spawns.
They spotted out the Trevenant, forcing away Stamina Esports from Rayquaza, and kind of like what we saw in the last game, Stamina Esports are going to be the team that feels pressured to act. You need coaching can answer. That's why they're playing it defensively, not letting them get the points locked in down bot or top. Neither are they allowing the Rayquaza to even be started. They don't want to flip and then lose the series based off of one event.
I mean, that Dusk Runner just brushed off that Solar Beam. It tickled. It tickled him, but look at here. Absol's going to go in because they know with the Hyperspace hold, they can bring them back in with Roll Call, but it looks like Trevenant's going to be the first one to fall, and Absol still doesn't get the dunk in, and You Need Coaching are going to push the pressure.
They found Mew. That's a big target that they can remove from the fight, as there's going to be the dunk in the bot path from Hoopa. But what does it amount? You still don't take the point lead. There's a knockout onto the Sword Dog, onto the top path. There's Glare and Rapidash's usual Triad, trying to see if they can take down Double, but they lift the shields and compute and crush into the Thunderdome. 1v4. Metagross cannot win this time around with the Phantom Force being too little too late. Looking for a Wood Hammer, but they're healing back up with a Fluffy Cream Supreme, making sure that You Need Coaching will take this series. 45 seconds are left on the clock. Stamina have to have a miracle happen.
I mean, look, that Hooper still has Roll Call available. If they decide to just rip that and go and score, this could work. But You Need Coaching going to try and get 50 into the top path with Galarian Rapidash, but Mew was there to suss it out. Absol's going to come back in. The rip is on this time round. Hooper is nowhere to be seen inside this Rayquaza. It's going to go down to a flip. It's Al Creamy of all things. Put the cherry on top. The Al Creamy has taken Rayquaza for You Need Coaching.
And all the while, Galarian Rapidash had gotten the attention of Metagross, so they couldn't even attempt the steal. You Need Coaching will take the 2-0 victory over Stamina Esports.
Woo! Wow. Very, very, oh man, I don't even have the words for that, for the ending of that game. It was chaotic, it was confusing, it still felt a little bit controlled. I just, a lot of stuff was going on. My attention was completely on Patchy, on that Hooper, especially with access to that Hoop Rings Unbound coming through. I thought it was going to pull everybody out. I thought something was going to happen. I'm not sure, but again, it was Chico coming through and securing that Rayquaza in everything, even though Yin actually managed to get a Midnight Slash Unite move off as well, which I thought might bring that back for Stamina Esports, but no, it was all You Need Coaching who takes this set 2-0. Let's have a look at these stats, Magical.
Now, looking at the stats, I mean, we see just how this game kind of was. It was a lot about these skirmishes, and even for me, the most important one is Reggie. 50k damage, which is not, that's nothing to scoff about. That's pretty decent damage, but it's nowhere close to Vin Diesel on this Armarouge. Having that amount of damage coming in from the Armarouge, and then the rest of both Mach and Tano having good amounts of damage themselves, it makes it so that they are always relevant in a lot of these fights, especially with how squishy a lot of the players on Stamina Esports really were.
I agree with you. I mean, just that we talked about Armarouge. I think it was the main focus of a lot of we were talking about in that first game when it got picked because of that fire spin moveset. It doesn't become an attacker; it turns into an all-rounder. But also, just look at that damage that it took. It the ratio of 77 to 26k damage on attackers is huge. Because we did expect Armarouge to be in those fights, but a lot of the time, Armarouge did come out towards the end. A lot of that onus was on Duskrunner on that Mamoswine. Have to shout out my personal MVP in that fight. Just really kept the pressure on Stamina Esports in that early game coming through. Guys, I think we are going to take a quick break as well before we get on to our next match. Don't go anywhere. Grab a drink, grab a snack. We will be right back with Uniclash Summer Showdown 2025. See you guys very soon.
Hello, welcome back into Unity Clash Summer Showdown 2025. I'm Magical, joined in by Lobo. Again, we have one more series for our day one. It should be a good one. It is Group D again. This time it will be Unity Coaching versus Nemesis, and from what we've been told, this one is going to decide a seeding going on further into the tournament. So Unity Coaching looked really good in that last series, a nice clean 2-0. Even if in game 2 there were some moments Stamina might have been able to bring it back, it felt like Unity Coaching had a very good understanding of how to maintain their calm and neutral stance when it came to a lot of the neutral objectives.
I mean, I think that's really important when you're heading on into these games. We talk about this anytime, especially on Unity Clash, because we are on Ghatlue's channel. We have had a chance to talk to him, and he talks a lot about momentum and pushing the throttle on and off in Unite games and pushing pace. You know, when you're taking that advantage, you want to make sure that you don't overstay, which we have seen a little bit today, overstaying in certain areas, pushing back in certain areas. But also these tournaments leading up to Worlds can be such a good opportunity to test the limits of what you're able to do. You know, as we're gonna see, it is Umbreon, Snorlax, Alcrimion, and Teleon getting banned up straight away. Lutano is going to go into the bright pink sparkly pony that is Rapidash straight off the bat, as we do have Unity Coaching on your purple side, Nemesis on your orange side, and it is going to be Psyduck and Suicune picked up for Nemesis.
I like it a lot. I think that is a really good pick here. Psyduck, I think, is just a really good tool, especially into things I want to try to lock you down. Having something like Suicune that can then lock down the other side, I think is going to be really important up against a Rapidash and now an Armarouge. If it is going to be the Fire Spin build again, there's something that you want to make sure you maintain your distance from, and Suicune's going to do a great job with that. The big thing for me, though, is Blissey. I feel like Blissey... Everyone knows Blissey is strong, but people kind of forget just how strong Blissey is until it is picked. And then you just see how much damage it can do while also healing everyone up, being tanky in the front line. And I'm a little worried here for Nemesis just based off that Blissey alone, because they need to burst through that, especially for this Dodrio that is the original version of what Rapidash is now.
I mean, I'm excited to see it. These are two Pokemon that love to just kind of run around the map. Trainer is no slouch on any Pokemon that you put them on. Whether we see, I'm just gonna make an assumption here, Magical. Don't hold it against me. I assume we're gonna see Tri-Attack coming through. It's such a powerful move, and also giving it that extended boosted auto at the end of your Tri-Attack. That powered up auto attack is so useful. Metallic on the Blaziken is also very scary as well. So now we've got secure tools coming up for the side of Nemesis, but now you've got the genetically enhanced Pokemon. Team Rocket's ace in the hole that Bora is pulling out, and just an A-pressing, suppressive Pokemon coming out for Nemesis. So their squad is strong, a lot of lockdown potential, a lot of damage potential, and just a lot of distraction potential, because Unity Coaching, they definitely want to don't want to start following that birdie around, because that could be disastrous.
And it's even the Y variant of Mewtwo, so not going for the X, the more like tanky version that we've seen a few times in the past, really is going to be about that range damage that you can bring to the team. And so Nemesis, if they can keep that Mewtwo Y alive, they will get a lot of damage for free, especially then followed up by a Dodrio that can dive into the back line, and whether or not it's Drill Peck or if it's Tri-Attack, as you were calling out, you're still going to have that ability to get into the back line, do a lot of really quick damage, and then try to get out of there. Well, Galarian Rapidash is going to try to do the same. So for me, I'm really looking at these speedsters and when they evolve, how both of them are going to pilot these fights, because I feel like if they ever run into each other, they're going to stare at each other, and it's going to be like, oh, you're here? Just stare at each other, and then run in opposite directions, because they want to get onto the back line, not one another.
Yeah, 100%. It's interesting for me where their targets are going to be. For me, who really made an impression in that that game before that we watched with Unity Coaching was Duskrunner on that Mamoswine. Such a good play early game, just as that Swine Up and then that Piloswine. And then as well as Mamoswine just displacing as much as we can. X attack already popped on to Mewtwo, and there goes Duskrunner in. Mewtwo having to give himself that little psychic shield because he's not fully powered just yet.
Not yet, but once he gets powered up, going to be a lot stronger. Here's already attempted dive from Ponyta, but it's a knockout thrown back into the face of You Need Coaching, overextending this lineup, trying to lock down, but gets locked down themselves, frozen in place, finally eject buttons out of there.
I mean, nice eject button. It also did manage to steal a bit of farm away. But there we see Trainer has actually opted for that central area now. So that Speedster's going to be on the line a little bit more. There's the tri-attack coming out. There's the boosted as well, stealing that farm away. Trainer is going to be a nuisance here. But Ponyta not able to get on. As Blissey is here, little Altara is about to spawn.
4 bot path for You Need Coaching, securing control of the Artilleria camp and forcing Nemesis away. But Nemesis try their best to get some damage onto You Need Coaching as they are a little bit late to the party.
Yeah, I mean, as now, Dodrio has this ability, the same way that we saw Zorok as well in those early games, just has the ability to go up and down. Blissey, nice. That egg is going to get cracked, Magical. Going to get sent back to Nurse Joy, and now Zacian going to feel the force of the tri-headed bird.
And this bird now is going to be out of the stables and running fast themselves, a lot faster than this Ponyta is, so the snowball Nemesis have on their side. I'm curious to see where next that Dodrio goes, because they are going to be dictating a lot of the pace of the game for Nemesis.
I mean, usually you would see them go back into their central area or invade into the opposing team's central area, but Psyduck has already done that. And now Armaru, just like you said, gotten into the backline. Dodrio put the damage on. Psyduck decided to surf in, but Dodrio gets caught by Zacian.
I think a big thing is we see in the center of Central Path that it was their Suicune looking for the camps not engaging with the rest of the team. So both players getting knocked out for Nemesis and then losing the big ulterior camp to You Need Coaching. The play completely going sideways for Nemesis.
We talked about that. I mentioned this at the very start about, you know, throttling on that momentum, you know. I think they felt, Nemesis kind of feeling that they had a little bit of momentum going. They sent 2 members into that central area, and it ultimately did just backfire for them, giving You Need Coaching a way back into this, but now they're looking to take back that aggression.
Getting a lot of damage onto Rapidash, throwing out the kick to keep them at a distance, but it's still the dive back in from the Boney. The rest of the team trying to back up, but that's a lot of CC control by Nemesis, allowing them to get the dunks and then reset as they're waiting for the Reggie camp to spawn.
I mean, just as we pan down, it is a Reg Ice. A healing objective is going to be really exciting here. But Nemesis keeping control of this battle as Rapidash is just going to score behind them. But who do we favor in any kind of secure here, Magical?
Blaziken.
It's going to be Blaziken.
Always Blaziken when it comes to the neutral objective control, getting themselves that Reggie first. And the rest of the team now pushing back onto the pad, but You Need Coaching keeping them at bay for now, having enough players down here so that it isn't going to be an easy execute on to the bot path for Nemesis.
I mean, Psystrike is going to be able to secure some things. Both teams are just going to kind of separate away from this fight. Dodrio has taken You Need Coaching central area. Rapidash has done the same on the opposite hands. They've just decided to handshake on each other's central area. The 2 species are going to meet in the middle and try and duke it out. But in the middle here, Armarouge is going to be faced up against something that Fire doesn't really want to go up against, and that's water.
But that's why you bring the Ice type to help back it up with the Psycho Boom, getting a little bit of damage as Regieleki is secured by Blaziken. Then Nemesis winning the fight in Central as they push them all the way back towards the pad. Only Blissey left to defend, but they should be able to dunk in a free 30 points here for Suicune and 27 for Psyduck.
As that Psycho Boom came down, we also did see the Infinite Cyburn come down from Mewtwo as well. Really just kind of, it's just going to bring a beam of light and damage down onto every person on that opposing team. Also giving vision for Nemesis, which I think is a really underrated part of Infinite Cyburn, that it does actually provide you vision if it is able to hit in any kind of area effect that shows an enemy teammate. So Nemesis know where most of You Need Coaching are going to be, as Trainer's just going to help themselves to a red buff with a 17 to 237 scoreline now, heading on in to that 5-minute mark.
And now I am worried for You Need Coaching. You're falling behind, still only Pilliswine with a nice pick onto Psyduck, but Psyduck could get away. The rest of the team backing him up, getting a nice defense of their Psyduck. And this is kind of going into what I'm worried about for You Need Coaching. We are starting to get to the mid game and soon enough the late game, and you're behind a Blaziken comp here for Nemesis. How do you get back in if you're You Need Coaching?
It's interesting for me right now. The thing for me is get experience, either start getting dunks, take these objectives, push the pace. See, I think you need to start calling Rapidash back, start being a bit more part of these team fights, because Trainer is coming in at the very end of these team fights as we see the Rapidash Unite move going down, but Rapidash being sent back to Nurse Joy. But also a big thing for You Need Coaching right now, Magical. that Pillar Swine is still a Pillar Swine.
And you're never going to get to Mamoswine when you lose fights like that. Another Reggie secured by Nemesis, allowing them to dive into the central camps and take them away from Unique Coaching, who are defending the best they can. Psyduck gone. One support is down, but the Sword Doggo fighting against 3 is going to be traded back as Dodrio make sure to execute on to the knockout while Reggie Rock is taken by Metallic.
I mean, the important thing in that fight there, we did see Trainer, we did see Mewtwo, they were low, but that infinite ultimate Psy coming out from Psyduck, that Unite move, it has damage reduction, which allowed them to also survive just a little bit and exit. So now Nemesis have 2 tier 1s up. They're over 200 points, 220 points. Yeah, 220 points. I'm good at math. I'm trying. But now is a problem here. Taking this Regieleki could either shift the momentum in their favor, or it could stay in the favor of Nemesis, as we've got team fight popping off.
See the Mammoth try to get the Mammoth Mash into the backline, but nobody was there to jam out. Instead, it's going to be Nemesis taking the knockouts for themselves. Double for Blaziken. The Mammoth, the next target that they chomp down as they find themselves a quad knockout. Oh no, it was a triple knockout because the Mammoth was taken down by Dodrio.
I mean, this is the important thing that I'm seeing, the distinction between Rapidash and Dodrio right now between these two players. There's the the Triad Blitz. Just as I was about to say the difference between the two species right now, Dodrio is coming in towards the end of these teamfights, getting those important KOs. Rapidash has to go in and out, not too much burst damage, but it's still doing the job that it needs to do, as Psyduck and Blaziken can try and defend this pad.
There's the Mammoth Mash into the back line on a Blaziken, diving underneath the pad into the Flux Zone that's still alive for Nemesis. But I feel like this is all just baiting out time, trying to make sure that Unique Coaching can get themselves in a better spot to control the Rayquaza that spawns in 25 seconds.
I mean, at the level 10, going into this Rayquaza fight is going to hurt Unique Coaching, which is why I guess Duskrunner was not too bothered about letting themselves get KO'd, let the rest of their teammates escape. Blissey did manage to get out. 9 seconds until Rayquaza, again, still 220 points. Suicune has found Mamoswine with that Whirlpool, so different as opposed to being hit with that Solar Beam as we saw them in the previous set. You really don't want to get hit with that Whirlpool. Dodrio Trainer is just menacingly sitting in that bush because they're going to want to try and come in again. But I don't know what's going on with Galarian Rapidash. Maybe trying to get access to that Unite move. Yes, they are. There is no Unite move on the side of Galarian Rapidash. So again, the slow play going to benefit Unique Coaching heading on into this, because now it's been 30 seconds since that Rayquaza has been on. Dodrio could go for a back cap, seeing the slow way they're going, but now it all pops off.
And they're looking for that backline on a Blaziken and Psyduck, but they've separated the battle for now. But look at the backline. Dodrio out of nowhere, looking for the KO, taking down Blissey. The next one is going to be the Mammoth mashing through everything, but they've still got the pony to deal with. Triad Blitz tries to get rid of Psyduck, but instead, it's Nemesis taking control, pushing back the Rapidash as Dodrio says, I am the original. Galarian Rapidash has nothing on the triple-headed bird.
I mean, it does manage to get the KO as well. Through 2 members alive. Zacian's got its Unite move as well. Bliss Assistance comes from downtown, and it is Zacian!
Zacian securing it, taking it away. Unique Coaching can dunk in a lot of points as Dodrio throwing out the tri-attack to take down Blissey. But you can see just one doggo, but no shields. Only Armarouge has it left.
I mean, they have to do something here. I mean, a Hundo Burger is not enough here, but LG Trainer knows exactly where Armarouge's is, and there is now no... Oh my god, Trainer has been taken down. That KO time is going to be huge. So now the defense has to come here because it's 4v2.
Trying to dunk in the points, but they want to get the KOs first and foremost. Having a lot that they can get for the team. One pad gone, and then interrupting the dunk again, making it so the 50 can't be picked up and denying Unique Coaching their last salvage hook as they cannot drag back in the game. Nemesis will be on top.
Oh my Arceus. What did I just witness? You know where I said at the very start, you know, after the very first set, we said where there's a Ray, there's a way. Sometimes when there's a Ray, there is not a way. And I think that was proven this time around. A really great job to Mark to be able to secure in all of that against a Blaziken. I think that's the first time we've seen a Blaziken not hit the secure to secure a Rayquaza. But again, those shields were ripped so quickly from JL and from Mark. They didn't have them, and Vin Diesel was the only one with the shield still up. So, I mean, and a great defense. Great defense by Kira as well to freeze, because I thought that 50 was going to come in from Duskrunner. But Trainer getting the top damage on not a very high damage game, because most of these Pokemon do go down fairly quickly. You know, Armarouge's going to go down quickly. Rapidash can do it. Duskrunner and Psyduck probably the two tankiest Pokemon. But you expect we're going to see a Dodrio ban next time? Because Dodrio did win the battle of that this time round.
That it's tough. Like, do you ban the Dodrio here just so you can have the glaring Rapidash if you need coaching? I don't know if it's worth the ban necessarily, but there has to be something that you need coaching does differently, because they built a composition that has late game scaling options like in Mamoswine, but the rest of their comp was meant more for that mid game. Then you look at Nemesis, who are more built for the mid to late game, and they were able to hold their own in the early game, then have a powerful mid game, so that even when you get to the late game and they haven't dunked in a while, it's because that was their own choice. They knew they were the ones in control of the Sky Ruins.
I just want to, like, we did talk about this as a battle between Rapidash and Dodrio. They are two, I want to say, fairly different Pokemon with the kind of the same gimmick of running around. You know, they both rely on a gauge. Rapidash relies a little bit more on hit and run tactics to go in, stun, do damage as well. Dodrio has a lot more burst damage when it comes to tri-attack. It goes around, comes in. It also has that boosted auto, like I mentioned. Two very different attacking styles coming through. So although we made the comparison, I still don't think it's a fair comparison, I guess. I just want to put that. I mean, I said it was a comparison, but I just want to say it's not as kind of one-to-one match as, you know, we made it seem. And I think that both of those Pokemon do different things based on that team comp as well.
I feel like they both have different power spikes as well.
Exactly, and I do want to think also having Dodrio go into that central lane as opposed to Rapidash being in the bot path as well did give advantage to Dodrio, but the way that Trainer was playing Dodrio was exactly how a player of that caliber should play Dodrio. They weren't at a lot of team. They were at team fights a very late.
What? Okay, sorry to interrupt you, but
no, interrupt.
Umbreon, Rapidash, both left open. Same with Suicune, and the option you need coaching goes for is Suicune to make sure they can lock down the competition a little bit more, because that was another thing that they struggled with, is getting into a lot of these fights, because Nemesis could constantly reset these lockdowns, get the frozen, make sure that the Psyduck was perfectly fine as well. So now I'm looking at what is going to be the options. They went for both the Sword Doggo of Zacian and Psyduck, leaving Umbreon and Glorian Rapidash over for unique coaching.
Oh, this is interesting. I wonder if Trainer decides to pick up the Dodrio again, because this is a lot of lockdown for the side of Dodrio, and I want to say that building up that speed gauge on the side of Dodrio, and I think Trainer's probably opted maybe not to, unless this is going to be a switch. And Bora's going to take the pick, and Bora's going to take that pick, and Trainer's going to get the last pick this time round. Seeing a Suicune and an Umbreon combination is scary, especially for a Dodrio coming through. I think it has less of a recovery time against Suicune and Umbreon than a Rapidash would.
As the final picks for you need coaching to round out what they have, Sarina and Leafeon, double speedster for the team. They are really putting a target onto Boros, and this Mewtwo Y is going to do nothing in this game. We are going to make sure of it.
Yeah, look, Bora is going to be targeted down, but what I do like about Mewtwo Y, especially with Psy Strike as an ability, it does give a little bit of enhanced movement. It also cannot be interrupted once that Psy Strike gets hit, so it does give Bora a chance to have a little bit of movement on that, so that can just avoid Vin Diesel and Lutano on those two speedsters. Trainer gonna opt for Armarouge here, so we're just seeing the same Pokemon but swapped off. Nemesis has taken two Pokemon in form of Zacian and Armarouge from Unique Coaching, and they've picked up the Serena. So the Queen gonna try and get a crown back, because Nemesis up 1-0. Can they 2-0 this? It's gonna be an interesting one to see, because this is just completely almost different look comps for both teams.
really heavy early game comp here for you need coaching. Suicune,
Yeah.
Leafeon gonna be important on that. Umbreon too, gonna be something that can charge into battle very quickly. And if they can snowball, we can see you need coaching take this game. But Nemesis, they have a composition that if they're able to hold off those early attacks, their mid game is gonna be quite ferocious. And without a snowball or you need coaching, I think that they just will fall apart at the mid game if they cannot get off to the races right away. Get early knockouts so that they are constantly the team dictating control.
It's going to be on Vin Diesel, for me specifically, because you've got that level 4. It's going to be based on how Vin Diesel can get either Serena online and Suicune online as soon as possible, excuse me. Rapidash, I think, could just go and do its own thing. That's what Lutano has been doing. But in that top path, Zacian and Blissey, such a strong combination. I'm curious what Blissey will be playing, if it will be helping hand. I think it has to be helping hand up against Suicune and Umbreon.
We see early dunks attempted by Unique Coaching, getting those early bits of points, so they're trying to make sure they put pressure back on a Nemesis right away, keeping them all the way back at their pads. But now the chase, as they get a good lockdown on a Ponyta. The heals and the shield just not enough. Should be a nice free early knockout here for Nemesis. They even got one top path because there was a rotation for Chansey.
I mean, you also notice Umbreon as an EV did manage to steal both citrus berries away from Nemesis as well. So really just denying any healing. And there's the mean look, which is what I would have expected if we did see the Dodrio coming around. Mean look is just, I mean, it's mean. It's in the name. It is horrible, especially when you have the power of Leafeon, Rapidash, and Serena coming at you, and you just cannot move.
As now attacking the Altaria camps, but a lot of damage early on a Ponyta, so one knockout for Nemesis. This early game we were talking about for Unique Coaching already looking devastating as they are constantly getting pushed back to their flux zone, barely surviving, and losing even more points to Nemesis.
I mean, this Armarouge, we called the Fire Spin a more all-rounder kind of moveset, but it's always felt like an all-rounder counter to me because Armarouge can just stay in there and put that Meg-style damage on whilst also just being protected as well. And we see Blissey taking speed berries inside that top path. Yep, we are seeing the safeguard come out from Blissey, not affected by the Whirlpool at all. Psyduck's here to come try and put a leash or a saddle onto this Ponyta, almost getting caught as well. But just Lutano, just a little bit too much movement. Gonna stay in though. Not sure if that's the smartest idea.
Wanted to steal away some of the camp, and unfortunately pays for it with their life. Knocked out and sent back to the Pokemon Center. But the rest of You Need Coaching are in the top path, and they're getting a large amount of dunks put onto the pad that is now down to only 7 points remaining. The rest of Nemesis now chasing into the top path, looking for the knockouts on a Suicune, but also at the same time onto Leafeon. But it's going to be the re-engage from Tarina, taking down Mewtwo. Even if you had the lockdown, it wasn't in time to stop the Queen from taking knockouts.
I think this is a really good combination because you're seeing Trainer is actually isolating anybody that Mewtwo decides to side strike. And just in that instance, they got a little bit separated here. Leafeon feels the threat, and Serena is forced to bend the knee this time around. She'll not be regaining that throne anytime around. So I'm loving the little like duo combo play that's coming out from Nemesis right now. Unique Coaching still in a good spot with 120 to 81.
But it is going to be Regieleki secured easily by Nemesis. While there was the knockout down in the bot path, they dove onto Mewtwo Y onto the pad. They have to make sure they are getting that extra Reggie, because losing that could allow Nemesis this mid-game power we're already talking about. They have a really good mid-game that can contend against the early to mid-game that You Need Coaching have had and have had a rough time of actually developing. But getting rid of the bot pad is going to help them out with the Triad Blitz into the back line. Psyduck has been separated from the rest of the team. Leafeon on top of the duck, one duck down, but it's going to be Blissey trying to defend the pad, instead having to re-engage with the rest of the team. Mean look on a Mewtwo, but it is still You Need Coaching taking control of the bot path.
Unfortunately, they didn't have enough points to actually secure or score anything inside that bot path. We go, Zyko Boom is going to go on as well alongside that Whirlpool. Umbreon gets sent back to Nurse Joy. Quick succession. That heals. It's going to have to be pretty quick because Nemesis are looking to push this bot path with some aggression. They've still got some Unites. They've got 3 Unites, including a Bliss Assistance. And here we go, Magical. The fight is on.
Looking at the Queen. Where does Arena want to use the Queen's Ascent? Not going to use it in time, but it's going to be the Emerald two-step taking down Psyduck with the dive into the back line. Queen's Ascent has been finally utilized as they almost were able to get the knockout, but it's going to be the eject buttons away from U2Y while they chase down the Sword Dog. Double knockouts for Leafeon. The rest of Nemesis are running with their tails between their legs, hoping they can get back to the Fuck Zone safety.
I think it was just a little bit of a split play. Armourouge decided to go after Serena instead, leaving Mewtwo completely undefended on that bottom path, which meant Unique Coaching were able to isolate and not have as much pressure applied to them onside that bot path. I think that was just a little bit of a indecision coming out from the side of Nemesis. Had Armourouge stayed on that pad, perhaps they could have gotten the KOs on possibly the Leafeon. Emerald two-step would have still come out, but maybe Leafeon doesn't have as much advantage inside that bottom path with Armourouge alongside that attack. But now, turning our attention to this top path, we have another Regieleki on the field. Serena wants to make an impact, and her target is that Sword Doggo.
But all 5 of Nemesis were already taking down Umbreon. It's going to be the Queen onto Sword Dog, but they're trying to get the damage with the Triad Blitz. It will take down the Sword Dog, but it's a trade of 1 for 1, while the pony has to gallop on out of there. Regieleki, second time for Nemesis.
I mean, that's a great thing. I think Zacian did a good job there to kind of distract away from the fact that Nemesis wanted that objective. Mean look on to the Mewtwo. Doesn't go too far away as they're going to focus on defending, but Nemesis might want to crash in to this tier 1 because it's only 2 speedsters versus, I want to say 4 of them, but I think Nemesis made the right choice. They see that Registeel. They want to go for it. Unique Coaching need to come in and try and disrupt this somehow.
Almost taking the burst into the back line. It is going to be the Registeel secured by Nemesis with the run from the rest of Unique Coaching, hoping to get back to the pad as they get a little bit of damage onto the side of taking them out. Now having the Frozen as they almost found their targets onto Nemesis, but they're cleaning up the low health bars with a nice triple knockout from Leafeon. They can make it a quad knockout for Leafeon. Unique Coaching answer back to Regis.
I think Rapidash is becoming a much more utilized Pokemon inside this second game. Alongside, we see the Queenly Ascendant taking out the Sword Doggo as well. Rapidash doing a brilliant job actually stunning, getting behind them, and really making sure they have no options on the retreat. Weren't able to do that in the previous game with Dodrio because Dodrio was doing the same thing to Unique Coaching. Right now with that mean look as well, just trapping everybody in. Unique Coaching are doing very well on the back foot because a lot of aggression shown by Nemesis, but they are falling behind when they get counter-attacked. 243 to 144. The highest level we have on the field is that level 13 Leafeon. That Emerald two-step is almost like a nuke when it comes down at that level.
It is a delete button. Whatever Mon it chooses is going to be deleted from Vin Diesel, but you have to make sure that you're keeping the Leafeon alive until then. They have this lead of 99 points against Nemesis, level 14 for the Leafeon. Well above anyone else, only the 13s of Rapidash and Armourouge even near what this Leafeon can do. I
mean, look, 2 level 13s and a level 14 on the side of Unique Coaching is incredible. It shows exactly how much they've been winning these fights. But look at Unique Coaching's positioning right now. If the survive happens, they now have a pincer happening, but Mewtwo goes down, and that suppressive fire is going to be a problem as Nemesis now need to get Unique Coaching out of the central area, but 13 seconds to go until Rayquaza spawns. Unite moves are flying magical.
Oh, and the Infinite Sideburn does take down the Pony. One Pony gone. Damage into the back line, but Torina could not capitalize on the low health bars. Same with Umbreon, who puts a mean look onto the Sword Dog. But you're a tank against damage dealers. Armourouge removes Umbreon while they still have their Leafeon alive. Level 14, the Rayquaza has been started. Can you steal this away? Vin Diesel has to be an absolute mad lad, but it's taken down too quickly and leaving only Suicune down to defend. Chased away by Armourouge. Nemesis find the perfect fight at the perfect time to get themselves Rayquaza. Almost still in. Oh, it's going to be secured by Zacian. This is Nemesis' series to take 2-0 with one more mean look, but they are executing upon these knockouts. Nemesis want to take the better seed.
I mean, and the white flag gets put up as well. What a fight. That fight started at 2:15. The Unite moves fell. Armourouge and Blissey were on a sliver of an HP. We saw the returning. They pressed the return to home button, but then Umbreon came out of nowhere and they just turned on the attack and then retreated. So taking out another Pokemon, setting that KO timer to 30 seconds was crazy. But look at Vin Diesel getting those 8 KOs. I think 3 of them had to come purely from Emerald. 2-step coming through. But again, 11 assists coming out for the side of Trainer on that Armorage. I want to say that the KO spread a lot more evenly across Nemesis's team.
Yeah.
Vin Diesel coming in and just acting as that permanent delete button that we know Leafeon is.
But the problem is it will delete one Pokemon, but not the entirety of Nemesis. Once you use that, unless you have this perfect grouped up moment on a Nemesis, sure, you might get Bora, but then Trainer, Metallic are still things that you have to worry about. And I like how you talk about, like, I always see Fire Spin Armorers as more of an all-rounder, but that is a bit deceiving. Because it's much more of like a pseudo all-rounder.
Yes,
how much
absolutely.
damage that is done by the Fire Spin, and it does counter a lot that wants to dive on top of the back line. But whenever you have Van Diesel, Lutano, Duskrunner, JL diving into the back line, you're taking all this free damage from Fire Spin that the rest of the team can then capitalize on.
I agree with you 100%. I think Metallic went a little bit underrated there as the Zacian in that game. A lot of, I want to say, distraction tactics coming up from Metallic specifically, because a lot of the time Metallic was jumping in on either any of the frontliners that were coming through, putting damage on them, which Zacian can do, and then just allowing his team to do whatever they needed to do. Again, what a series that we had. A fantastic raid fight came through. I thought we might see a Galarian Rapidash steal, which would have taken us to a game 3, but no, Nemesis brought it back to 2-0. So guys, that is going to be all of the games that we have for you today on today's broadcast. Before we go, we're going to have a look at the group stage graphics. We're going to have a look at our brackets as well before we wrap up here. I'm going to go through Group B. Magical, do you want to take us through Group A?
So Group A, I mean, Orange Juicers 1-1. I think it's a bit of a surprise, but Sazouzou 2-0. Looking really strong from Group A, even if it's only 3 teams, only 2 games played amongst all of them. Coming out as the #1 seed and Orange Juicers making it out, but that means they're going to face off against the team that is #1 in Group B, which I think is going to be fascinating, and I'll let you talk about Group B.
I mean, now Esports coming up with a 3-0. Hoenn Plaga, unfortunately, doing the exact opposite of that with an 0-3. Version 1 going 1-2, and Tagang coming up as 2-1 as well. Guys, keep in mind all of those positionings that we just showed you, because as we get to the group stage graphics, you're going to see #1 in Group A, #1 in Group B, #2 in Group A, #2 in Group B as well. But we have 2 more groups to go through. Magical, do you want to do Group C or D?
I'll do Group C, just
Okay,
to
go
keep
for
it
it.
back and forth, because I want to give a lot of shout-outs to Collab with Breezy and Ame, because even with the 3-0, they were so close to taking that series against Komai and would have really turned upside down these standings, even if it doesn't get them out of the groups, because we didn't get to see how the rest of the games were for them. It was still impressive that they took it to game 3 against Komai, the team that was undefeated in series but not in games.
So, I mean, we're taking a look at Group D. Topping that group was Nemesis with the 3-0. Fortunately, Los Caducados also oppositing that scoreline. Actually, I really do like this. A lot of the groups are just oppositing their scorelines. Makes it really easy for me. Stamina Esports going 1-2, and Unique Coaching going 2-1. These teams, my goodness, we're going to see some intense matches coming up when we get to our top 8 bracket. There it is. Have a look at it. The brackets are done. The seeding is done. Sazouzou is going to take on Tagang. Nemesis is going to take on Pocket Rockets. Nouns Esports versus Orange Juices. I believe you and my good buddy Spartan Tano are going to have the privilege of watching that match, and I am so very jealous. And rounding that out, Komai Esports takes on You Need Coaching. Holy, what an opening bracket that we got for you guys tomorrow.
Tomorrow is going to be so hyped getting into our top 8 with the double elimination, but I just can't believe that it's Nouns Esports versus Orange Juicers in the first round. If this seems to always happen whenever I cast these teams, that they always end up meeting early on and then they face off later on as well. So I'm really excited to see how that first game is going to go.
I'm going to put you on the spot because I like to do this. We all like to do this. It's a little caster tradition. Gonna ask you for your winner of the whole thing. Yep, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna ask you.
I'm going to go with Nemesis.
Nemesis, okay.
Yes, I'm gonna go. Nouns. I think it's gonna be between Nemesis and Nouns.
Okay.
I feel like that's gonna be it, but Nemesis, what they have been showing lately is a very clear understanding of the current meta and when to play to their strengths or when to play a little bit more passively. And that's something that just, to me, isn't seen enough from some Unite teams, where they understand like their power points, but they just keep playing so aggressively that they get punished by a team that's a little bit more patient. And I feel like Nemesis kind of falls into that.
You know what I love is that every time we ask this question, we just give a single name but no explanation. You gave me a complete explanation, and I absolutely love it. So, you know, because we're on Ghatlue's channel, I'm gonna have to pick Nouns. I'm just gonna have to pick Nouns. I'm just gonna have to pick Nouns. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna have to, but I do like the Nemesis.
Don't be sorry. Nouns are my second. I feel like it's between those two teams that are gonna take it.
I mean, it's going to be a fantastic top 8. I hope you guys are going to enjoy that. Before we head off, we do have to do our thank you. So to our other casters, the lovely duo of Steel Agent Kyle and Husky, who were on before us, who brought you, oh my God, I hit my mic, who brought you all of the action beforehand. Our producer, Ketchum Shavam, big shout outs to them for putting all of this on and giving us casters a wonderful place to ply our trade. Our observers, Mergmaid, Bina, Tiddly, Yarman, thank you so much for all of the work that you do observing these games for us and bringing us that action as well. We could not do this without you. Our admin, Dwayne and Sam, thank you so much. Remember, we did have a B stream as well being run. That link was in the chat, I believe, by Fizz Terren. I do apologize if I butchered that, but tomorrow's B stream is going to be on Kudo Unite's channel as well. So I believe that will be linked in the chat for you guys to watch that. Having an A stream and a B stream for a grassroots style tournament is incredible and magical. It is the first time you and I have shared the caster's desk together. It was absolutely wonderful getting to cast with you for the first time, and I hope it will not be the last time. Any final words for the people before we bid our adieus?
Buff Tinkerton. That'd be a nice one.
Okay, Buff Tinkerton. And my final thing, as I'm gonna play the bad guy, nerf the evolutions. They don't need it. I am Lobo. That's been magical. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will see you guys next time. Have a wonderful night, evening, morning, wherever you are. And remember, smile. We play Pokemon. Bye.